Okay. Are we ready to explore a new timeline in fucking mental content? I think we are. Whew. Hey, what's up, guys? Holy shit. Ugh. Where do we even start? I don't know. Fuck. I don't really want to do the pirate stuff just yet, guys. Don't worry. We'll wait a minute for that. Oh god. I think Trump kind of smashed the Iowa caucus, didn't they? Although that was expected. You know where to start. I don't know where to start. I don't know if I just want to watch clips or the whole thing. Do I want to watch the whole thing? It's half an hour. And it's probably just not worth it. Because I don't really know if I want to just watch like 30 minutes of insanely biased commentary. I don't know. He's interviewing an actual well, we don't know if he's an actual pirate, okay? We don't know. We don't actually know anything about who he is or what he's done, which is why everyone's approach has just been to project their own preferred ideology like onto him, right? It's just I think all he said is that he supports Palestine. So I was like, oh yeah, he's all, you know, he's pro-Palestine. He doesn't really he's he likes Western stuff. He doesn't he definitely has no problem with Jews. I don't understand, like, why are people so eager to just assume that he's exactly the way you want him to be? Like, because what, you see a fucking good-looking guy on a boat? Like, come on. For all, like, I don't know. We can only go by what he said. No, you don't. Can you imagine? I don't. I just no. You don't just go by what he said. Like, you can also, well, you can go by what he says in his Twitter account. So how he like, at least based on what I've scanned from his Twitter and Instagram, like, he is almost 100% like a Houthi sympathizer. Like, at least. And I don't know if you guys know, but Houthis, like, when it comes to their ideology, is pretty, like, they're pretty bad. They're not the kind of people that you would support if they existed anywhere else in the world. Yeah, fucking, I don't know. But that doesn't stop people, though. It doesn't stop people from doing this, like, gross. It's like Orientalist shit. They're just like for some reason, everyone's just decided who he is for him. Like, it's so weird. It's very strange. Anyway. Did I really see Hassan Soya with literal? We don't know if he's a literal Houthi fighter. Okay, we don't need to go there. But it's. But the fact is, I'm just saying, and I will call this now. If it does emerge that he is a Houthi fighter, if that actually emerges, everyone right now who's denying that and saying he's just a peaceful pro-Palestinian, whatever, everyone who's denying that, if it turns out to be true, will turn around and say it's actually based that he is. That's all they'll do. They'll just be like, okay, yeah, well, I guess we're just pro Houthi attacks on civilian vessels now, because they already are. They already support the Houthis. Like, it doesn't matter to them that he is or not part of that movement. So anyway, I'm not too fussed about that just yet. Like, in my opinion, though, if you don't know anything about this person, like, the last thing you should do is bring them on for a fucking unchallenging puff piece of an interview, right? Where you just give him the most, like, easy softball questions. Because I'm guessing there was nothing. I'm guessing he wasn't pushed on anything. I'm guessing he wasn't asked anything that he might not want to answer. Yeah. Whew. Invite a phalangist on to counteract Hassan's guest. What was it? He asked him if he's okay with the Jews, and he said he was. No, that's not true. You're lying to me, Puerto Rico. He said, "What do you think of Jewish people who are anti-Zionist?" And if you're an Arab, anti-Zionist means like if you're like, well, at least like Houthi adjacent, then anti-Zionist means you want the Jews all gone. So no, that's not. What did he say? Anyone who supports Palestinians, we're okay with. Like, okay, again, it's not like this guy is like a fucking TikToker. It's not like he's unaware of what people want to hear. Like, you're doing it now. You are just wishfully telling us things about him that you want to believe, with like the most miserable fucking evidence. Like, yeah, I don't know. God. Do you think I should get these guys on? Find out who they were because they're dripped out. Ignore the skull and the whatever the not having no idea what the fuck these guys do. Jesus. Isn't it funny that Destiny has interviewed a literal IDF soldier? I know, because if you live in this like fucking retarded Twitch space or whatever, like Twitter space or whatever, yeah, you actually do think the IDF are comparable to the Houthis. Yeah, you would think that actually. Yeah, Jesus. Oh, anyway, let's not do that just now. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Is there anything else interesting on the internet right now? There's news. We'll do news. Killed more civilians than the Houthis. All right, okay. So, I guess if the Allies killed more German civilians than Germans killed British civilians, then I guess Britain was the worst force. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Actually, that's fucking unreal. Wow. Uh, kick. Oh, this is a Destiny clip. Okay. Oh, the comparisons are so. The Soviets killed more civilians. They must have been wrong. Yeah, it's just all that fucking nonsense. Ugh. Number of deaths. Yemen civil war. The number of deaths in the civil war in Yemen ranging between 150,000 and 220,000. Like, do we know? Do we actually know how many civilians have been killed by Houthis in this, on whatever side of this war? Do we know? Or did people just make it up? Because again, they're just projecting their preferences onto the Houthis, not actually engaging with who the Houthis actually are and what they believe. Have some empathy. I'm gonna do that bit as well. Okay, I'm gonna talk about how I'm not gonna like sit here and fucking purity test a Zoomer who grows up in fucking Yemen in the middle of a war and probably loses a bunch of people to I don't know, loses a bunch of loved ones to fucking like Saudi cluster bombs or whatever. But that's not what I'm really gonna do. I wouldn't, like, half of you fucking idiots would do that as well if you grew up in those conditions. But I am going to purity test someone who is like a Western, like, giant political streamer who brings that person on and just gives them a softball puff piece interview and just ignores anything problematic that they might believe or have done. Yeah, that's and everyone can just fill in the blanks for themselves in whatever way is preferable because they basically just like design your own political hero. Like it's ugh. UN figures 377,000 killed overall, 150,000 plus from violence. And again, I don't know. Like, is there a split for how many of these deaths were done by the Saudis and the UAE versus done by the Houthis? Like, I don't know. Hmm. He said the ship captain ate cookies, did drugs, and danced. Like again, the projection that you do of like people, like civilians who are under, uh, who are like held hostage effectively by fucking people with guns. I don't. Why would you do? It's so weird. It's so weird. Oh my god. Hmm. Anyway. Ever been arrested? I feel like you get a bit more due process with a cop than you do with a Houthi rebel. I would probably imagine. Should Hassan get the Kira chats treatment? I'm not really in favor of like big like social media banning as a way to deal with it, I guess. Um, But it depends on what this guy's done. We don't know. He could be just like some fucking LARPing TikToker, which is irresponsible. Again, like the best case scenario is it's still irresponsibly platforming a Houthi sympathizer who is basically just doing propaganda to make the movement look more digestible than they actually are, to shadow all their like bad actions. Worst case is he platformed a guy who's like killed people, right? Okay. Or who wants all the Jews to die? Like that yeah, it's a pretty big range of possibilities. And none of them are really like great. Hmm. Anyway, we'll get to that. I'm not doing that right now. Fuck. Do you think he'll get banned? Probably not. No. It's not like Hassan's been supporting the Houthis for like most of the week, hasn't he? But they weren't designated as a terrorist organization until today, right? They were undesignated because the fighting had calmed down between the Saudis and Houthis. But but they've obviously since the attacks on those vessels, they've been re-terroristed. So they are a terrorist organization now. Again, they are back to it. Like just so you know, because they I don't know did terrorism recently. Are you going to talk about Iran striking Pakistan? Iran seems to want to strike everywhere apart from Israel. That's that's kind of interesting. Um, January 17th. So I guess it's from now on, it's terrorism. If you boost them, I don't know. A statement from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on the terrorist designation of the Houthis. Over the past months, Yemen based Houthi militants have engaged in unprecedented attacks against United States military forces and international maritime vessels operating in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. These attacks fit the textbook definition of terrorism. They have endangered US personnel, civilian mariners, and our partners, jeopardized global trade, and threatened freedom of navigation. The United States and the international community have been united in our response and in condemning these attacks in the strongest terms. Today, in response to these continuing threats and attacks, the United States announced the designation of Ansar Allah, as also known as the Houthis, as a specially designated global terrorist. This designation is an important tool to impede terrorist funding to the Houthis, further restrict their access to financial markets, and hold them accountable for their actions. If the Houthis cease their attacks in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden, the United States will immediately reevaluate this designation. I feel like the foreign policy consensus on Yemen is basically that people are going to expect it to become partitioned. I don't think there's any illusion now that the Houthis are not here to stay, basically. Oh, Vice did a whole dig on the guy and finding out things about him. Yeah, I forgot that. Anyway, the designation will take effect 30 days from now to allow us to ensure robust humanitarian carve outs are in place so our action targets the Houthis and not the people of Yemen. We are rolling out unprecedented carve outs and licenses to help prevent adverse impacts on the Yemeni people. The people of Yemen should not pay the price for the actions of the Houthis. We are sending a clear message. Commercial shipments into Yemeni ports on which the Yemeni people rely for food, medicine, and fuel should continue and are not covered by our sanctions. This, in addition to the carve outs we include in all sanctions programs for food, medicine, and humanitarian assistance. As President Biden has said, the United States will not hesitate to take further actions to protect our people and the free flow of international commerce. Okay. Vice have a whole thing. Everything we know. Okay. Nice. That's a reasonably long article. Oh, God. Hmm. If it's unethical for Hassan, it's unethical for Vice. Oh, okay. Puerto Rico, I need you to tell me why that's a dumb comparison, or I might ban you. Um, I'm okay to have people who wildly disagree with me in my community, but there is absolutely an IQ test. There has to be. It's just I can't engage with this fucking insanity as regulars in my stream chat. Oh God. Why is it less ethical? Why is Hassan what Hassan did less ethical than what Vice did? Why? Why would it be? Why is it like uh maybe because you think you didn't do enough of a deep dive. Come on. You're almost there. It's just like that's making it sound like it was neutral, the lack of a deep dive. Not that it was like a puff piece for like a fucking simp off. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Like I know you guys wouldn't stand for this for anything else. You wouldn't. Um you believe it was like platforming Alex Jones with no pushback? Yeah, kind of. Like platforming fucking Fuentes with no pushback. Yeah, or like especially just not knowing. Because if you probably asked Fuentes to tell you some things right now about Israel, he'd probably out of context, you'd probably think he sounded a bit like he'd probably say a lot of similar things that leftists say. He would. It'd be weird though for him to just come out of nowhere with no one knowing anything about him, and then just to like put him up on screen and like simp on it for him and like share anime, fucking your love for anime with him and shit. I don't know. God. Yeah, shall I interview the gun waifu and just ask her like nothing challenging? Just be like, "Hey, you like what kind of movies do you like?" Fuck me. Jesus. Jesus. How did Bad Bunny get banned and he didn't? Probably because Hassan gets mass reported all the time and no one takes it like people it just becomes white noise. Uh to Twitch I don't know how Twitch works though. I have no idea. I don't know. Carlos the Jackal. What? Don't know anything about him. Couldn't tell you, man. Hmm. When am I going to talk about anime with an Azov fighter? Yeah, well, isn't that actually what some people accuse me of? People said I was platforming a Nazi because I spoke to Anna, to Ukrainian Anna. People thought, I don't know. These are the fuck. I'm probably gonna say this like 10 times during the stream. These are the same people. These are the same people who called Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist because he did a photo with the Proud Boys once. I don't know. Just fuck me. I guess because they also think he killed black people, but could you not say that what Dylan did was the correct way to platform the Nazi when he interviewed the Azov guy? Yeah, because with that, I think when Dylan was a right sector guy, it was as a right sector guy, not an Azov guy that Dylan interviewed. I thought, but yeah, he asked him questions about like uncomfortable questions about his views on reactionary politics. The right sector guys, like the right sectors, aren't really the same. They're not like Nazis in the same way that the original Azov guys were, though. The right sector thing was mostly just like similar to kind of like boomer conservative, like or probably kind of far right conservatives. Like I think the guy that Dylan was speaking to was the kind of guy who was like, oh, you know, gay people, I don't even know, but like just not in front of the kids, like that kind of shit, you know? Yeah. But I don't think there was much of a simp off going there with the right sector guy. Yeah, because they're right wingers. They don't really identify politically with people like us, you know? Hmm. It's not even comparable, right? Uh, that's what Dylan does. People are posting screen. Oh, it's always those screenshots that get posted from Stream Chat and Discord. Oh God, I'm still getting fucking horrible side effects from my meds though. Holy shit, just feel wired. Repos, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. What meds? Concerta, Ritalin, prolonged release, fucking Ritalin or methylphenidate, whatever the fuck it's called. Not nice. Oh God, just makes me feel like just feels like uppers, like bad uppers. I got Khalid's 100 Years War in Palestine. What do you think the next book on IP should be for a balanced view? If you're reading that one, maybe just read it alongside Righteous Victims. That'll give you like probably the best Israeli side versus the best Palestinian side. That's my opinion anyway. I don't know, could be wrong. As far as like comprehensive histories go anyway. I know people don't like Benny Morris, but like I think when he did that, like that was the early 2000s, he wrote that one, Righteous Victims, back when he was a slightly different person to who he is now. I don't know. I think he was a bit less crazy about the Islamic shit, a bit less black pilled. Johnny Harris made it. I don't like watching. I don't like watching these like slick edited videos with this like where you just get a crumb of a source highlighted. I don't like those videos at all. I have no idea if they're telling me everything I need to know or not. Like no, 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 no. I mean, it works for some people to get like a skeleton understanding or something, and then you can maybe like flesh it out later. But not for me. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Okay. Oh, I just feel so. Is it normal? Is it normal to get like kind of Is it normal to get like anxiety symptoms off of ADHD meds? Like all day? I don't know. I think maybe it's because I had caffeine like earlier in the morning, but that was a while ago, so I don't know. When you start them, yes. Uh, but like there's no good effect. I don't feel like my focus is better right now. Like I don't feel I don't feel like I could just read a paper for 2 hours right now. How long you been taking them? I took them for about a week and then I stopped for a week and then I'm back on them again. So it's been like 3 days now. Might need different ones. Yeah. I guess you should just persevere until they go away. Is that the idea? Only if you're predisposed. I am not predisposed to anxiety. I never get anxiety. Unless I'm on uppers. Like unless I'm like coming down off of fucking pills and shit. Which has been a long time. So I don't really do that anymore. I'd rather just know if it's the kind of thing that gets better over time, or if it's just not worth it if it starts now. Anyway, one thing at a time. It can take a little while to get normal with them. Okay. Whatever. Feel like just like it's like slightly short of breath and just like a bit uncomfortable. I guess like jittery. You could also try Vyvanse. Vyvanse has got a shortage in the UK. Vyvanse is a total dick. Oh, my Twitch. Why is my Twitch chat up? I'm not streaming on Twitch today. Fast heart rate? Maybe. Yeah, whatever. I'll just send a little. I'll do it without. I'll have no caffeine tomorrow because I'm not going to gym tomorrow, so it'll be easier to evaluate then. See if there's any difference. Endure, yeah. Where are the Iran attacks? That might be interesting. Ugh. Sinwar has been added to a terrorist list. Interesting. Is that okay? What was he doing before? Where's the Iran news? Northern Iraq.
Iraq has summoned the Iranian ambassador in Baghdad in protest after Tehran launched missile strikes into northern Iraq, killing several civilians. Baghdad called the strikes a blatant violation of its sovereignty and vowed to lodge a complaint with the UN Security Council. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said it fired the missiles at what it said was an Israeli spy headquarters in Erbil, the seat of Iraq's northern semi-autonomous Kurdish region.
The strikes hit an upscale area near the US consulate in Erbil, the capital of northern Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region. They were claimed by Iran's Revolutionary Guards. Touring the ruins, Iraq's national security advisor dismissed Tehran's claims that the target had been a headquarters for Israeli spies.
Regarding the claims of it being a base for Israel's Mossad, we have looked into the place and walked around every corner of this house, and everything indicates that it is a family home for an Iraqi businessman from Erbil. So the claim is false.
Regional politicians said the house belonged to a local real estate magnate and his family. They were killed. The Prime Minister of Iraq's Kurdistan region, Masroor Barzani, described the attack as a crime against the Kurdish people. Speaking on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Barzani said Iran's spy center allegations were baseless.
What's surprising, we are not.
So they hit a real estate magnate, but we don't know if he was like Iran accused him of being a spy in Iran's Kurdish region, Iraq's Kurdish region. I don't know what to make of that. I don't even know the geopolitical relation between Iran and fucking Iraq's Kurds. They said he was Mossad. I don't. Why? Why would Iran do? I feel like. Oops. Why is Iran on that? Not the guy was a spy. Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Another part of this conflict, we don't know why Iran is retaliating against civilians of Kurdistan, especially in Erbil. We have no animosity towards any of our neighbors, especially Iran.
Tehran said the attack was in response to recent Israeli assassinations of Iranian commanders. It insisted it had a legitimate right to deter what it called national security threats.
Okay.
Iran also struck targets in northern Syria that it said were linked to the Islamic State terrorist group. The group claimed responsibility for twin suicide bombings that killed dozens at an official memorial event in Iran earlier this month. Iran's attacks come at a time of heightened tensions in the region and fears of a wider spillover of the war between Israel and Tehran's ally Hamas.
Iran has a right to defend itself against Kurdistan, apparently. Let's go! Regional conflict. Okay, wow. Also, Pakistan as well. There was...
Iran has carried out another
Yeah, like, is this the meme that Iran is just like hitting everywhere that they can because they can't hit Israel? I don't know.
airstrike beyond its borders, this time in neighbouring Pakistan. Iranian state media said the strikes hit two sites linked to the militant group Jaish al-Adl in the southwestern Pakistani province of Balochistan. Early this week, Iran hit targets in Iraq and in Syria. The government in Islamabad warned of potentially serious consequences in response to what it said was a deadly violation of its airspace. Well, for more on why Iran carried out this attack, I earlier spoke with our Pakistan correspondent Caroline Davis, who's in Islamabad.
So we originally got some of this information from the Iranian state media. They talked about the fact that this had been an attack that the Iranian military had carried out using drones and rockets, and that they said that this was to attack the headquarters of the militant group Jaish al-Adl. Now, this is a Sunni militant group that has previously claimed attacks on Iranian soil, including an attack on a police station.
Bro, even Iran can't get a break now. Look, they got the fucking ISIS attacking them. They've got this Jaish al-Adl guys. I don't even know who they were. Who are they? Let's find out. Let's learn. Jesus. This war's getting complex, you guys. Jaish al-Adl. A Sunni militant and Baluchi separatist organization that operates mainly in southeastern Iran. Substantial concentration of Sunnis border with Pakistan. Okay. Huh. So this has nothing to do with Israel, does it? This is just Iran fighting on their own doorstep. Designated as terrorists by Iran, Japan, New Zealand, United States. See, the only fucking plot twist we need now is for the United States to establish a coalition to help Iran take out this group that they both recognize as terrorists. Like, what do we do then? Apparently, yeah, India supported these guys. Is that true? I guess they would because they hate fucking anything Pakistan related. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I know, because Pakistan, that makes perfect sense, yeah. Jesus. Pakistan's restive southwestern Balochistan province. Pakistan condemned Iran for launching strikes that Tehran claimed targeted bases for a militant group. Islamabad angrily denounced the attack as a blatant violation of its airspace, says it killed 2 children. Al Arabiya. I don't have any analysis for this. It's just mental. Just so much going on. Iran's foreign ministry said on Tuesday an Iranian strike on Pakistani soil killed 2 children. The ministry strongly condemned the attack, describing it as an unprovoked violation of Pakistan's airspace. The strike killed 2 innocent children while injuring 3 girls, the ministry said in a statement, without specifying the location of the incident. This violation of Pakistan's sovereignty is completely unacceptable and can have serious consequences. It warned, adding that the responsibility for the consequences will lie squarely with Iran. The ministry also said it had summoned Tehran's top diplomat in Islamabad to protest the strike. While Iran has yet to officially comment on the matter, an Iranian news agency close to the country's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps reported that Iran had launched missile and drone attacks in Pakistan, targeting the headquarters of a militant group opposed to Tehran. The Tasnim news agency said that the attacks destroyed 2 important headquarters of Jaish al-Adal Army of Justice in Pakistan. The agency said the strikes were concentrated in an area in Pakistan's southwestern Balochistan province, where one of the largest headquarters of Jaish al-Adil was situated. The reported attacks came a day after the IRGC launched missiles into Iraq's Kurdistan region at what it called an Israeli spy headquarters at an alleged ISIS-linked targets in Syria. They hit Syria as well. Syria, Pakistan, and Iraq. Bro. The fuck is happening in Iran? They're not in a good mood lately, are they? God. It's funny because the only other country in the region that attacks with this kind of energy at multiple Arab countries is Israel. I don't know. Okay. We're not so different, you and I. Okay, Jesus. They formed in 2012, labeled as a terrorist organization by Tehran, a Sunni militant group that operates in Iran's restive southeastern province. The wiki just got all this from these. Okay. The group claims to advocate for greater rights and improved living conditions for ethnic Baluchis in Iran. It has launched numerous attacks on Iranian security forces over the years. Last month, Jaish al-Adal claimed responsibility for an attack on a police station in Sistan, Baluchistan that killed at least 11 Iranian policemen. There's a long history of clashes between Iran's security forces and Sunni militants, as well as drug smugglers. The province is one of Iran's poorest regions and mostly populated by Sunni ethnic Baluchis, a minority in predominantly Shia Iran. Oh dear. Well, what's our position on these guys then? Damn. My opinion is it's probably the material conditions. And I feel like no one else is saying this about that. Okay.
Back in December. And so it's difficult because, as you say, Iran has not made an official comment on this to say exactly why Iran decided to do this. We're slightly reading in between the lines here. But I think that the suggestion is that at the moment they are looking at threats around the region and looking at particularly these groups and militant groups that they say they think will pose a threat to Iran, and then showing that they will try to hit them now.
So what was Tehran trying to hit?
Trying to hit, they accuse it, well, according to the state media, they were targeting and hitting the Pakistan headquarters of this group, Jaish al-Adil, this group that they refer to as a terror group, also designated a terror group by the United States. Now, we've also heard from the Pakistan Foreign Ministry here. In response, they have called this, they've strongly condemned it. They've said that this is an unprovoked violation of its airspace by Iran. They say that the strike resulted in the death of two children and that 3 further were injured as well. So at the moment we're waiting to hear what will happen from Pakistan. They've talked about this having serious consequences, but we haven't been told what those consequences are yet.
Has this happened before with Iran hitting Pakistan?
So Iran and Pakistan have a relatively cordial but very delicate relationship. There has previously been incidents where there's been sort of skirmishes on the border. Now, despite this sort of cordial relationship, both sides accuse the other of harbouring militants within that border area that then come across the border and attack the other country. Iran has previously been accused by Pakistan of flying a drone over its territory, which was then shot down. There have been accusations that Iran has previously sent a rocket into these border areas as well. And we also know that Iran sent previous security personnel across the border into Pakistan too. So yes, there has been, but this all happens on the same day that Pakistan's Prime Minister met with Iran's Foreign Minister in Davos. So a complicated relationship between Iran and Pakistan, and more complicated by the matters overnight.
Caroline Davis there.
It's complicated. That's a good take. I didn't even consider that one. Jesus. What did the... You know, I've completely forgotten what's happening in the UK. I don't even know. What's happening in my country right now? I think they had a big stop the boats fucking session again. Like, because that's all the Conservatives have to offer to their supporters. Or it was Rwanda. Rwanda came back again. The fucking idiots trying to deport people to Rwanda again. Oh yeah, the postman scandal. Yeah, that's true. Posties. Russian attacks on Odessa and Kharkiv. Yeah. Israel strikes, quote, terrorist cell in the West Bank. Okay.
Israel says it has eliminated what it calls a terrorist cell in an airstrike on the Balata refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. This footage, released by the Israeli military, shows the attack, which targeted a car moving through the camp in the city of Nablus. Amateur footage posted on social media shows the vehicle on fire. Israel says the leader of a Palestinian terror network was inside the car. It claims the group was planning an imminent terrorist attack. Meanwhile, Qatar says it has brokered a deal between Israel and Hamas for the delivery of
I saw this. There was the deal, yeah. Qatar managed to get humanitarian aid shipments negotiated between Israel and Hamas. They did do that. Yeah, to the hostages. It's humanitarian aid going to the hostages in exchange for medicine going to the hostages in exchange for aid getting into Gaza to the... Yeah, I remember that. It's like a fucking high school relationship, like where like Israel and Hamas can't talk to each other, like they're not allowed to. So Qatar has to talk, like be the intermediary, like going back and forth, like a cartoon. Yeah.
Humanitarian aid and medication to civilians inside Gaza. Now, this would include Israelis who are being held captive by Hamas, which is considered a terrorist organization by many countries. The first supplies are expected to start arriving in Gaza today. And we can get more from Shayna Lowe, who is from the Norwegian Refugee Council, which operates in Gaza. And Shayna joins us now from Jerusalem. Shayna, tell us how much of a difference this deal might make for Palestinians in Gaza.
Well, any amount of humanitarian aid.
Wait on with that deal. Looks like it's about to fall through. Well, thanks. That's amazing. Wow.
Any increase in humanitarian aid is needed. However, I think that the scope of the needs in Gaza, people are in need of food, shelter, clean water, medications, medical supplies, the same things we've been demanding for the last 3 months. We need a huge increase, a major scaling up of aid in order to really make a dent in the tremendous needs. There are two things about this deal that I think are important to note. The first is that we really need to not be linking humanitarian aid to political agreements. Israel, as the occupying power, has a responsibility to provide the necessities for sustaining life, for survival in Gaza. And we shouldn't be tying the provision of assistance to innocent civilians, 2.3 million innocent civilians who have nothing to do with this conflict other than being trapped there. on political deals and negotiations. Aid should have unfettered access into Gaza. And that brings me to the second point, which is that it's not just about getting the aid into Gaza, but it's also about getting aid to all areas of Gaza where it's so desperately needed, including northern Gaza, where the UN has only been able to deliver about a quarter, or only had approval of about a quarter of the convoys to the north in the last 2 weeks that they have asked to coordinate with the Israelis.
As you say, the need is huge. Tell us what kind of aid, what kind of medication is most needed now?
Everything is needed in terms of medication and medical supplies. We need medications to treat chronic disease and illness, people who are in need of dialysis and have kidney failure, people with diabetes. All of those medications are in short supply and desperately needed. On top of that, we can't forget that there are still ongoing hostilities, ongoing airstrikes, ongoing ground operations inside the Gaza Strip. And so we need medical supplies to treat those who are wounded. We need medical anesthesia so that people can undergo surgery with painkillers. Many people, both injured and pregnant, going through C-sections, have been going through surgery without anesthesia over the last 2-3 months. So really all medication.
How much control does Hamas have over Gaza anymore? I feel like it must be done by, like, are these areas like areas that are still having to be swept by the IDF, like, or they're still fighting going over? Did they ever really control Gaza? Kind of. I mean, what? Yeah. But I don't even, like, last time I saw, which was admittedly like maybe a month ago now, the rocket fire was still happening. Is it still happening? Are they just like backed into little corners, still firing rockets, or have they stopped with that? I saw that it was going down last time I checked, but are there still like sirens going off in, wait, here we go. Chief of Staff says some bull, okay. No, the sirens, there's no, wait, when was the last time I saw sirens? So a few weeks ago, maybe? Yesterday. Hamas are still firing rockets yesterday. There. Bombing. What's this? Death toll, just about 25,000. Clashes with machine guns. Okay, that was 7 hours ago. Yeah, I guess it's not easy to take over I guess any area. My God. Jordanian army, rank and a patient were injured in Khan Yunis. 24 dead from Israeli bombing. Pockets, is it really just pockets of resistance? Is that what's keeping all this going? Like, I remember during October 7th, I think the consensus for intelligence was that Hamas had 30,000 fires. The IDF claims to have killed 10,000 by now, probably. Maybe a bit more, give or take, more or less. And that's not to mention, like, local insurgents or civilians who got radicalized during the bombing and wanted to join up, or, yeah, I don't know. But I don't even know, like, how is it going like according to plan, or like the IDF struggling, or is it going easier than they expected it to? Because I don't know. I have no idea. New York Times says 25 rockets were fired Tuesday by Hamas PIJ, or don't forget the PFLP. What? Yeah, don't forget the PFLP, guys. They're still going strong. They're still stirring shit up, you know? They're still relevant. Fucking Bad Bunny's in there. With her little, with her fucking keffiyeh shit. Jesus. PFLP just waiting until both sides are at their weakest so they can rule over the ashes. Jesus. Fuck. All right, hang on. That's supervillain. Thanks for the €5. I'm both being called anti-Semite by my German comrades and a Zionist sympathizer by international lefties for my takes. Thank you for keeping me sane. Wow, that's crazy. What if you're both? It's not impossible.
Medications, all medical supplies are in short supply in Gaza, and we need and are needed throughout the entire Gaza Strip.
Shana, can I ask you, as you mentioned, there is ongoing Israeli bombardment. How does your organisation manage to provide help to people in Gaza in these conditions?
It is extremely challenging, and it's not just about the bombardments. It's also that we've been under communications blackout with Gaza and had very minimal contact with our staff since Friday of last week. It's now the 5th day since this blackout began.
Why are you watching so much DW? Because they don't demonetize my streams. Whereas if I go BBC, they do it immediately. A bunch of other, it seems to be the only one that's like, I can stay in the green. I don't know.
And that we've had limited connectivity. So between ongoing hostilities and difficulties in communicating and coordinating a response, it's very difficult to reach those in need. At NRC, at the Norwegian Refugee Council, we've had to limit our assistance really to southern Gaza, to the Rafah area.
They also do just seem like they're trying to be very neutral, like, which I'm okay with.
Where over 1 million people have sought refuge, are there and living and seeking refuge. But it's incredibly difficult to really have a concerted humanitarian response in Gaza under such conditions, and particularly to reach those areas north of Wadi Gaza in Gaza City and the northern Gaza Strip.
Shana Lowe from the Norwegian Refugee Council. Shana, thanks so much for your time.
Special correspondent Aya Ibrahim has more on what it means for the Israeli hostages.
Now it's been over 100 days of captivity. They've also had no access to, the Red Cross has not had any access to them during their time of captivity to check on their medical state and to give their families, a more clear picture about what's going on with their loved ones. This issue of the Red Cross has also been very contentious here in Israel, with many criticizing the Red Cross for not, well enough fulfilling its duty to check on captive regardless of the conflict, as the Red Cross is a neutral party in conflicts. And so this news, I imagine, will be very, very welcome by hostage families who've been worried sick about their loved ones since they have been taken, and they need this medicine. Of course, the hostage. We heard one hostage grandson say that this is medication that they should have had from day one.
Well, okay. The conflict zone channel has like 25-minute video on the ICJ case. Might have a look at that later. Who knows? Ooh. The fuck is this? Some viral Channel 4 clip.
Do you think the way people are killed in Gaza is also barbaric when they're blown up?
War is a barbaric
When children
business.
get their heads blown off.
Christian,
is that barbaric?
Christian, war is a barbaric business. But you seem to have me confused with someone who wants this war. We didn't want this war.
No, you're just someone who's defending
this war. Christian, we were invaded on October 7th with the bloodiest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, and we are fighting now so that Hamas can never do that again. Christian, I wish I could send Hamas an email or wave a magic wand and make it go away, but that's not going to happen. We have no good choices at the moment. We have a choice to continue fighting to bring back the people who are being tortured in the Hamas terror dungeons and to make sure Hamas can never attack us again as it says it wants to do. Or to lie back and say, come on, hit us, let us have it, because that is what South Africa wants. When South Africa applies to the International Court of Justice for an injunction, it is saying, yes, we know that the Israelis were just attacked with a brutal massacre, but they have no inherent right of self-defense in order to protect themselves. We are asking the court to order Israel to abandon the hostages to the rapists in the terror dungeons.
He said it twice. Has he tried emailing, though? I feel like I've listened to these debates for too long now. So it's all getting very samey. Ooh.
Loner box. You smart.
Do you think the way people are killed?
Bastard.
Terror dungeons. They went a bit past self-defense. Yeah, I think so. I don't really... No, there are reports of, like, taking them into fucking tunnels and not feeding them for 3 days. That is true. Yeah, well, people have said that. It's true that people have said that. So the dungeon thing probably isn't far off. It's just, I don't know. I don't really know if, like, most moral army is really holding up these days. King Jarjark, thanks for the $5. I had a talk with Hassan fans and they felt it was worth making resources more expensive for poor nations as long as they get their blockade. Thoughts? That's really retarded. I don't know. Why do people think the Houthis have any fucking bargaining power or legitimacy to force concessions out of anyone? It's so dumb. Imagine just telling every non-state military that you can blockade a sea and attack civilian vessels, and the rest of the world might give you what you want. Like, fuck that. Like, what a horrible precedent to set for geopolitics. Like, Jesus. Fuck. Again, I don't think the Houthis sincerely believed that stopping those ships was going to stop the fighting. I don't think that's what they wanted. They wanted to. I think they wanted to get involved, because I think the fighting between the Houthis and Saudi, as far as I remember, has calmed down a little bit in the past few years. And the problem there is that if Houthis are not fighting, they're the kind of group that's going to lose popularity. And one thing that's going to help your popularity more than anything else in that region is to fight with Israel, or to fight against the West, or whatever. Yeah. So I don't know. I think it's just just getting involved. I think that's the top priority, was just get involved. Same as Hezbollah, just like look like you're doing something. Why don't they just support South Africa going through the proper channels instead of Houthi simping? Like what? The Houthis? Or what do you talk? Or the... I don't know. Lance from the Surfs and Emma Vigland had weird takes, did they? I don't... Oh, God. I don't know. I haven't seen them. That's just as conspiratorial as saying that Israel let October 7th happen. No, it's not. No. What are you talking about? Why is that conspiratorial? Unless you can think of any other logical reason why the Houthis are doing what they're doing. Are they, if they're, okay, yeah, maybe it's true. Maybe their leaders are sitting there thinking, you know, maybe if we just cause a bit of pressure, a bit of non-violent pressure, and divert all these international vessels off course and capture a few or whatever, and launch some drones at them and also rockets at Israel. I don't know. Maybe our non-violent drone attacks will fucking get what exactly? Israel to consider a ceasefire? What the fuck? What? Clout sharking off Hassan's name again. Yup, based. I'm sorry. You know, our guy, my good friend Hassan, who I still get on with, I think, is I don't know, he just does a lot. He does things that are worthy of commentary. He catches us with some zingers, and you kind of have to just have a good look at it, you know. Let me read this article, and then I can maybe start summarizing my thoughts. Everything we know about Timothy Shalam, the Yemeni influencer celebrating Red Sea ship raids. A handsome Yemeni influencer's account vanished from TikTok after posting a tour of a captured cargo ship. The fight over Red Sea shipping channels between Western militaries and Houthi revolutionaries is playing out online as well as on water. On January 15th, a user on X reposted a TikTok of a young man sailing around the Galaxy Leader, a cargo ship seized by Yemen's militant Houthis last year. Yemeni pirates posting casual TikToks while the entire Western Imperial Corps are having a meltdown about their blockade on their ships is the funniest shit of 2024, surely, the user wrote in a caption. Okay. As of this writing, the video has been viewed more than 13 million times, with social media users dubbing the handsome man Tim Houthi. Tim Houthi. Okay. The video was filmed by a Yemeni influencer who calls himself Rashid al-Haddad online, and there's no clear evidence that he actually participated in the raid that captured Galaxy Leader. But he does look good when posing next to the ship. Al-Haddad, who frequently posts photos of himself wearing warfighting gear and carrying weapons on social media, appears to be part of a new online trend where influencers post content to promote their side of a given conflict. The TikTok account featured in the tweet is now gone and was last scraped on Tuesday morning by the Internet Archive. It's unclear if TikTok removed it or not. The social media company did not immediately return Motherboard's request for comment. Tim Houthi is just one part of a larger phenomenon of the Red Sea conflict playing out online. Houthis post videos of their raids on Telegram, which get shared on X. Yemeni politicians and military leaders post their speeches online. Influencers like Al-Haddad post media of the captured ships and remix the speeches. Captain Chris Hill, captain of the USS Eisenhower, which is bombing Yemen, is posting pictures of his ship's crew posing with cookies. Okay. Oh, this is the Imperial Corps. I feel like every time someone says Imperial Corps, they are just like, yeah, I just know they know nothing about any country ever. Like, TikTok isn't Al-Haddad's only outlet. He appears to run numerous social media accounts on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, YouTube, and Snapchat with thousands of followers. For example, his YouTube page posted its first video a year ago and has over 26,000 subscribers. Hey! On Threads, he refers to himself as a media personality, actor, and photographer, and highlights his cross-platform follower counts. In some of the photos, he's wearing military-style garb and carrying an AK-47. He also frequently posts messages of support for Palestine. Houthi militants, frequently referred to as pirates in the West, are striking militant Western ships in retaliation for their military support of Israel's ongoing siege of Gaza. But many of the videos in his Instagram reels are self-made fan cams where still photos of him in fashionable dress cycle over electronic music. There's no proof that Al-Haddad participated in the capturing of Galaxy Leader, but Houthis did capture the vessel on November 19th, 2023. Footage of the influencer touring the ship first appeared on his Instagram on November 29th, 2023. In the wake of its viral success, accounts linked to Al-Haddad remixed footage from his Galaxy Leader trip and pushed it to the top of his feeds. There have been rumors that Galaxy Leader has become a tourist destination in Yemen, and Al-Haddad's posts from the ship may reinforce this idea. In multiple videos on Instagram, he walks the deck and bowels of the ship, showing it off and posing. In the background of many of these videos, you can see other people doing the same. The ship appears to be crawling with people posing and taking photos. Al-Haddad's posts may just be the first that have taken off in the West. Motherboard found several social media accounts on Instagram and TikTok, for example, linked to Al-Haddad that have been taken down either by the user that owns them or by the platforms. The Houthis were designated as a terror group under the Trump administration, a decision that was rescinded under Biden in 2021. The Houthis are still not officially designated a terror group in the US, although Biden referred to them as a terrorist group last week. Fickle Western social media audiences love a mix of the military and sex. The Israeli military knows this, which is why they've been pushing thirst traps of its soldiers online for years. In the US, there's been a marked increase in e-girls wearing American military regalia, posting about life in uniform. The most famous of these is Lujan, an influencer who posts sexualized imagery while explaining the ins and outs of propaganda. On a real one, Stop Sexualizing the Houthis, Comrade Mika, the user who posted Al-Haddad's viral TikTok, said in a follow-up post on X. Hey. While al-Haddad posts and social media thirsts, the US continues its bombardment of Houthi locations in Yemen, where militants have been striking at American and British ships in retaliation for their military support of Israel's ongoing siege of Gaza. 2 US Navy SEALs are presumed dead after a raid looking for ballistic missiles in the Red Sea. The 25-member crew of the Galaxy Leader remains in Houthi custody. Wait, they fucking kidnapped the crew! Of course they... Wait, fuck, man. They still... Fuck. Oh my god. Bro. And this guy was on the ship. Oh. Okay. You've been saying this every stream. Yeah, well, I don't pay attention to everyone in chat. Get over it, bitch. All right. Okay. Okay. I guess we should start talking about what happened then, shall we? So, November of 2023, the Houthis, who control a substantial part of Yemen, a minority of the territory, but the majority of the populated parts, a rebel group that fights against Saudi and the UAE primarily. They were designated as a terrorist organization by the United States up until 2021 when it was revoked after things started to calm down. The United States has just today decided to redesignate them as terrorists because as a response to the fighting in Gaza between Israel and Hamas, they have decided to attack civilian cargo vessels in the Red Sea. They boarded the first one on November 19th. Yeah, November 19th. They boarded one with guns. They were firing drones at some other ones. They've been firing projectiles at Israel as well. Their weaponry is not great. So they haven't killed anyone, but it's probably quite fortunate. Probably quite lucky that no one's died. They claim that their intent is to save the people of Gaza from Israeli aggression. The more you know about the Houthis, though, picture unrelated, by the way, just so you know. The more you know about the Houthis is when it comes to the fighting, they don't really want the fighting to stop. I don't think. I don't think there's been any indication that they want like a bilateral ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. They want Israel to lose a war against Hamas. They want Hamas to win. They want Israel to be destroyed completely, whether that's by force or by politics, or most likely by force. Yeah, that's what they want. And they wanted to weaken Israel's capabilities in that war. That's what they want. This is like their slogan. They're pretty clear about it. God is the greatest. Death to America. Death to Israel. A curse upon the Jews. See, they hate the Jews so much that they mention them twice. Victory to Islam. So, one of the vessels they boarded was taken to shore to Yemen, and it was apparently became a tourist attraction where people have been boarding it and taking pictures and videos, making little TikToks with it. The crew, I just learned this right now, the crew of Galaxy Leader, the cargo ship that was seized, are still in captivity for almost a month now, like 25 of them. It seems to be the case that a lot of these vessels that were attacked by the Houthis had nothing to do with Israel. Some of them were under ownership of Japan, or like flagged with the Bahamas, or one was like Indian. Or one was from Liberia. Yeah, it's so they're a pretty. I feel like there's a big effort being made by people to kind of project their own political desires and their own preferences onto the Houthis, because there just isn't, it's not very accessible, like exactly what they're saying all the time. So the idea is that some people have interpreted the Houthis' actions as like a non-violent BDS-style blockade of only Israeli ships because they want to put pressure on the rest of the world to stop supporting a genocide in Gaza. That's like their version of the story. But that's actually not what the Houthis want at all. It seems to be what the Houthis are doing is indiscriminately firing rockets at Israel, hoping to hit something. Iron Dome stops it. And also indiscriminately attacking civilian vessels, blocking trade in the Red Sea, forcing ships to go round, meaning that everyone's prices go up eventually, and kidnapping crew members. That's kind of what they're actually doing. And with the express goal of destroying Israel. That's what they want. They want Israel to get fucked off the map. Militarily, seems to be what they're going for. They're doing it quite badly, but I don't think you really get let off the hook for trying and failing. And this guy has emerged on the internet because he's a TikToker, a YouTuber, a social media influencer who was taking selfies and little promo videos of himself on the captured vessel. He has been prematurely, I think, labeled as a pirate or a Houthi militant. The fact of the matter is, we don't know if that's the case at all, actually. We don't really know that much about this person, full stop. We do know that he likes to pose with guns and other such weaponry, military gear. We know that he posts videos from himself on this ship saying, ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. So we know he said that. I think this might be the one. No, that's not the one. There's one where he's got like a voiceover on it. Where's the voiceover? This one.
أتتوعدنا بما ننتظر يا ابن اليهودية أما والذي رفع السماء بلا عمد فإن نواضح غزة تنتظركم.
Now, you might have noticed a word in there, Yehudia. So what he's saying there, this is from a speech from like 2014. I think it's saying, Arabic translations are sketchy, but I think he's saying, why are you threatening us with what we're waiting for, son of the Jew? That's what he's saying. And then something about going into Gaza. Oh, wait. I swear by who carried the skies without pillar, the streets of Gaza await you. It's in the context of Israel when they were going to do a ground invasion into Gaza in 2014. Son of the Jew. I don't really know how common that phrase is, but yeah, that's what Yehudia means, Jew. So it's like son of the Jew. Why are you threatening us with what we're already waiting for, son of the Jew? As in like, martyrdom. So could be a bit of a LARPer. Could also be a Houthi militant. We don't know. It's probably quite irresponsible to. Hang on. Where's the? There's one more. I think it's actually. I think it's. Sorry, no. I was looking at some of his Twitter posts the other day, or earlier today. I think it's actually kind of unlikely that he is a Houthi because he visited Saudi in 2023. See, that's him with the cube, the holy cube. And I don't really know how he would be getting into Saudi with if he's actually like from the Houthis. I don't know. But a sympathizer, 100%. He is a Houthi sympathizer, for sure. That's why he's been going around social media talking about like that's why he went on tour of that boat, and he's like quite proud of what the Houthis are doing. Yeah, that's like he's at the very least a Houthi sympathizer / like independent propagandist, I suppose. And he was interviewed by none other than an occasional friend of the show, Hassan Piker. Hassan interviewed him with an Arabic translator. and gave him the most softball puff piece style interview I've ever seen. It's so ironic. Like the defenses that we're seeing of this guy so far are that like all he's really said online is that like he just wants to help the Palestinians. You know, he's just anyone who wants to help the Palestinians. We're a friend of yours. Like even like anti-Zionist Jews. Like I think he was one of Hassan's questions to him, and it's just really interesting to see that this guy who claims to be at least like some form of influencer is just kind of like potentially quite like possibly taking all of these like Western supporters for a ride, because the fact of the matter is, we don't actually know anything about this guy. We don't know what he's done. We don't know what he really believes. Like, we don't know any of this. And people are just projecting their own wishes, like, of what they want him to be, because I guess he's like a handsome young fucking freedom fighter, I guess. And so everyone's just kind of injecting their own ideology like onto him, which is very odd to me. I've noticed basically everyone has already like planted their flag in the dirt, saying that he's got like nothing to do with the Houthis. He's never done any fighting or anything like that. Like that's kind of like the message that we're being told now from people. I don't really think it matters to fight people on that particular issue, because I guarantee you, everyone who is currently saying that this guy is not a Houthi fighter, if it turns out that he is, they'll all just turn around and say it's base that he is. That's it. But don't know anything about him. Don't actually really care all that much. Because personally, I am a what do you call it? A determinist. You know, I believe that we are products of our environment for the most part. I believe that if I'm not going to purity test or like dig deep into this guy who is like probably like 19 to 21 years old, most it seems, who grew up in Yemen, who probably lost like half of his fucking loved ones to a Saudi cluster bomb. I don't know. I feel like in those circumstances, half of you dipshits would join the Houthis as well and be like this guy, maybe even worse. I don't know. Or at least support them or sympathize. Like, whatever. I'm not really gonna do that. What I do think is probably worth purity testing or judging is a Western millionaire influencer with the largest political streamer platform on Twitch taking this guy on for a softball puff piece where they talk about anime. And apparently, like, I haven't seen the full thing, but apparently they laugh about, like, drugging the captain of the captured vessel or taking drugs. Like, I don't know. It's just like kidnapping civilians. You're kidnapping them and taking them as hostages. I don't know. That's kind of fucked up to me. That's kind of fucked up. Because again, we don't know anything. Hassan definitely doesn't. We don't know anything about this guy. We don't know what he's done. We don't know anything about what he believes or what he's done. We don't know anything. But it seems to be the most charitable interpretation of him, based on his own words, is that he is a quasi-independent propagandist for the Houthis. That seems to be like the best faith interpretation of who he is. I don't know. It's just weird. The kind of the energy that people have when it comes to sex and war being combined, like by using attractive people to front, because again, it's what the IDF does. The IDF will put their most good-looking members on camera and put them around Twitter and shit like that to make people sympathize with them more. Like the IDF waifu. You realize that like it's the same kind of shit, right? Yeah. Golly. So, I don't know. Yeah, a best faith interpret. Like again, he could just be on the LARP brigade, saying that he's like ready for martyrdom whilst carrying a bunch of weaponry and appearing on a captured vessel about 10 days after it was captured, and joking about meeting the kidnapped crew members. Yeah, it could all just be a LARP. Yeah, it could be. I just find it so strange that the people right now who are denying flat out, who have decided, who have concluded that this guy is definitely not a Houthi fighter, are the same people who said that Kyle Rittenhouse was a white supremacist because he did a photo with the Proud Boys. And I guess because they think he killed black people, half some of them, I don't know. Yeah. I feel like people are quite quick to drop these labels on people based on who they take photographs with or what their Facebook groups are and shit like that. But for this guy, you know, we're just like, nah, you know. This guy's definitely legit. Yeah, I don't. Oh, God. Aren't guns a super common part of Arab life? Yeah, it's again, that's why I'm saying we don't know. Yeah, it's not uncommon for people to have guns in the Middle East. I don't really know if, again, I don't really know about this kind of garb, though. I don't know how common it is to run around Arab countries dressed like this and not be a militant. I don't know if that's like a regular old thing, but because he looks fairly decked out. But we don't know, and I don't think it's responsible to take him on for like a puff piece interview when you don't know, because you might end up looking quite silly when, if anything else comes out about him. I don't know. He was asked if he's a militant, and he said no. Wow, yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, we got him. He said no on camera to an American audience. The guy said he's not actually a militant, that he's not actually, whilst a US bombing campaign is happening in Yemen where they're targeting militants. Okay, yeah, he said he's not a militant. Good one. That's conclusive. Case closed. What's your proof Hassan doesn't know? Listen, no, son, okay? If the rest of the world doesn't know, Hassan definitely doesn't know, okay? I don't know why you... What? Anyway, do I want to watch some clips from the interview, or do I want to watch the whole thing? I don't think I want to watch the whole thing, to be honest. It's just going to be cringe. He did the due diligence. That is not due diligence, my guy. That is not due diligence, okay? That's like fucking Dave Rubin taking Paul Joseph Watson on and going, so people are saying, are you a racist? No. Yeah, that's what I thought, you know. I thought people had a vibe about you, but I always thought you were more of a stand-up kind of guy. What else? People are calling you a conspiracy theorist. Are you a conspiracy theorist? No. Oh, that's great, you know, because I always thought some people had a kind of misguided misapprehension that you were some kind of a conspiracy theorist. Okay, come on, bro. Come on. You guys are suckers. Well, some of you anyway. Let's maybe start watching and just see if we get bored. I'm going to say, respectfully, pretty silly thing for Hassan to be doing, I would say. My humble opinion.
I'm trying to interview the young Yemeni, in quotes, pirate who's a TikToker and need help. How the fuck are you going to interview him? I'm going to interview him by having someone who speaks Arabic on. Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. I'm doing journalism, chat. Calm down, okay? Here, this is the guy. Yeah, Timothy Chalamet. Brogan is definitely going to find someone. Wait, you are not posting this in the Discord. That's crazy. I was wondering why I got a notification. Thanks, Frogan. You're doing brilliant work back here. Let me just DM him again and say, I am trying to find someone to translate our conversation. What platform is best to talk on? Is that a good way to say it? He said Instagram. Okay, that works. He said, Hasna, wait a few minutes until I set up the lighting. Bro, this dude is a professional, dude. He said, wait a few minutes until I set up.
Look, he's so excited to be talking. Like, this is not journal. It's, yeah, I guess it's like, I guess if Hassan calls himself a propagandist, you know, like, yeah, Hassan just likes this guy. He's a fan. Let's see. This is a fan cam interview. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go.
Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
One Piece, like, is that an organization?
No, One Piece is an anime.
Oh, okay. أول شيء بقول لك إنه ممكن هذا السؤال يكون شوي أهبل، بس بسألك تعرف شو هو ون بيس؟ عمرك سمعت بون بيس؟
أكيد يعني منذ الطفولة وأنا أشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god, dude. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
بقول لك حسن إنه.
Okay, this is a stupid question.
So again, it seems like Hassan is on board with the Houthi thing anyway. Comparing the Houthis to an anime character. This is the due diligence interview again from this guy who seems to support the Houthis. Might even very well be a member or a militant. It's not impossible. It's far from impossible actually. Yeah, that's the journalistic diligence, is it? Jesus Christ, I don't even. Oh God, I wonder what would happen if you told like Karl Marx that one of the loudest voices of American socialism in the 21st century would be like people, again, not just Hassan, it would be a trend for people to align themselves with like Islamist radical militants who attack civilian vessels and have child soldiers and like, what the fuck? Who detain and abuse like African migrants who pass through the area, and who are literally like backed by an Islamic theocracy. And those would be your guys. Oof. Listen, Karl Marx, you think religion is the opium of the people? Well, I got something to tell you about what your movement's going to be supporting in 200 years. Jesus. What a world. Thirst traps are the opiate of the people. Oh God. I don't know. It's a very strange timeline. I don't feel like I feel like it could barely have been predicted 50 years ago, let alone like yesterday. Like the day before yesterday or yesterday, I didn't even know this until today. Someone told me yesterday there's going to be an incredibly handsome Houthi supporting Zoomer who poses in military gear talking about how he's ready for martyrdom and bragging about meeting fucking kidnapped civilians from a cargo vessel, and he's going to get promoted by one of the by the largest thought leader of Twitch socialism. Oh God. Now what I want to know now, what I would like to know now is pre 9/11, let's say pre 9/11, be generous. How many socialists would have been willing to have friendly interviews with bin Laden? I don't know. Maybe just after reading the letter to America. even though half of it, like that letter that everyone was simping over, even though it's just him like blindly schizo posting about American foreign policy, half of which is like completely ahistorical and inaccurate, saying that America helped the Russians in Chechnya and shit. Like, okay. And also saying the reason he hates America is because they're degenerate and LGBT and he hates like, yeah, I don't know. And also that they're run by the Jews. He did say that as well. He hates America because they're degenerate and they're run by the Jews. Oh, God. Well. So fire. Oh, God, they love... Hassan's chat loves it, obviously. God. Anyway.
Up the lighting, dog. Let's see if this works. I'm calling now. Oh my God, it's working. All right. So what do you want me to call you? Foda? Is that how I say your name?
No, it's Fuad.
Fuad? Oh, Fuad.
Yeah.
Okay, Fuad. What's our friend's name here? I don't know. Can you ask him?
راشد. اسمك راشد صح؟
أيوة راشد.
Rashid. Okay, Rashid. How old are you? Where are you from originally in Yemen?
قد إيه عمرك ومن وين أنت في اليمن؟
عمري 19 من محافظة إب.
He's 19 and he's from Ib Governorate.
Okay, nice. Okay. How is he taking everything? How is he taking in everything so far? Because he's seen the news articles.
يعني شو إحساسك هلا إنه هل شفت التغطية على الأخبار؟ هل قرأت المقالات عنك؟
والله يعني شيء طبيعي يعني ما في أي تأثير يعني أهم شيء إن إحنا نوقف مع القضية الفلسطينية هذا أهم شيء.
He says he's fine and everything is normal and the most important thing is that they stand with Palestine.
Yeah, absolutely. What is the mood in Yemen overall since America started bombing positions in Sana'a and other places?
كيف معنوياتكم في اليمن وكيف الإحساس يعني بالشعب هلا باليمن بعد ما بلشت أمريكا بالقصف؟
والله شيء طبيعي يعني ما في أي خوف ولا أي تأثير يعني أصلا متعودين على هذا من قبل 11 سنة يعني شيء طبيعي ما في أي شيء.
He's saying that it's pretty usual. They've been used to this for 11 years now and they're not scared.
That's crazy. Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
أول شيء
Oh, that came in like right at the beginning. Jesus Christ. Before checking anything. Straight to the One Piece. A gooner. Oh, Arsenal. Oh, shit. Click on the next ones. There's not next ones. That was just the single one.
إنه ممكن هذا السؤال يكون شوي أهبل بس بسألك تعرف شو هو ون بيس؟ عمرك سمعت بون بيس؟
أكيد يعني منذ الطفولة وأنا أشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
بقول لك حسن إنه اللي الحوثيين عم بيسووه زي اللي لوفي اللي بيسويه لوفي.
يعني والله الصدق يعني احنا يعني اهم شيء ان احنا واقفين يعني مع فلسطين يعني ما يهمنا يعني ون بيس او اي شيء يعني احنا يعني السفن احتجزوها عشان القضيه عشان فلسطين بس عشان ايقاف الحرب في فلسطين يعني ليس على اي شيء او غنائم او اي شيء.
He's saying that again like the only motivation that they have is to their solidarity with Palestine and to stop the attack on Palestine and it's not for any kind of
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm saying it's a good thing. I understand. So that's what he's saying that the reasons as to why there have been any sort of interceptions on vessels is due to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Tell him it's not for loot. I know it's not for loot.
بقول لك هو بيعرف انه ما عم بتوقف السفن عشان
Why are we assuming that? Why do we know it's not for loot? Why do we know they're not looting the ship? What the fuck? And I guess that also that they're keeping the crew captive for 25. You know what this is? Bro, I'm sorry. This is actually fucking like Orientalism. This is like just deranged fucking Orientalism. It's this idea that like there's so little thought and so little interest going into what the Houthis actually do or what this guy actually thinks or what he supports. It's just like asking every question and like just assuming he just believes exactly what I do. He's just doing it exactly how I would have done it. Like, what the fuck, man? I don't know. I feel like I would be really embarrassed. Like if, oh shit. Why? Why is there no looting? Is this guy, is it just like, is all Houthi action just like noble? Is that what we're just assuming now? Like, even if you didn't view them as like a terrorist organization or if you didn't oppose them completely, it's like the Houthis are part of a war in a very poor part of the world. Like, I don't, like fucking normal armies engage in looting, let alone like armies of like liberal democracies that have some level of like people being reprimanded and shit like that, are like who don't even need the loot will loot. But we're assuming these guys don't. The noble pirates, yeah, I guess so. Shit.
تاخذ منهم شيء بيعرف انه سبب انه حجز السفن عشانكم ضد الاباده الجماعيه اللي عم بتصير بفلسطين.
ايوه صح.
Yeah, he acknowledges that.
I'm at a loss. I mean, I don't know if he can answer this or not, but as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible though.
Yeah, I feel like you can ask it pretty directly.
I feel like I don't even, I don't know. I like it how the One Piece like befriending question came before even asking if he's part of the Houthis. But again, it's like, I don't really, you would never do this in any other situation. Like Dave Rubin used to do this. He used to take on white supremacists, like race realists or anti-Semites or whatever the fuck. And his way of getting around it would just be like, I don't know, people tell me you're an anti-Semite, but are you? And they're like, no. And then, well, okay, just proceed to talk for the next two, like, come on.
راشد حسن بدي يسألك أنت يعني منضم لأي من المجموعات يعني أنت بتعتبر حالك من أنصار الله ولا بتعتبر حالك بس يعني شخصية على التيك توك ولا يعني
He literally did ask, I don't know, I feel like a more stringent interviewer if they actually wanted to find out, for example, would be maybe to ask why he's got stuff on his Twitter saying that he's ready for martyrdom or why he's posing in military gear. Like maybe those kinds of questions. Or what his opinion of the Houthis are, or oh, what do you think of like their slogan, or what do you think of them doing this, or this, or this, or this? I guess Hassan's not going to ask him that though. Probably not going to ask this guy's opinions on child soldiers, or on like Islamic fundamentalism, or on fucking attacking civilian vessels and capturing the crew, because I guess he supports that part apparently. I don't even know why people in chat, like one or two of you, are assuming that this is any different from how a normal journalist would handle this, like a responsible journalist. Like, fuck.
يعني بده يعرف شو الرابط بينك وبين أنصار الله.
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
What led him to go to one of the ships?
I would also maybe be a little bit fucking suspicious of someone who is like just simplifying. Normally, if you have an opportunity to speak about your ideas, right, what you stand for, is you would elaborate a bit, because this is your one chance. The fact that he is keeping everything like really close to his chest, like I'm just a Yemeni who supports Palestine, that's it, because clearly he has other opinions about other issues and things like that, or what he supports and what he disapproves of. Again, it's like, oh, I'm just an American who loves democracy. I'm just an American who loves my country. Like, yeah, okay. Normally you would ask a bit more than that. Yeah.
personally? Like, what were some experiences that he had that caused him to want to go?
حسن بده يعرف شو هو.
That is not normal in Arab culture. We do not go around with guns. I don't know if it's normal in like in Houthi-controlled Yemen, though. Is it? But what I would imagine is if you're in Houthi-controlled Yemen, would you be allowed to walk around with guns if you were not part of the Houthis? Do they have like local militias who are independent of the Houthis, or like separate militias that are support the Houthis but aren't formally members? Again, we know that he supports the Houthis. Like, we know that. And he's... He was on the ship. He went on the ship after, like, 10 days after it was docked, though, after it was taken to shore. So apparently other Yemeni civilians have been going onto the ships and taking pictures. Like, that's been a thing.
Loner box.
He is also saying, I don't know if all the, if average Yemeni civilians in Houthi territory are allowed to meet the hostages, though. Would that be normal? Is it normal for civilians to, because he did say that he met the hostages, didn't he? Are the hostages, are they part of the tourist attraction?
هو اللي دفعك على زيارة السفن هاي، وشو التجارب اللي مريت فيها اللي خلتك تهتم بهذا الاشي، وإنه يكون جا بالك إنه تزور هاي السفن؟
والله أنا أحب المغامرات، وطبعا هذا كله لأجل فلسطين يعني، وإن شاء الله في أشياء بتكون جديدة وأشياء مثيرة أكبر.
He says he likes adventures, and he is a big supporter of Palestine, and he's looking forward to bigger and more exciting things.
Well, one, tell him that this community of mostly Americans.
Bigger and more exciting things. Like what? That's a good question. Okay.
Americans raised more than $1 million for Palestinian charities. So he knows that I'm not, some Fed or some.
حسن بدي اقول لك انه هو كمان من داعم الفلسطينيين، وهاي الجاليه اللي احنا بننتمي لها في امريكا كمان داعمه لفلسطين، وجمعنا اكثر من $1,000,000 يعني تأييد للشعب الفلسطيني. فبده يتاكد انك ما بتفكر انه هو يعني انه امريكي او يعني انه ضدك او اي شيء.
والله اقول لها يعني شكرا الله يعني، ويعني كلنا لازم نحن ان شاء الله يعني تنتصر فلسطين ان شاء الله، يعني النصر قريب لها، واحنا يعني واقفين معاهم لاخر لحظه.
واحنا واقفين معك. هذا اللي بده يحكي لك اياه حسن. He's saying that he just wants a victory for Palestine, and he acknowledges our solidarity as well.
What does he think about the fact that American media
but that, again, like, victory for Palestine meaning what exactly? Like, I think even, one person who actually thought had a really good way of putting this with Norman Finkelstein back in the day when he was talking about the BDS organization, like the organization, not as a practice, like, but the fact that the organization had their three demands, right? It was equal rights for Palestinians to live in Israel. It was right of return, and the 67 borders, but it was full right of return. So then the idea is that if you want full right of return and the 67 borders, well, then you're going to have two states, but both states will eventually have Palestinian majorities because there are a lot of Palestinians in the diaspora. And if you get full right of return, then they're all going to Israel. So they were asked, I think, what's your position on Israel? But they would say, we don't have a position on Israel. We only have a position on Palestinian human rights. And it's like, well, you kind of do have a position on Israel if you're advocating for full right of return. It means you don't want Israel to exist. And why wouldn't you say that? As far as the Houthis go, I don't think the Houthis take the human rights position. I think they want Israel to get destroyed through strength of arms. Like, that's why they're fighters. So again, I guess we support like invading Israel and conquering it militarily now, and regardless of how many fucking dead Arabs you get in exchange for trying that.
general keeps claiming that the reasons as to why the Yemeni militias are intercepting vessels is for completely oblivious reasons, like belligerent reasons, and not for Palestine. They don't talk about that at all here. How does he feel about that?
شو رأيك بتغطية الوسائل الإعلام الأمريكية للمواضيع يعني المعلقة بحجز السفن بالبحر الأحمر؟ يعني حسن بيقول لك إنه الوسائل الإعلام الأمريكية يعني بتحكي إنه أو بتدعي إنه أسباب الميليشيات اليمنية لاحتجاز هاي السفن إنه ما إلها داعي أو ما إلها أي رابط بفلسطين. شو
I guess we support defending Ukraine now, regardless of how many die. Lornabach sounds like a Russia supporter whenever he talks about Israel. Yeah, Donnie Donson, for everyone whose IQ is higher than their shoe size, it's quite easy to infer that when you talk about Ukraine winning doesn't mean Russia gets destroyed. Ukraine winning doesn't mean the end of a nation. Like, you destroy an entire country that's existed for 75 years or longer for Russia. Like, that's a bit different. Those goals are different. The parameters are completely different. If you're talking about ending the occupation of the 6-7 borders or the West Bank and Gaza, that's a different fight than ending all of it. Like, that's a very different goal. Zelensky called for regime change. Yeah, some people, if you're being invaded by a different country, you'd probably like them to have a different leader. That doesn't mean Ukraine wants to steamroll into Moscow and overthrow him, you fucking retard. Okay, sorry, wait, I think I know exactly who you are. Sorry, wait. Again, like Ukraine has a tangible goal as well. It can actually be achieved. Like, they can reclaim territory, whereas you just want like a bunch of Arabs to run face first into the fucking most powerful military in the region, where they all are most likely going to die. That's what you want. You want dead Arabs so you can fucking grandstand in their graves. Go away. Leave me alone. Fuck off. All right.
رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
والله يعني هذا كله بسبب عشان يعني يوقفوا الحرب في غزة، يعني خليهم يعانوا عشان يحسوا في غزة.
بس يعني اللي قصدي اياه انه الوسائل الاعلام في امريكا بتدعي انه يعني الحوثيين عم بتدخلوا بمرور السفن في البحر الأحمر أو عم بيحجز السفن لأسباب غير معلقة بفلسطين. فشو رد فعلك لهذا الإشي؟
والله يعني صراحة يعني هذا هو الصح، يعني إنهم يوقفوا السفن عشان هذا مؤثر عليهم. يعني لو ما كان مؤثر عليهم ما كانوا نزلوا بالتواصل الاجتماعي وقاموا بضرب اليمن.
He's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen. But like, I asked twice about the media, and he's just not like.
Okay. What has the response from Yemen been?
It's like every vessel. It seems to be, it's not just American vessels. I thought it was only Israeli vessels. Now it's American vessels? I guess so that they stop supporting it? Okay. Again, another good question you could ask here is like, okay, do they want... Yeah, so they clearly want the bombing to stop. Do they want Hamas to stop? Like, that's not... Like, I feel like the questions you could ask are so easy. In order to learn a little bit more about what the guy wants. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll never know. This is going to be the most boring conversation I've ever seen in my life. So I'm probably not going to bother. I don't even know why I'm watching this shit. It's just like, I feel like we spend a lot of time here on a very destructive path of just looking at all the bad takes. But I feel like at the end of the day, I'd probably rather spend more time just offering like a positive, like, version of events on my own, you know, whether I can just do like more history stuff or I don't know, shit. Like, this is insane though. This is absolutely insane. Let's watch a bit more. Let's watch till 10 minutes. We'll give them a third of our time to see.
Do you mean like what's the response like from the people or from the government, or
what's the response from the people, the government, like
which government?
I mean, is the people separate from the government?
راشد عم بيسألك حسن إنه شو هي ردة الفعل تاعت الشعب والحكومة في اليمن بعد ما بلشت أمريكا بالقصف؟
والله يعني قلت لك يعني إنها شيء طبيعي، يعني حتى يعني بعض الشعب اليمني فرح لأنها.
Because you can't really defend your ideas without twisting other people's words. Yeah, sure, I'll defend my ideas right now, dipshit. Yeah, okay, I think I think there's never going to be peace between Israelis and Palestinians, but unless Netanyahu goes and unless Hamas goes. Okay, I don't think this is the best way to delegitimize or to disempower Hamas. I think Israel need to fall far closer in line with like rules of war than what I think they're doing now. I don't think they're caring that much about rules of war or civilian lives. I think they could be a lot better at that. They could be a lot better at posing a positive vision towards Palestinians for peace, not just this ridiculous iron wall, bulldoze the fuck out of everyone who fucks with us kind of approach that doesn't seem to have worked very well when it comes to pursuing peace. I think if there is a change, and Qatar has already spoken about, or Egypt have already proposed ceasefires that would involve a transfer of power for the Palestinians, and it would definitely also have to necessitate getting rid of Netanyahu. And I think from that point, if that's ever achieved, then Israel is completely obligated, should be by the rest of the world, and especially its supporters, to pursue peace with the Palestinians. And to find a deal that can work for both groups. Because the fact is, there are two groups who have lived there for quite a long time. They're not going anywhere. You're not ethnically cleansing the Palestinians out of West Bank. You're not ethnically cleansing the Israelis out of Israel. Those two groups don't seem very interested in sharing a country. Not really, not now anyway. So I think in order to go forward, I think it would be more important for Israel to rein the fuck back in on the settlements. It would be much better for them to actually destroy some of the settlements, as many of them as they can. Offer any settlements that stay have to be compensated with reparations and with generous land swaps. And hopefully there can be and as for Palestinians, I think it would be much more in their interest to stop targeting Israeli civilians. If they want to use violence, I think they're entitled to use violence. I think they can focus a lot more when it comes to targeting infrastructure and making the expansion of settlements and the occupation of the West Bank more and more unfeasible. I think they're perfectly entitled to do that, even if it might risk a few. And I think the ideal outcome, I think for now, is to approach a position where there is some dialogue happening between two groups. I think the 67 borders with two states is more or less seems to be the most obvious way to do it, because that's the closest we've come in the past. And yeah, I think if we can achieve that, then maybe people can, and there's some hope of like reconciliation between the two groups. I think we'd maybe reach a situation where those borders might start to make less and less sense. I think there can be a just resolution for refugees that doesn't exclude them from ever going to Israel. I think definitely some of them can go to Israel, and I think Israel is absolutely obligated to allow that. And I don't think there should ever be a lid on it, because no one is entitled to an ethnic majority forever. And I think as you can have those two groups living side by side peacefully for a period of time, those borders would probably make less and less sense. They're incredibly arbitrary. And then you can start to smooth over softening of a border, and maybe you'll eventually end up with two states and both groups sharing the land, inshallah, provided they want to. But I think supporting fucking Houthis attacking civilian vessels and kidnapping the crew, and Hamas indiscriminately firing rockets and kidnapping people and brutalizing civilians, I don't think either of these are good strategies. I think they're good strategies if you want lots of Arabs to die, so you have content for your fucking YouTube channel. I think it's great for that. But if you actually want some kind of resolution that doesn't just involve one group wiping the other one off the face of the earth, then yeah, I don't know what I said. Yeah. That's basically where I stand. Thoughts, critiques?
أمريكا قصفت اليمن يعني فرحوا لأنهم بنواجه أمريكا يعني مواجهة يعني ضدها.
He's saying that again, like it's nothing new for Yemenis, and actually some Yemenis are like this is a weird way to put it, but he was basically saying like they were almost like honored to be like targeted by the US because they're confronting the US head on, like directly.
No, I understand that. I want to ask him questions about Saudi Arabia and UAE, and like do the people of Yemen recognize like Saudi involvement or UAE involvement in Yemen is it's an extension of American involvement or American proxies, or do they separate that?
حسن بدي أعرف إنه هل أنت يعني بتعتبر إنه التدخل السعودي أو الإماراتي في اليمن هل أنتم إنه باعتباركم هل تدخل السعودية والإمارات يعتبر امتداد للتدخل الأمريكي ولا هل تعتبروهم أشياء مختلفين؟
والله يعني ما فهمت السؤال، لكن يعني السعودية يعني احنا معاها والسعوديين اخواننا كلهم يعني، وحتى اللي ينتشر عبر التواصل الاجتماعي يعني ما في منه، ولا السعوديين والاماراتيين يعني اخوتنا، يعني ما شفنا منهم اي شيء. يعني صح انه كان حرب يعني ضدهم، لكن احنا الان اخوان يعني، وما في اي حرب بيننا وبينهم، يعني كل شيء تمام. يعني حتى اني دخلت السعودية عمرة يعني احترموني السعوديين يعني ضيفوني وكل شيء، والله تمام يعني.
He's saying that right now there's no like animosity between, like to him there's no animosity between Saudis and Yemenis and Emiratis. Like he's saying like he acknowledges that there was a war, but right now like he's saying that there's nothing but brotherhood, and he even says that he went to Umrah recently in Saudi Arabia and that he was treated normally. So he himself doesn't, I mean he doesn't, I guess, I don't know, he's not like tying the American and Saudi involvement together.
That's interesting. That's good. That's probably why it's like more. Oh, whoa. What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like I heard they tried, wasn't it called cat? The chewing, the lead? Caught.
بدي اسالك انه شو صار للطواقم اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن؟ بيقول لك انه
Are
سمع
they
انه
having a good time? Are they okay?
Does
he know?
بيقول لك انه الطواقم اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن انه كيف حالهم وايش عم تعملوا معهم.
Again, I just like, who are we hearing this from? That the crew are having a good time? Like, there's only one source that can tell us anything about how the hostages are doing, and it's the only people who know how the hostages are doing are the hostages and their captors. And I don't think the hostages are going to be allowed to go in front of a camera and tell the rest of the world how they're doing. Honestly, anyway. Jesus. What the fuck? How does this guy know? You realize they're civilians who have been kidnapped. They're civilians who have been kidnapped. What? Does anyone here want to get kidnapped? I feel like getting kidnapped would probably fucking suck. Especially by a group that doesn't really have any accountability. Not really. Like, what the fuck? Like a stateless militant group. The fuck?
عم بيستمتعوا بوقتهم.
والله الصدق يعني مستمتعين يعني كلهم يعني، وعايشين الوضع الحمد لله يعني، جو خرافي، واتمنى انتم تزوروا الجو هذا كلكم.
يعني انت شفت الناس اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن وبسألك انه جربوا القات هم جربوا قات؟
ايوه كلهم جربوا القات، حتى قبطان السفينه خزن.
He's saying they've all tried قات, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
Like either that crew is going to die or they're going to get released and they're going to tell us what it was actually like. What the fuck, man? Is this the sorry, where's my Puerto Rico vegan musician socialist to defend this shit? Like, the fuck?
No way.
he's saying he wants us to visit.
Oh, dude, I would love to one day. I am afraid of America bombs, though. That's what I'm.
Just like you, brother. This is so embarrassing. Come on, I can't. 10 minutes. Okay, we did it. We did it. Well done, guys. That was absolutely insane. What a fucking insane timeline we're on right now. Oh. Tequila sunset. Hassan, when the Houthis conscript another child bride and fire a missile at another trade ship that has nothing to do with Israel. Oh, God. What is this timeline, my guy? Okay. I'd... Why did you face Docs Lerner's dad? Hey! Guatemalan election segment. Does it matter? What was the first pogrom in Israel-Palestine? It was the Nebi Musa riots, wasn't it? 2020? When al-Husseini got the crowd to chant, Palestine is ours and the Jews are our dogs. That was when they were expecting Palestine to become part of Syria, Greater Syria, because Faisal had taken over in Damascus. Yeah. I don't think like 5 people died, maybe? 5 Jews and like, well, no, was it 5 people or 5 Jews? 5 Jews in like 4 hours or that. Is there anywhere else on the internet that's like this, where could you go into like I don't know. So 5 people, 5 total, I mean, is what I'm asking. Fuck off. Is there any like a physics community where they just get some like I don't even know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Fuck. Feeling better, still anxious. I just feel weird, man. I don't know what I'm doing here in this space. Like in the online physics community, are there like high profile like astrophysicists who bring on like a flat earther and just ask him a bunch of questions and let him that are really softball and just don't let him say anything stupid? Like, I don't know. Why is it? It's always politics where just like the craziest fucking charlatans become like the cream of the crop. Why not use examples on the right? Because I just spent the weekend fighting with fucking conservatives on, or just a couple of days ago, fighting with fucking conservatives on January 6th. Yeah, they're insane as well. Well done. They're absolutely fucking mental. But I hope you understand that it takes a lot of courage to attack your enemies, to stand up to your enemies. But it's a great deal more to stand up to your friends. And I don't know, like this is the online left in a kind of normal state. It's what they're like into now. What the fuck? The fuck? Why? Why is it so mental? He just quoted a turf. I didn't actually. That line is from the film. It's different in the book. I quoted the line from the film. Bozo. Nice try, baby. I don't know, man. I'm just... I think if I interviewed an IDF guy, like, can you imagine me getting like some IDF fucking propagandist to just be like, yeah, so, you know, you guys, you really care about Gazan civilians, you know, it's really just Hamas that you're fighting. They're like, yeah, you know, yeah, what the fuck? So why don't you? Because I'm not like a trained journalist. It's not my fucking job to interview people on like incredibly sensitive issues, especially if they're in positions that are quite like problematic and directly involved in what we're talking about. I'm not going to interview a Houthi. I'm not going to interview I guess like a Houthi social media fucking guy. I'm not going to interview an IDF person. I'm not going to IDF a fucking Hamas fighter. Why would the fuck do you think I would do that? I know what I'm responsible enough to get away with or to do properly, to do responsibly. You're just going to criticize in the background. Yep. Oh, yeah. He had Warthongs on who was past IDF. Yeah, but you know when I talk to Warthongs, I argue with Warthongs. Like, I shout at Warthongs. And we also don't argue. I don't take his word for anything. He's told me, like, from his experience, what IDF procedures are for certain things. You think I've never, like, parroted that? I've never been like, so this is definitely what the IDF does because one guy told me. Why the fuck would I do that? Become a clout demon, do it. But you've used Times of Israel as a source. Okay, razor sharp. Again, I don't know why you think bringing on a like as a Houthi sympathizing, at the very least, we don't know exactly what he like who he is or what he's done. A Houthi sympathizing TikToker who's 19 years old versus reading a Times of Israel article. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you know who else uses Times of Israel as a source? Everyone who complained about Netanyahu allowing Qatari aid money to go in little briefcases over to Gaza. Everyone who said, "Oh, Israel was using allowing Qatari money to go to Hamas and they did this to themselves," that was from a Times of Israel article. They were the first ones who spoke about that because that complaint originated from the right wing because they didn't want humanitarian aid money to go to Gaza because they thought it would go to Hamas. The left wing ate that shit up to fuck because they thought they had caught Netanyahu like funding Hamas and deliberately allowing it to happen so he could get more votes or whatever bullshit. So what an insane comparison. What a fucking brain dead compare. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be? I'm sorry. What checks and balances system do the Houthis have in comparison to the Times of Israel, a fucking mainstream news outlet? Who's going to sue the Houthis if they lie? Oh. In stream chat, apparently there's someone who said they're a soldier. Yeah, well, I'm not getting them on. Fuck them. Don't care. I'll only bring them on if they want to talk about fucking. I'll only bring them on if they want to talk about One Piece, okay? They can tell me all about One Piece, and I'll believe it. Did you already do a research piece on the Yemen Civil War? No. Again, like, I just don't feel, I feel really, I'm tired, man. I'm just too tired. Fuck. Dude literally took his Palestinian liberation claim at face value. Yeah, well, that's the problem is like, because it's not, it's even assuming that this guy that Hassan's talking to wants the same kind of one state solution that he does as well. It's like free Palestine means a million different, means like different things to different people as well. Do you have a website? Yeah, it's called youtube.com/lonerbox. Oh yeah. Get some no, wait, I've got donors to read. Hang on. Andre El Nashar, thanks for the $4.16. DYK Kyle repped the white power sign in the pics. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Luca Chance, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. And King Jar Jerk with the $5. I don't know, Lonerbox. Maybe there's a reason you're not the journalist and Hassan is Limfeo. Okay. Damn. I think that's a joke because they gave me money to say it. Like, I think that's a joke. I don't think the Houthis ever imagined this level of international support. Oh God, they are rolling in it. Oh, there's a thing here. The conflict zone has a 25-minute piece on whether or not Palestinians can expect the International Court of Justice to stop the war.
The Israel...
That might be interesting. I want to hear what some professionals are saying about it.
Hamas war moved briefly to an open courtroom in The Hague as the International Court of Justice heard accusations.
Trying to have a combative conversation with a... You're so fucking retarded. They can have a friendly conversation where they're laughing about fucking memes. You can quite easily... Can the ICJ actually do anything? Yeah, they can take interim measures and... No. I keep forgetting what the fucking word is. It's not interim measures.
Loner box. You
It's not preliminary, is it?
Puck bastard.
Is it preliminary?
Go bed.
Provisional
Sleep
measures.
much.
Jesus Christ. Oh, thanks for the $10, Dahlia. That's so generous of you. Wow. Thank you. Genocide measures. Damn, Sheer. You're off the fucking... You're out of control today. Careful. Apparently you guys want to know my takes on the Kelly Jean drama. I don't know. I watched a bit of it yesterday when I was having my food, but it was a bit weird. Don't care. Yeah, that's probably the best answer. I don't give a fuck. Okay.
Accusations that Israel had committed genocide in Gaza. Palestinians welcomed the move, including my guest, Mustafa Barghouti, in the West Bank, who heads the Palestinian National Initiative.
He's from the party that doesn't get that many votes, but they are secularist and they're also pro-non-violence in the West Bank. He's also related to Marwan Barghouti. I don't exactly know what their relation is, but they're related.
Want from the court immediately, if you allow me, is to say that there is a suspicion of genocide and to give Israel an order to stop the war.
Barghouti deplores violence against all civilians, but he reserves special condemnation for Israel. So how will the war end? How will the hatred and anger fade? And can Gaza ever be rebuilt and a better future be salvaged from all the suffering and destruction?
What the fuck is this music?
Mustafa Barghouti, welcome to Conflict Zone.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
You've said that Israel is failing in its declared aims in the Gaza war, but Jerusalem...
Sorry, I know we're supposed to do serious content, but... The Virgin Debate streamers... Is that me? Have I finally been added to the Virgin Debate streamers? In my pink shirt. Get frustrated easily and throw around terms like lolcow because their brains are too underdeveloped to comprehend Chad Sunday's omniscience. Have whiny, high-pitched voices, can read books but foolishly lack the exact bibliography necessary to be on Chad Sunday's level, care about growing their audience because they have to rely on simpery to muster even a shred of Chad Sunday's majesty, left confused and speechless when Chad Sunday repeatedly derails the conversation because they are mere insects in the shadow of a titan, pathetically use logical reasoning to tackle complex issues because they don't already know the answer to absolutely everything. Why does he have a stick and a bottle? Doesn't care What your argument is, because his 5D chess brain has already predicted your every move. Bottomless pit of testosterone has granted him a booming baritone voice like no other. Despite godlike T levels, he doesn't need to work out. A yellow belt and a stick will suffice for physical altercations. Is a master rhetorician with a superior vocabulary demonstrated through his use of glorious insults such as incurious lout. Wears the same clothes daily and sleeps in them because presentation and basic hygiene is beneath him. Gets drunk every time he streams because alcoholism is based. Has dozens of shelves brimming with books he hasn't read because he doesn't need to. Exits a conversation within 5 minutes since no mortal is worthy of his time. Okay. Decent meme. 6.5 out of 10. Did they make me more brown? They did. Who is this? Is this Cherry? It's not Cherry. This is Erudite, Supreme, me, Destiny, Chud. Who's this? Stardust. Oh, he did it. Okay, yeah. Okay. Maybe it's him. Oh. I've got an upload on the way. Nice one. Hey. All right. Can Palestinians win the genocide review?
Jerusalem insists Hamas will be liquidated and the fighting will go on until that happens. Do you seriously doubt Israel's ability to achieve that aim?
Absolutely, and not only me. I think major Israeli leaders like Azinkot, who is a member of the war cabinet, are saying the same. Netanyahu is trying to create an impossible mission by trying to destroy Hamas. Hamas is not just a military structure; it's much bigger than that. And
Elsa Adon, thanks for the 20 Swedish. Don't grieve, organize, and like the stream. Oh, thank you so much. Right. Organize, yeah.
I don't think this is a goal that should be pursued.
M for the $1.99. Thank you very much. Fair to say Tim Houthi has the same views as Fuentes. Probably on some issues, but not all issues. Again, like, I don't think he gives a fuck about Groypers, but Groypers definitely do have admiration for radical Islamic groups. Yeah, they do. Yeah, of course they do. They love that shit. As long as they're not in America, right? That's how they feel. I don't even... This fucking Donnie guy, I never even saw all the messages he was giving.
I think the right approach is to ask what can be done to end this whole situation.
Yes, but let's be clear. Hamas is a militant Palestinian group. It's classified as a terrorist organization. Germany, the EU, US. Do you really think at some point Israel will just give up the fight against it?
Israel will have to make peace with all Palestinians, including Hamas. There is no other way. Maintaining occupation is not a solution. Thinking of ethnic cleansing as a solution is also impossible. So there is only one way. And to my knowledge, Hamas would be ready to accept a Palestinian state within the ranks of the expected two-state solution if Israel wants to. But to continue this occupation will not lead to any solution or to peace.
I want to get into just what kind of future you envisage for the Palestinians a bit later. But there's been huge debate around the world about the force of Israel's response to what happened on October the 7th. You have, of course, condemned that response. But answer me this, if you will. In a single day, Hamas massacred hundreds of Israelis in the worst attack on Jews since the Second World War. Women, children, old people were murdered. Some were even raped or sexually abused first. Some of them were actually in the peace movement, as it turned out. How was Israel supposed to react to that?
First of all, let's agree that I do not accept the killing or injuring or humiliating any civilian, whether Palestinian or Israeli.
Hey.
But I don't think that the fact that 30 Israeli children were killed on that day, which is unacceptable, is a justification for killing 10,000 Palestinian children. That is unacceptable.
But you're not addressing what Hamas did.
Yeah, I think with I would really it gets me a very like disheartened when because I don't dislike this guy. I think actually what he stands for is pretty like admirable and pretty positive. It's a bit worrying when he doesn't have an answer to what Israel should have done instead in response to the Hamas attack. Like instead of like offering what the like positively what the alternative would have been. It's like, is it because he thinks there wasn't one, or because the answer would be too uncomfortable to give, or because I don't know.
And the history did not start on the 7th of October. The big question here is how many Palestinians have been killed since 1948? And what happened before the 7th of October? If we have time, I can describe that. But I think the message that Palestinians were receiving, that Israel does not want peace, does not want to allow a Palestinian state and end occupation. And Netanyahu stood in the United Nations and carried the map of Israel showing the annexation of not only West Bank, but also Gaza and the Golan as Syrian-occupied heights. Netanyahu is declaring every day that he is the best prime minister to prevent a Palestinian state. So what is the solution to end all violence? Is it to continue bombardment of Gaza, which has already taken the lives of 29,000 people, if we include the people under the rubble? Or to find a different way?
Yeah, but you haven't answered my question, which was how was Israel supposed to respond to what happened on October the 7th? We can get into the history, and we will get into the history, but what kind of response would you expect Israel to have made? And didn't Hamas expect that it would be exactly what happened? Exactly what happened.
Look, Israel responded with bombardment of Gaza continuously for 3 weeks, using all types of airstrikes. They destroyed 70% of all houses in Gaza. You know, according to most recent Israeli reports, during the Second World War, Germany had only 10% of all the homes in Gaza, in Germany destroyed. During the whole Second World War, Israel did not do anything proportionally. They did total disproportionate reaction.
Well, what would have been proportionate? What would have been proportionate?
But you know what would be proportional is to say to the world, enough is enough with this terrible violence. We don't want this to continue, and Israel is ready to end occupation. I am a medical doctor, and I know that you can kill the patient if you concentrate on.
Well, that's an answer. That Israel should have responded by saying enough is enough, we're ready to end occupation. Would that have worked? I don't know. I hate it because this guy is like in a very difficult position as like the non-violent, secular, like leftist advocate and all that. Like, he's not very popular in Palestine, I don't think. Even though he gets a lot of media attention, I think in polling he gets like couple of percentage points, maybe it's like 10-15 at the most. I don't even know if it's that much. But yeah, but obviously like what he's saying there is Israel could very well have said this is, enough is enough, let's stop the violence. Would that have stopped let's end the occupation? Would that have stopped Hamas from like trying again, only this time with a state? Or I don't know, fuck. Oh, it's quite sobering. What are some good I don't fucking know. That's why I don't yeah. Where I am now, honestly, is it just sounds like they had to have a war with Hamas. I don't know, but they just shouldn't have, like, obviously the way they conducted that war, I think, was unacceptable. Like, when they started off by cutting off all the fucking water and electricity and shit like that, saying that they were fighting human animals, I think that was pretty deplorable. And also that they are very, very willing to accept, like, insane levels of collateral damage when they're in their strikes. But I don't know if there's any way, like, around them actually just fighting Hamas into the dirt. Like, I don't know. I don't know what else they should have done at that point, because once you reach October 7th, you're at like, you're through the fucking Rubicon, And I don't know what any other alternative I've heard is. Yeah, it's just really sad. And I think it's the thing that's it's so hard to accept because Gazan civilians are like some of you just kind of have this image of them as like some of the least deserving people in the world, like because so many of them are so young and they've never had statehood, like they've lived pretty like fucking difficult lives, and most of them know someone who's died, and it's like, fuck. Like more than half of them are descended from refugees, and they've never had any like proper restitution for that. Like they've never had statehood, or they've never had like citizenship, or yeah. Like, Ali Bally, thanks for the 20 Swedish. Really appreciate that. Anyway.
Only on the symptom rather than the cause of the disease.
Do you not think that Hamas's aim was, as I said earlier, to provoke Israel into doing exactly what it did, provoke massive military retaliation, and then condemn Israel for it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think Hamas expected this kind of reaction. I don't think so. And maybe if they knew what was going to happen, maybe they would have revised their plans. I don't know. I am not in their minds. But I know that...
That's probably true. I don't think Hamas expected to keep control over, like, again, I know this because Hamas, come on, really? No, you guys are actually wrong. Yeah. Hamas doesn't actually, remember, October 7th was the first time ever a Palestinian militant group has captured territory, like Israeli territory. They've never done that before. Like they captured fucking villages and held on to them for like some of them for 5 days. The fighting wasn't done over the Gaza border for like 5 days. Did they really expect they would get that far? Definitely not. I don't think they expected that the IDF response would have been so slow, or that the IDF presence at the time would have been as low as it was. Yeah, I just don't think they would have expected that. I think they thought they were going to cause a lot of damage and that they were going to kill a bunch of people, and I thought that they were going to expecting to capture civilians. But when I first saw the news breaking, I was like, 50 Israelis dead, and we're like 4 hours in. I would have just been like, that's a lot. That's actually quite a lot for a Palestinian attack on Israel. 50 Israelis, that's insane. That's unprecedented. And that number went up to 1,200. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, that was, I don't think, how the fuck, I don't think anyone could have predicted that. Yeah, I thought they expected to get a few hostages, humiliate the government, get the headlines, get a cut the grass campaign in return. Yeah. That's what I thought they were expecting. Well, I remember seeing 50 Israelis dead very early on, thinking that's insane. That's a really high number. Yeah.
That we've been living through 75 years of oppression, of displacement, of ethnic cleansing, which affected 70% of the Palestinian people. I know that 70% of the population of Gaza have been refugees displaced by Israel in 1948. And I know that Gaza has been under siege for 17 years with no electricity, no water, proper water, no economy. 80% of the people who are educated were unemployed, and 70% were under the line of poverty. And what did that lead to? I know that Palestinians signed an agreement.
Is the argument about Hassan interview that he was too nice? Okay, I think you need a break. I'm sorry. I think you just need to... Why would you ask that question in that way? I think you just need a little... You just need a break. It's a little timeout. I don't dislike you, okay? I just think you need a break. Let's make it half an hour. Let's make it 24 hours. Let's just give it a break, okay? Jesus.
A peace agreement with Israel where they accepted a very painful compromise, a state on 22% only of the historic Palestine.
No way they had a plan. I know they had a plan, asshole. I know they had a plan. They sent different units to different villages, and and they mapped them all out because people who had work permits went in there to check shit out. I know that. But they also probably expected the IDF to be there within minutes, not hours. Okay? Fuck, the two things can be true at the same time. Fuck.
Although United Nations said we should have 44%, and still Israel wouldn't accept. I know that Netanyahu, who was leading this war, made it the mission of his life.
Wait a minute. In December 2000, President Clinton and Israel's Ehud Barak offered you a state. On 95% of the West Bank, 100% of the Gaza Strip with land swaps to compensate for the settlements, control of Arab areas of East Jerusalem, divided sovereignty over the holy sites.
That guy's fucking dead, man. That was a chaotic fucking throat clearing.
Provision for the return of many...
No, this isn't the napkin proposal. This is the Bill Clinton, Ehud Barak. This is the Camp David proposal, or the Clinton parameters. I don't know.
Palestinian refugees to the new state. It was, even by the reckoning of Palestinian commentators, the best deal that you were ever offered, and Yasser Arafat turned it down. So you can blame Israel for lots of things, but you have also missed opportunities along the way, and this was the largest opportunity that you did miss, wasn't it?
Listen, Tim. This is the Israeli narrative, which you have just described.
No, it's a global narrative, actually.
No, it's not. Because what made the negotiations fail then is that Israel would not accept Palestinian sovereignty over East Jerusalem. That was the main cause why these negotiations failed. And they did not accept Palestinian control over the borders in the Jordan Valley. And they did not accept exactly that they will withdraw their settlements from the occupied territories. So you spoke about one side of the narrative. There is another side of the narrative.
Have you had a better deal since then? Have you had a better offer since then?
No, my question is, why Israel?
So he's right about Jordan Valley. Israel did want to, I think that was Netanyahu's doing, was deliberately defining military installations in the Jordan Valley so that they could hold on to it for between like 6 and 20 years. The border, yeah, obviously they didn't want Palestinians controlling the border. The settlements, I mean, I don't think, did anyone seriously expect all the settlements to go? I mean, maybe that's like a red line. But the thing is, I don't know if that's exactly why Arafat said no. Yeah, because I think the right of return demand was still there. I don't know. But I guess we're never going to know exactly why, because he's dead. The other side of the narrative is that Arafat was special. Why not counteroffer? I know. He didn't. Yeah, I know. Why not, eh? That's what the interviewer would ask if he was a prepared debate bro. And there are good faith reasons he could have left without a counteroffer. There are good faith reasons. I don't know if those were the reasons he used, but... Well.
Till now, is not saying to the world and to Germany and to Palestinians what are their borders. Israel is the only country in the world which refuses to...
Like, Camp David, again, people say it was the most generous offer again, but like people don't understand exactly how many fucking flaws there were going into it. The fact that all three of the redeployments of the Oslo Accords, that the third one hadn't actually been finished, that even though it was supposed to, before the final negotiations, like again, deliberately by Israel because they wanted more bargaining power. The fact that they went into the Camp David summit not even having a shared understanding of what exactly the West Bank was in terms of percentages. So when Israel thought they were giving like a 92% of the West Bank, the Palestinians saw it as 86%. Like so much basic shit was not covered before Camp David. It was rushed. It was like panicky. There was a lot of extenuating circumstances that made it very difficult for both sides to negotiate. Yeah, it's not that simple. Yeah, anyway. Obviously, in hindsight, the world would be a very different place, I think, if it had been accepted. The other problem is it's very plausible that even if the Camp David summit had been accepted, it's very plausible that Palestinians would have said no to it anyway and would have launched the Intifada anyway. It's also very plausible that the Israelis would have not wanted it anyway. Like, Camp David could have happened and the Israeli right could have risen up against it, or they could have just elected Sharon and he would have undone it. Like, these are all feasible outcomes. Like, we don't know that like just a signature from Arafat would have been like the magic wand that would have ended everything. Like, we don't know that for sure. There are a lot of good reasons to think that neither the Israelis nor the Palestinian populations would have accepted it.
identify its borders. And Netanyahu is saying we signed Oslo Agreement. Who destroyed Oslo Agreement? Netanyahu. The man made it the mission of his life to kill Oslo and to kill the potential for two-state solution.
Okay, well, that is your narrative. That is the Palestinian narrative. You accuse me of pushing Israel's narrative, but that's yours. I want to ask you, how important to you is the charge of genocide against Israel brought by South Africa at the International Court of Justice? Do you respect that court?
Absolutely. And I do think that South Africa is correct about bringing this case, and it is not coincident that South Africa did that.
And if the court throws out the South African accusation of genocide, will you accept that or accuse the court of bias?
We will not accuse anybody of bias. We will continue to struggle to make the world understand what's happening. But if you allow me, when 29,000 people of Palestinians are killed, mostly civilians, when 10,000 children are killed in less than 3 months. And
he even said mostly civilians, which is also the IDF's line, isn't it? Like 60% civilians. Huh. I wonder if he has an opinion on how many Hamas people have died. I don't know.
And when 75% of the homes are destroyed, and all universities are destroyed, and most hospitals are destroyed, and when 300 of my colleagues, doctors, nurses, and health professionals are bombarded by Israel and killed, many of them in 104 ambulances that were destroyed, this is genocide. And when Netanyahu and many other Israeli leaders declared in the very beginning of the war that all Palestinians must be evicted from Gaza into Sinai, that is an intention not only to conduct ethnic cleansing, but to conduct genocide by bombarding the civilian population.
Israel has rejected the charge on many occasions and will have to wait perhaps several years for the court to give a final decision. There may be interim provisions that it announces, but it could take a long time.
Why do they keep counting Hamas in the casualty numbers? I mean, it obviously matters because Hamas are like it's a human being, flesh and blood, dying. Obviously the health ministry won't tell you the proportions because they don't want. It's obviously in their interest for people to just assume they're all civilians, right? Yeah. And it's in their interest to not let people let it be implied that the idea for targeting Hamas. Yeah. So, yeah. Or maybe even they don't know. Because if you're a health worker in like a Gazan hospital, like not everyone in Hamas fights in uniform. You might just have someone turn up and then you have a body there and you'd be like, maybe you don't even know if they're Hamas or not. Who knows?
The court, Tim, what we want from the court immediately, if you allow me, is to say that there is a suspicion of genocide and to give Israel an order to stop the war.
And you will still respect the court if it doesn't do that?
No. We respect the law everywhere. We have been appealing to the International Criminal Court for years now.
Mr. Barghouti, what kind of society, you talked about all the...
We respect all the courts. Until one gives us gigachat.
Horrors that have been going on in Gaza, the destruction, the death, the injuries, the lack of basic supplies. What kind of society can emerge from this war after all the physical and psychological damage, especially to children?
I think when we have such a horrible amount of damage and destruction, we have two ways. One is to make it a reason for revenge, or another way is to make it an opportunity. I believe in making it an opportunity. Germany was destroyed during the Second World War, but people rebuilt it. And we can rebuild our country. But we cannot rebuild our country when we are occupied by Israel. And
that's a very spicy analogy. But yeah.
Opinion, the whole world must see us as equal human beings to the Israelis.
When the war ends,
Sorry?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. When the war ends, you want to see Palestinian elections, you said. The current crisis, you wrote, has shown the need for Palestinians to have a unified leadership and unified interim national unity.
Is he comparing himself to the Nazis? No, I think what he's doing is he's making a comparison, which is when you don't have to be one-to-one analogous. I think he's just saying that you can have a war where an entire country gets completely destroyed and somehow there are improvements afterwards. And that's kind of difficult for, I think, a lot of people who are younger to accept that, right? Because most wars that we see, you see the destruction. We don't really see things get better though, right? We just saw America wipe out half of the Middle East after 9/11, but we didn't see half of the Middle East get better after they were wiped out, you know? Like, yeah. So we're not really used to seeing that. Like, I guess it seems to be that it used to be the case that in World War II, like a lot of countries got fucking decimated and they came out as fucking like modern liberal democracies afterwards. Yeah, like Japan and Germany, but it seems to be like a thing of the past.
Unity government. The majority of Palestinian forces and groups agree with this vision. Really? They've never been able to agree on anything like it in the past, let alone unity between rival.
They came out better because US funding. It's not just funding though. I feel like there's more to it than just funding. Gaza gets a lot of funding, or did get a lot of funding. I get it's possible that it just depends. It also depends on like who's governing them, right? Yeah.
Factions. How many promises were made about elections and then broken?
Ooh.
How many promises about Palestinian unity? Decade after decade, year after year. Never happened. Why is it going to happen now?
Because we've never been in such a difficult situation as we are today, and any responsible Palestinian politician must accept that unity is the only way out of this mess. You know me, I've been an advocate of reconciliation between Fatah and Hamas. I even mediated between them, and I was the person who managed to convince them with creating a national unity government in 2007. If that government stayed and if the world did not boycott it, we would have been now in a different situation. We went further. In 2021, we were just about to have free democratic elections for the first time since 2006. Unfortunately, Israel made every obstacle to prevent elections. They did not allow elections in Jerusalem. And the Palestinian Authority used that as an excuse to cancel elections, which was a big mistake. Had we have elections in 2021, no single party in Palestine would have gotten absolute majority.
Uh-oh.
We would have had...
Did I just get effed in the chat? You can't be having this again. It keeps going up and down. Is it back? It's jumpy. Now it's going way up to catch me up, I guess. Interesting.
To have a democratic coalition and then a government that can rule in both West Bank and Gaza, and then continue to struggle to...
Is that what my new and improved internet does now? Thank God, man.
To have independence and ending occupation.
You say that, Mr. Barghouti, but you've never shown, and the Palestinian Authority in particular has never shown much in the way of democratic credentials, have it? You look at the flagrant human rights abuses committed by its security services, the torture, the abuse, the clampdown on free speech, the endemic corruption. Was that all Israel's fault?
Yes.
It was all Israel's fault.
Not only...
they made them corrupt. They made them torture.
It's not Israel's fault alone.
Okay.
But it is largely Israel's fault because Israel wants the Palestinian Authority to be only a security coordinator for them. It's Israel's and the United States' fault in particular that they refuse to allow us to have democratic free elections.
Okay, let's talk about the United States for a moment, because their view seems to be that any agreement must contain what they call a political horizon for the Palestinians and ultimately a Palestinian state. Do you trust America to insist on that? Again, it hasn't been part of their thinking for a very long time, has it?
Unfortunately, the United States of America has lost their main opportunity to be a true mediator and a fair mediator between us and Israel. And that's why I don't think they can play that role while they are supporting this atrocity against us. And while they are participating in the war themselves by sending American soldiers to participate in it and American advisors and airplanes, etc., etc. To play a role of a mediator, you have to be impartial. In this case, the United States cannot be impartial because it is becoming a total and complete strategic supporter of Israel.
What is this? Bro, these are the same thing as incredibly talented leftist support and the Houthis refuse to acknowledge. Jesus. Golly.
Its aggression against the Palestinian people.
Mr. Barghouti, you don't have a choice here. You don't have a choice here. Whatever you think of the Biden administration, a victory by Donald Trump in November wouldn't exactly enhance the Palestinian position, would it? So you're going to need to work with Biden now, whether you like it or not. Don't Palestinian groups understand that?
We never refused to work with Biden. It's Mr. Biden who abstained from doing and fulfill his duty during the 3 years before the war started, when he continued to say that the two-state solution is what we need, but it's not time for that. And when the United States of America did nothing to force Israel to stop building settlements, which the United States of America admits, it's the main...
It's not the same thing. She's not a pirate or an RDF soldier. I'm sorry, Scarlett, my good friend. We don't know what this guy is yet. We still haven't confirmed. He could very well be a sympathetic LARPer, very much like she is. So actually they are the same thing as far as we know now, with the knowledge we have now. Don't you be a concluder, Scarlett. Don't do it.
An obstacle to the possibility of two-state solution.
Well, what if they met and fell in love? Okay, sorry.
So it's not our problem, it's their problem. But let me tell you, what happened in the West in Gaza during these days is very dangerous for the whole world. Why? Because in reality, Israel and...
Have you not seen the video? I've seen the video of him on the boat 10 days after it was boarded with a bunch of other wankers. Again, I'm not saying the evidence is stacked in his favor. I'm just saying we have no confirmation that he is an active militant. We don't know, okay? That's probably the case. It's likely. It's a far above non-zero chance. Far above zero chance. Sorry. I suppose at least I thought we don't have all the evidence and it's probably better to reserve, but now Scarlett said he's a pirate in all caps, so I suppose when you put it that way, suppose when you say it 3 times, I guess I just have to... Okay.
The United States are telling the world that we don't have international law anymore, and that the world is run by the rules of jungle. You know what that would mean to other countries in this world. It would mean if you have the power, you can do whatever you want.
Well, let's look at that. Let's look at that closer to home with you. You reject violence against civilians. You've made that perfectly clear. But
I reject violence in general. But I am a man who have been advocating nonviolence all my life.
I understand. But opinion polls in the West Bank and Gaza show growing approval for violence, what's called armed resistance. Just 2 months into the war, 60% of Palestinians said they'd back a violent struggle, up 10%
Did
from
PSR mention this guy's
conflict.
party in the last poll, I wonder? PNI. I know Marwan Barghouti is still top, but is this guy PNI? Palestinian National. Nope, they were not mentioned. There must be something though. Hang on.
Palestinians tired of fighting? They really want more?
Palestinians support resistance, it's true. And they believe that military resistance, at this time, a big majority of think that military resistance is more effective, mainly because Israel killed the other way, which is peace through negotiations. They've watched Mr. Abbas and his government trying to negotiate with Israel for 30 years, signing the Oslo Agreement, making huge compromises, and then getting nothing but humiliation and Israel's violation even of the little authority that the Palestinian Authority has, depriving it from any authority whatsoever, invading all Palestinian cities in the West Bank, including Ramallah. We're talking not only about Gaza, but also about the West Bank. You know, in the West Bank, the Israeli army has killed already more than 540 people since the beginning of last year.
Jesus.
And it goes on. And settlers are attacking us, and settlers are receiving weapons from the Israeli government. So the question, and Hamas is not governing here.
Yes, but look at it from the other side. Whatever Israel did, Hamas was committed to its destruction, wasn't it? The August 1988 covenant made that clear. There's no solution, it said, for the Palestinian question except through jihad. Initiatives, proposals, and international conferences are a waste of time. Fact is, Hamas never wanted to talk. It only wanted to fight, and by all accounts, it still does. Isn't that the truth?
Not exactly, because yes, there were such statements before, but I know exactly.
He's going to bring up the 2017 charter. I'm pretty sure the 2017 charter is still very much like river to the sea and fuck Israel. I don't know, yeah. But also, I don't think. Yeah, it's just they're clearly more still in line with the. I know it's not a charter. I know it didn't supplant the old one. And yeah, and the guy that said the old charter was like a thing of the past, literally like fucking got kicked out like 5 days later. So I don't know
exactly how Hamas thinks, because I met with them in all the negotiations we had. I even managed to convince them with nonviolent resistance for more than 5 years. During which time all they did was peaceful demonstrations, and they were attacked viciously by the Israeli side. Yet, I tell you what they can accept. What was included in the National Unity Program of our National Unity Government in 2007, and it was clear, a Palestinian state on 1967 borders, including East Jerusalem, and application of the UN resolution about the right of return for Palestinian refugees.
And they'd stop the violence if they got it.
Of course. Of course.
It's not what they said in 2017. They said there shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. So again, nothing to discuss, nothing to talk about.
So, and let me tell you what Mr. Smotrich said, who is the finance minister in Israel. And you can't say he's not in the government. That's the minister in the Israeli government. He said, he called himself, he wasn't shy away from calling himself a fascist homophobe. And he said that Israel should fill the West Bank with settlements and settlers so that Palestinians would lose any hope of a state of their own. And then they will have one of three options: either to leave, which is ethnic cleansing, or to accept a life of subjugation to Israelis, which is apartheid, or die, which is genocide. This is the Minister of Finance in Israel, and what he said was never negated by Netanyahu. Now, I and you could sit down and look for any extreme position that was expressed and say it's hopeless. I look in a different way. I see that there are rational and reasonable people on both sides who could try together to find a way out of this situation, but to accept a major principle, which is application of international law, which says occupation must end as an entry point to peace between both people.
And how likely is that? How likely is any of that?
It's very likely.
You're a lone voice in a very big wilderness, aren't you, Mr. Barghouti?
Well, I respond. I was asked this question many times, but I respond to that by asking the question: Who would have ever thought that Germans and French people would cooperate in such a way in the European Union after having so many wars? I think we, the Palestinians, like Jewish people, are very much alike. We could build a future together, rather than continue to fight each other and kill each other.
You wrote in May last year that a growing number of Palestinians believe.
The Dark Canuck, thanks for the 279 Canadian. I really appreciate that. It's me, Bornt Day, coffee on me. Oh, thank you very much.
The only solution left is a single democratic state on the
Oh.
whole of what you called historic Palestine, without occupation, apartheid, or discrimination. In other words, a one-state solution where all citizens have equal rights and equal duties. What on earth makes you think that something like that is even remotely possible?
A singular state. What on earth is that? It's like Prince Charles. Ew. What on earth is that?
Because in a situation like we have today, on the land of historic Palestine, we have about 7 million Jewish people and about 7 million Palestinians. Two people living on the same land. One side is powerful, the other side is weak. One side is an occupier, the other side is occupied. What is the solution? One of three things. The first one is two-state solution, which Israel refused to apply. The second solution is one democratic state where we can live together equally and coexist peacefully. The only third option is ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. That's exactly what Netanyahu and Smotrich are trying to do, and that's what they tried to do in Gaza. But that will not work. That's why we have one of two options. I prefer one democratic state. Why not? And as one of my best friends, Daniel Barenboim, the well-known musician, told me once, sometimes the impossible is easier than the difficult.
Ooh.
And that's why I will never stop believing that a one democratic state could be possible. I know it looks now impossible with all these feelings of revenge and vengeance, etc. But my duty as a leader is to bring hope to people rather than making them depressed.
Very briefly, because we're running out of time, just literally one word. If you can't find or don't find the solution that you're looking for,
this guy's
is
posture
October the
so
7th
funny.
going to happen again?
I hope not. I don't think violence is a solution to any other violence. I think the rational and reasonable people and smart people will always look for an alternative path.
Smart
and
people?
That's what I will continue
That's
to
you
struggle
guys.
for, so that our people eventually will be free, our people will be accepted as equal human beings, and we will have all our rights, on top of which should be freedom and dignity.
Mustafa Barghouti, thanks very much for being on Conflict Zone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like this guy. I don't agree with him on everything, but I like him. I'd vote for him. I'd vote the shit out of him. I'd argue with this guy over fucking shawarma and Fateh. Yeah, man. You want to interview him? Okay. Does he do interviews with like random wankers? He's the best PA politician I've seen speak so far. Yeah, I would say so. The fact that you're Lebanese and you hate falafel, you fucking disgrace. It's too fucking dry. I'm sorry. I don't like, yeah, fuck up. I don't like it. I feel the same about kibbeh, but at least kibbeh's fucking got protein. I don't know. I don't like falafel. It's too dry. Then dip it in hummus. But that's just, it's too dense. I don't know. It's like two dense things stacked on top of each other. Fuck. Why can't I, if I have hummus, I'm just having it with bread. Why would I put falafel in it? Like, why? Do you like hummus? I mean, yeah, I'm gonna make my own soon. I've got like I've got a new blender, and I've got a bunch of the ingredients and Lebanese cookbook that I was given for Christmas. So I'm gonna ram it all together soon. Wait, Vosh has a Yemen strikes debate. Oh no. Not for a while, though. Cooking stream when? I'm not cooking stream, no. You know what I want to see next? I want this guy, Kamal, to do his Hassan Houthi video. I think that'll be a good video essay. That'll be very funny. Has he done one yet? No. He's behind the curve. Damn, he got 220k views. What a dude. You want Ethan to talk to Hassan about it? Oh my god, that would be fucking... I know I added the talk to Hassan bit. Yeah, I don't know. The interviewer is heroically bad faith. I don't think he was being bad faith. I think if you're an interviewer, you're supposed to ask the difficult questions. You're supposed to ask the questions that they don't want to answer. Yeah, that's to show to show the flaws in what they're arguing. And there was a few questions that he didn't really seem comfortable answering, but he got through it. You know, you show the audience like basically the best and the worst of the person that you're presenting, and yeah, I think he carried himself fine anyway. Like Mustafa. He also has that very aggressive British old manny battle stance. Like the hunch. The old manny hunch. Yes, well. You're really in a minority there, aren't you, Mustafa? It seems to be apparent that non-violence is a rather unpopular position amongst the Palestinians. None of you could handle that kind of grilling. What's this? I think they got on as well. Wait, weren't they oh, no, whatever. Okay. You'd be apologizing for America. True. What is this?
Particularly with the start time, it was basically like a particularly with the start time. It was basically like I believe like it was like 2-3 weeks that it was like nothing nationally was moving.
I'm sorry. No, hold on. I'm sorry. No. No. Hold on. No. I'm sorry. Okay. Eat razor blades. Okay. Republicans denied the start of the pandemic over and over and over again. They fought tooth and nail to resist every single fucking measure. I would jump off a fucking cliff before giving the death cult lunatics credit for anything related to COVID. Fuck that. I hope the next pandemic has like a 50% fatality rate. Okay. So that we lose half the voters of this fucking party. There's no shot that I would ever give a fucking conservative any credit whatsoever for anything related to COVID. That's fucking wild, okay? They shit on the vaccines. They said that COVID was fake initially. They said that there were no cases here when tens of thousands of people were infected in New York. Like, it was lie after lie after lie after lie. And then after all of that, do you think I'm going to give Trump or any conservative...
Particularly with the start time?
Oh, why did it end? Eat razor blades. Jesus. Oof. Was there any no, the gap was too high, wasn't it? It wasn't really COVID that got Trump to lose, was it? I don't think COVID killed that many Republicans disproportionately that that's why Trump lost. I don't think that's why. It kind of did. I mean, it obviously killed more Republicans, but I don't think it killed enough that it made the difference. Did it? Yeah. It was BLM. Was BLM the reason that Trump lost? I've never heard that before. Some people saying yes, some people saying no. Scandals. Polls pre and post BLM. Huh. Because there wasn't really any silver bullet, was there? There wasn't like a massive Trump particular scandal that got him fucked, was there? There's just abortion. Wait, no, didn't Roe v. Wade go away under Biden? Eh? He was like being very fucking rampant with the protesters, with the whole like clearing them away so he could do his Bible pose and shit. It wasn't Roe v. Wade. Hang on, what if I just Google why did Trump lose? What does BBC say about it? Are there exit polls? Roe v. Wade might be the thing that helps Biden win a re-election. I think if Biden wins a re-election, it'll be mostly because of Roe v. Wade. I think. Exit polls 2020 election, Trump. Why did Trump lose? Time magazine has a thing. BBC has a thing. Let's see. 5 reasons Biden won the election. 70 million votes. They don't really have... let's see 5 reasons. What are the 5 reasons? COVID, okay. Low-key campaign. Anyone but Trump. They're not listening to BLM. The fact that he said that, well, no, this isn't even including one that I would have thought of, which is him telling his voters not to do mail-in ballots during COVID. Yeah, that mattered. Stay in the center. Biden's competition came from the left. Centrist strategy. Trump was too polar. It's also that populists just don't tend to stay popular for that long. Because every populist leader, no matter how popular and how exciting they are, the result of them getting power is always underwhelming. The result of them gaining traction is always underwhelming. And people get bored and they fuck off. Or they can't keep up the momentum for long enough because they lose voters faster than they gain more ones. That happened to the Nazis as well. They lost a couple of million votes before and after their... they had one big win, and then they lost like 2 million votes shortly after that. So the last fair and free election they were part of, they'd lost 2 million votes. And then they went up for the 40 fucking percent. They went into like the early 40% after clamping down on all their opponents when it wasn't really a fair election. So BLM... Well, this might be interesting. When did BLM... When did George Floyd die? 25th of May, 2020. Oh, he is like this is here. It's really quickly. Yeah, look at that split. 25th of May, 48. You get like a week later. And then it just keeps on shifting. That's okay. Throughout the whole summer. And I wonder when did the BLM riots start? I think Trump maybe gained a little bit from that. When did they start? When did the rioting become like? When did that escalate? Or when did BLM support start to drop? Actually, Kenosha riots. Because they were like August. Like there were riots right away, but they escalated massively, I think, throughout July and August. And it feels like there was some point where people were like, the rioting needs to stop. But then even that didn't really help very much. Because I remember people were worrying that if the riots continued all the way through to the election, Trump could maybe win off the back of that. But that's interesting. So was it Trump's response to BLM, or was it just that BLM brought like left-wing politics to the forefront with the anti-racism stuff? That's what it really... Because I guess that's where the big fucking rift started, and it kind of stayed there, and this kind of thing as well. Interesting. Do you think you would gain or lose viewers if you started focusing on UK politics? It seems to be like whatever I do, I get between 800 and 1,200 viewers. So, I don't know. When the looting starts, the shooting starts. Yeah, that's not popular, I don't think. Portland didn't help, yeah. Oh. I wonder if I could trace this as well. Did the wave happen? USA. In the USA, when did the second COVID wave started in June as well? But no one seemed to care about that for the first month. Or unless it was late June. I would probably lose viewers if I did UK politics, but it depends on what's happening in UK politics. The problem with UK politics is fucking boring. Like, it's just... The biggest scandal in UK politics has been Rwanda for the last, like... What? And it seems like the best case they can get for... the best scenario they can get for Rwanda, like, for themselves as conservatives, is they can... What? They can... get a few people to shit themselves, and then it reaches the end, and then they lose legally because it's such a legal nightmare to try and deport people to fucking Rwanda. Yeah. So, like, so far they haven't actually succeeded, but they are really, really trying, and they're spending a fuck ton of money trying to do it. And they are still getting smacked in the polls, smacked around. I wonder if Rishi Sunak has actually gained any popularity now that the olden days of the British Empire are being revived as we police the seas. UK polls over time. YouGov. Give me the polls. This is only December. Fuck off. Thought YouGov update all the time on January 11th. I guess it's too early to tell. I can imagine the Conservatives maybe gaining 2 or 3 points. The Houthi guy on Instagram posing with an AK and calling someone son of a Jew. Well, he wasn't calling someone son of a Jew. He was he had a voiceover of a speech from 2014 of a political leader saying son of a Jew in response to Israel saying they were going to do a ground invasion of Gaza. That's where that comes from. I don't even know if son of a Jew or son of the Jew is like a really normal thing to say in the Middle East. I don't know. I've never heard that before. Son of the Jew. Hey, he was lip syncing it. Oh, yeah. I think he was. It looked like he was. Unless he was just saying some random shit. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, that traveling Israel video I did is somehow actually getting views. That's crazy. And it's getting a bunch of dislikes as well. People are fucking mad. Ooh. Vosh boosted the other day. Did he? What a guy, Vaush. Are you aware that your sounds like a Minecraft villager? I have been told that, but I still don't actually know what a Minecraft villager sounds like because I've never played Minecraft or watched footage. Views are views. And I don't care. No, it's good that people are seeing it. It's good that right-wingers are seeing it. That's what I want. Will you debate Vosh on genocide? Mate, I don't know if you noticed, but I kind of did. And he didn't seem that interested in going into a fucking blood battle or whatever. Yeah, which is fine. Like, I think I did try to make my case more or less for why I don't think it's that. But no, at the end of the day, there's more interesting things to talk about. I am actually just so, because yeah, I'm just so curious about how you didn't get on him at all, though. I mean, I disagreed. I don't like just because I didn't call him a dumb fuck or whatever, or say it with my aggressive tone. I said though, like here, I don't think it's that, and here's why. Blah, 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 blah. I said that a few times. But anyway, he's got. It sounds like Vosh has got bigger fish to fry right now, when he's the only. He's like, I think. I think Vosh is struggling with the fact that he gets on better with people who are considered liberals than socialists on the internet. That's my little speculation, is that he's looking at all these fucking Houthi simp nutters and being like, it appears I must, I am admittedly tempted to extigent myself from this community, from this ideological persuasion. That's what I think his inner monologue is right now. Did you see Bad Empanada said he had to delete stuff from his hard drives because the police was raiding his house? Yeah, I saw that, and I also saw every fucking idiot who thought that was like real and not just him trying to troll people on his Discord. Like, he does that. He does like psyops in his Discord. It's a troll. If he said it at all, if it wasn't just, I don't know. All I've seen of him lately is that he's fighting with some apparently equally deranged, but like less politically insane Australian dude, and I guess those two just deserve each other. It's fine. I'm happy someone else is keeping him occupied, so I don't have to have my time wasted with that bullshit. I mean, whatever. Like, as soon as he gets big enough, he's just gonna get banned because he's a fucking psycho. But what's it to me? Bosch is just scared to openly call himself a liberal. No, he probably doesn't see himself as a liberal. He probably, yeah. I still don't really see myself as just like a liberal, you know, because liberal just seems like it's so broad. Like it puts you between. Liberal means anything from like social democrat to like fucking Margaret Thatcher. I don't know, like what the fuck. In practice, just so you guys know, everyone is basically a liberal, like online. No one is like sincerely trying to overthrow the liberal capitalist status quo in their respective countries. No one's actually trying to do that. I don't know if you've noticed. Maybe some right-wingers are. Right-wingers are trying to, they went into the Capitol and tried to overturn the election, and they planned their attack on the building from multiple different entry points, and they planned how they were going to agitate the rest of the public to join in with them. They're not liberals, but like all these fucking socialists who are just making videos about Marxism or I don't even know, breadtube vibes, or recommending other creators to each other, or I don't know why actually it would be amazing if the USSR still existed. These people are not they're not actioning shit. They're liberals. Yeah. They are functional liberals. They are loyal subjects of liberal democratic states, most of them. And that's what it is, you know? And when I say loyal, yes, if you complain about the system for 24 hours, and then just like go to bed and then wake up and then complain about the system, then wake up, then sleep, wake up, complain about the system. Yeah, you're a loyal subject of the state. Yeah, no one gives. That's why the FBI is not fucking checking you out. That's why no one's arresting you. That's why no one gives a fuck. You're not doing anything. Anyway. Or occasionally they'll give some very vague directions for their audiences to tell them to do it for them. And their audience finishes every video being like, wait, so what the fuck do I do now? Oh yeah, I'll go harass people on Twitter, mostly social democrats. Yeah. Post on Reddit memes. Did you see the clip of Hassan defending the interview? No, I haven't. Most they say is go organize. Yeah, but even when they organize, like where would you put BE on the political compass? I don't know. Like radical right-wing Islamist? What? Or authoritarian left, I don't know. Right on the edge. What is it? What is the political compass again? Hang on. I feel like a lot of the online radical left right now, like especially the kind of like Marxist-Leninist left, is they seem to have managed to be simultaneously here and here. I think that's kind of what's going on. They're here and they're here. Or they're here, but everyone they support is here. It doesn't make any sense. Or for social issues, they're here. The only way they think you can achieve it is by doing this. And then the people they support are, because no one who supports this has any power, they support this. It's like they're on a little fucking, like a baseball player. I don't know. Oh. And in their personal lives, as consumers, they're just here. There we go. That's it. That's the holy quadrant of the online Marxist-Leninist, okay? Their spending habits put them here. Their social values are about here, but they think you can only achieve it by coming here. And no one who's here has any power, so they just support a bunch of people who are here and assume that they're here. Yeah, I don't know. And ignore the fact that they hate all this. Yeah, I don't know. There we go. They're omnipolitical. That's why they're so powerful. Omni-retarded. Okay, nice one. Wow. Political J-dams. What, just a 2,000-pound bomb of political values? Scattered in every direction. That's a good analogy. Okay. Oh God, this fucking picture. I just whatever. There's a video going over Israeli political parties. Oh my God. Why? Why? Okay, second thoughts, new sports cars, the next step, social. Okay, yeah, okay. Good memes, good memes, good memes, good memes. Don't give a fuck. All right. What are we doing? Not my emails. I don't want to check my fucking emails. Has that person I'm playing chess with made a fucking move today? I don't think they have. That person I'm doing a correspondence game with, they haven't made a move. Have they? No, they haven't. 18 hours since my last move, and they're just... I guess they're thinking really hard. Okay. I hope so. They're running out of time. What am I doing? What am I doing? Can't just hang around like this forever. Was there anything I wanted to watch today? I should be reading, but my fucking back is too sore and my meds are fucking me up. Entertain us? No. What? Oh, there's someone in the Discord who might be able to get in contact with Mustafa Barghouti. I don't know though. I was gonna do this with Khalidi and Morris. I just don't know what the fuck I want to say to them. Like, if I want to know their opinion, I can just read it. Like, what I could do is, if I can get any of them, I could just see if Beast Process wants to talk to them on my stream in front of the viewers. And I can just sit there in the background. Babuti, nice. Do a panel of random Discord callers rotating through to scream at them. That's usually all right. Yeah, that's usually a good idea. There's a documentary about the Nova Festival. Is that the kind of thing you would never be able to watch on YouTube, though? Are they on... Can 11. Watch. Jewish News Syndicate. It's on YouTube. What? Imagine David versus Barghouti. Okay. No, it's unavailable. Obviously, because it's probably full of fucking gore and shit. If it's on YouTube, send it in stream chat because I can't see it. I just see a video that is actually not there. The Lion of Zion? No. Have Barghouti do a politics Discord AMA. Yeah. Tell him about the memes. About the Lego Fortnite channel in Discord. No, fuck it. I'll do it. I'll just think of some questions. What do you think of Hassan Piker? No. What's this? Is this it? Thank you, sure. So yeah, the video's unavailable. I don't know if that's just in my country, but yeah, this documentary on the Nova Festival is not allowed in my homeland, I'm afraid. Sorry. Whoops. In any case, it's probably VPN. Is it in my country though, or is that what the issue is? Use code. I could use code. I also don't know if it says not available. It doesn't actually say not available in your country, so that's weird. Normally it would say where it's available, but is this one also going to have like any English in it, or is this going to be in Hebrew? If Cher is linking it, it's available in Israel, I think, because she's Israeli. Sorry, I don't know if I just doxed. No, I know that because she said it publicly. Yeah, okay. Israel, let's go. Hey guys. Don't mind me. That wasn't my internet. That was the fact that I, nothing. Now, is it possible? It works. And it's censored, right? 54 minutes. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, wait. No. If this video is not allowed in other countries, the whole stream won't be allowed. The stream will not be allowed because it's going to capture the video. Oh, fuck. No, I can't watch it. I can't watch it. If I can't watch it, you guys can't watch it. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. That would have been... Why? Because it's only available in Israel, and algorithms can find other videos on your video. The video will not be televised. Yeah. It's too long. No, would Twitch do it? I guess Twitch would be okay with it. But I don't really want to shift all you guys to Twitch because I know like most of you won't even come. What I need to do, oh god, if I get a .gg, we can just watch shit off stream. Like I can just put stuff on. Because I know that other .ggs, they watch films and shit. Anyway, now my VPN is fucking me over. I don't know, fuck. Could you play chess and have the video be like 20% of your screen? No, it's not gonna, no. It's, it hears it as well as sees it. And if you speed it up, it hears that as well. So no. Apparently on Kick, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but I think you still have to react, I suppose. It's not like it's a bit of a social taboo. Sell your soul to white. No, I just need to splash out. That's what I need to do. But I'm doing my taxes first, and then I need to splash out on the .gg. What is everyone else even talking about? I could watch Patrick Bet David, that crazy guy talking to Bassem Youssef. That might be funny. Hell GG, yeah. Do a tanky cringe compilation. Nope. Where's the full thing? Oh god, apparently one of the thumbnails is you fucking racist. Bombed all the fucking time. How long did this talk go on for? Is there a full VOD? Oh, I want a full VOD. Hey! All right, what I'm going to do though is I'm going to disconnect my VPN because it's lagging my internet. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom while I do that. And then we're going to watch the PBD thing, okay? It'll be funny. I'm probably not going to finish it, but we will try. All right, be right back. Don't mind the... Hey. Alex Jones bathroom break. Yep. Ding dongs. Okay, let's go. Okay. Come on. Jesus.
And then you're being invited all over the place. And then recently, some of you may recognize him because of the podcast or the show that he did with Piers Morgan, which the angle he took was very different, satire, comedy. It almost confused Piers. It was so confusing that Piers had to get on a plane to go to LA at the comedy club to interview him. And it was a great encounter back and forth. Yep. Gave a different perspective to everybody. But today, we have in the flesh Bassem Youssef. How are you, sir?
Hello. From the other side. Can you hear it? I'm a little bit under the influence.
What about Cherry's video on Not So Erudite? What a fucking stupid question. Fuck off. It's got almost 5,000 views. Not bad for a 2K sub channel, eh?
It's just tough because I feel like Steven is like a really, really good person. Like a lot of people think that the only reason I'm friends with him is because of like the personal benefits that I have, and that's actually in part why I never go on his stream, is because I'm worried that he and others will feel like the only reason I'm friends with him is because of making game. But I just think he's a like deeply good person, even though he's a very flawed person as well. And he's a much better person than he gives himself credit for. And it makes me sad because he'll just like take other people talking like pretty horribly about him, and he's like, I mean, yeah, I have lots of flaws, and he'll just like own it. And I'm like, bro, if you were literally anybody else who's more shitty than you, you'd be like demanding that people like see your side more. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. Obviously, he's a good friend of mine, but I think he doesn't advocate for even how wonderful of a person he is. Like I think most people, when I say good, I don't mean flaw, like no flaws. I don't mean perfect. I mean, there's lots of flaws, that there's like a striving and an intentionality to try to see like improvement there. And maybe he hasn't always been that way. Since I've been interacting, I see like this intentionality to try to take responsibility and like to try to self-improve. And like, goddamn, there's not a lot of people that are trying.
What is this music?
I don't know. I just really appreciate that about him and other people.
Yeah, I think it's just, I struggle because good is vague. If you were going to ask me, like, is Stephen kind? I would just say, yeah, in a lot of ways he is. Like, that's an easy one for you to define, and, like, know what examples of that would look like as someone who behaves like that. But I think, and it's not you. It's like, everyone does this, right? When they say, this is a good person, this is a bad person. And me over here with my autism brain is like, I don't know what this is. How does this look? I don't know. What is a good person?
This is a part 1, and it's an hour and 41 minutes.
Yeah. I'd say, like, he's not very nice. He's an asshole. He's got lots of flaws, but I do think he's good. Like, in a deep, well-rounded way.
I was watching JStock's YouTube channel when Lav, short for Lav Loon, who used to go by Femoid, now goes by Impish, was laughing at Not So Erudite defending Destiny's good character.
When he's like blind to his own flaws, I think he's really blind to it. I think what's unique about him as well is that like he's pretty open to hearing his flaws. He just needs to like hear it in the right way, which to be honest feels deeply, deeply human.
I never watched these parts of like Destiny content. It's just weird to me. Like, what the fuck?
I don't see him as painting himself as like just the victim.
Is this better than PBD? Let's just see.
In this situation, because
his problem is that he's too accountable, right, Kyla? He's so charitable. He's too accountable.
Okay, wait.
Don't derail
That voice.
okay?
Wait, look,
Is that what I
I'm
sound
going
like?
to be on a
I'm
panel with you
triggered.
later, but you are on my shit list too because you make false accusations against people. So, like, I'm not very excited about dealing with you either, miss. Like, I do not make false accusations and I do not
Jesus
lie,
Christ.
right?
You are-
Like, that is the one thing I will not do. I've never
There
lied
was
about
a
Destiny.
smear campaign against you. There was a smear campaign against you, just as there was one against me.
Okay,
If
but
I was
I'm going off
actually
what
a
you
false-
literally did. So
No,
I'm judging
Brittany,
you on
if I
your
was
actions.
a false
just like I'm judging-
allegator, I would not be in this fucking space. I'd be
I'm not
so
judging you
shamed and
on the
embarrassed.
smear campaign. I'm judging you on your own actions, just like I'm not judging
You don't
anyone
know.
else on any smear campaign.
Okay, I'm not even. This isn't about me. I'd love for this to be about me, but it's not about me.
Brittany Simon jumping in to shit on Lav feels kind of personal to me. Because Lav is one of the few people who join the conversation to be critical of Destiny, which Brittany says is what she wants people to do. And despite being met with hostility, Lav goes on, or later on in the conversation, to extend an olive branch to Brittany again.
Last thing, because Brittany said that she had to go. Last thing, Brittany, I don't know if you've been reading Just Lick's chat.
Left.
You think I accidentally put music on? No.
But I
That was
just
part of the
really
video.
quickly, and I'm gonna make it about me, so I'm so sorry. But literally every 5 comments is like, Brittany's lying. All she does is lie. All Brittany does is lie, and that's what his community has been doing to me. And my narrative has been completely taken from me. So I understand that you have beef with me because of what you think that has happened.
Lab, please stop.
If you would
No,
like to have
no,
it, okay.
No,
Yeah.
Lab, I do not judge people off what other people say. I judge you based off what you do and say. Don't pull this on me, girl. Come on. I'm too old. No,
This is fucking insane.
No.
Okay, hold on. Here, according to the theory of positive disintegration, developed in the 1960s by Polish psychologist and psychiatrist Kazimierz Dobrowski, Brittany's response is a classic level 1 behavior. Of Dobrowski's 5 levels of human development, the first is the most basic primitive level, driven by the satisfaction or basic needs and desires as an individual's only concern, often disregarding empathy, sympathy, or any acknowledgement of the needs and concerns of others. A bit of introspection could help with that, but that's for another video. What inspired this video was later on in that same call seeing Not So Erudite struggle in an argument with Lav and resort to using Lav's sexual assault as an attack againft her.
Whoa.
Definitely wouldn't be surprised that this is like the
Here we
first time
go.
that you've like lied.
This
I
is
mean, I have
Kyla,
screenshots.
Kyla, I've really
I
never
have
seen
screenshots. I have
This is
screenshots of you claiming that the girl who slept with Hassan had to sign an NDA.
Kyla, I've never
But that's,
seen you
like,
be this
really
immature before.
obfuscating, isn't it? Like
It's
trying
not
to
really
get
that
off of this
obfuscating.
An
Well, the issue is like Is she going to lie? Is it possible that when she was
Why is there like a
talking-
whole panel of people on this, like, and their opinions? And what the fuck are we?
This is something
What?
that I said about Kyla in her
Is it
debate with Big Papa Fascist.
Is it possible?
Lately,
if you have a pattern of behavior of lying, if you have a pattern of
Let me
behavior
say
of
one
lying
more
about
time.
things like contracts, about lying about things like SA,
Let me say one more
the
time.
reality is like I'm willing.
It's no wonder all the fucking Destiny fans came over to me when he wasn't streaming. When this was the alternative. Okay. Wow. I don't even I like all these people as well, but this apart from Lav, I don't really like Lav. But this content is mental. What the fuck?
To believe that you also
I've
lied
never
about like
lied
some
about
level
sexual
of
assault.
contract.
One, I've never lied about sexual assault. Hold on, sorry.
You need parasocial orbiters if you want to make it, bro. Well, there is a fuck. I do need to talk to my mods because there's been some fucking disagreement about like the management of the server that I need to fucking try and bridge build or mediate. But I don't know. Out of interest, how do you guys feel about the Discord? Just a general one sentence, like even if it's fine or if you think there are problems, without me telling you anything. I just want to know if there's anything that like if you have an issue, obviously say what the issue is in a quick. Too many Zionist propagandists got tired of hearing heinous talking points and left. Well, yeah, because if you want to just be fucking coddled by a bunch of people that already agree with you, then no, fuck that. There is no Zionist who can go into that Discord and give their opinions without having like 3 always online wankers jumping down their throat. So I don't. There's like they have a rotating watch. So I don't know. Free exchange of. I'm not really. I guess things are all right. Seems to be. Most racist server. Okay. Raheem was our Lav and you just cast him out? No, Raheem was not like Lav. Okay. Or if you have any complaints that you don't want to share, you can just put them in my DMs, but. Okay, we're fine.
I really can't get past this. Sorry, Nick. I'm gonna let you finish. Love you, boo. But I really just gotta hit one thing really quick. Is that another thing? Is that Kyla, when you come up here and then you virtue signal to Destiny's audience that already are fucking losing favor with you because you're boring and annoying, to virtue signal and be like, you lie about sexual assault when you don't know the story, you don't know me, and you only see like a propagandized version of information spread at me, that's fucking disgusting. And you want to talk about being like a pick me and being a feminist? Don't you call yourself a feminist and you're saying that I'm lying about a sexual assault?
About someone else? Wait, about someone else's, not about her own. And yeah, Lav did lie. She lied about the person's age. What are you talking about? Wow. People think she's like a master manipulator. She's fucking retarded. All right, whatever. That was really boring.
Yeah. And the influence meaning that I'm still.
That was about the girl that Hassan hooked up with, who Lav said was like, or implied, because she didn't really commit to it. Or I think she did at one point, but she was 17 or some shit. Yeah, but she actually wasn't.
Under heavy pain medication.
How long did you've been traveling? 48 hours.
So just in 5 days.
5 days.
In 5 days, I took the plane from LA.
Yeah.
To Dubai for 48 hours, and then I went from Dubai to Boston for 36 hours for another shows in Arabic and Kenyan. Then went from Boston to Dubai again for another.
Oh my God!
And then that was less than 24 hours. And then I took the flight from Dubai to Miami. I just landed yesterday.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
And then you're performing.
And I'm performing tonight.
Tonight and tomorrow.
And after tomorrow.
And after tomorrow.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at the Miami Improv.
So you're fired up, is what you're saying.
I am so excited, but I cannot hide it.
Yeah, it's very.
I'm just kidding.
So I got a question for you. I mean, seriously, like before we got a lot of things we're going to get into. I want your thoughts on a lot of different stories, and you know, whether it's some current events, your background, politics. We'll talk Israel.
I was supposed to talk to creationist cat Vadim at some point. That day. Okay, sorry, I don't know why I stopped for
We'll talk Palestine. We'll talk Egypt. We'll talk all that stuff. What was the turning point for you? Like, did people always know you were funny? Like when I talk to a comedian, I say, at what point did you know you were funny? You know, well, when I was 10 years old, my dad would tell me, hey, you know, go out there and perform and make everybody laugh. And all my dad's friends, like Vinny, my dad's friends would watch me, and I'm like, oh my God, this kid's so funny. Oh, when I was, our life was so hard, and you know, it was all about, you know, comedy was what you know, kind of lowered the temperature for me, where I could use it, and you know, with laughter and all this stuff. If you're a surgeon, you went to school 10 to 12 years to be a surgeon, right? So at what point did you know you were funny and you may want to consider a career in comedy?
I never thought that I was funnier than usual. There was actually people in my school that were funnier. They're the one who were much cooler with the girls. I never had a girlfriend, so I was like an okay guy.
You never had a girlfriend?
I never had a girlfriend.
With those eyes, you never had a girlfriend?
Never, because I couldn't know how to speak to women. So when I finished my primary school, the elementary school, my parents took me into a much richer school, much more expensive school, and my parents were university professors and judges.
What are you talking to Vadim about? I think he just wants to talk to me about Israel Palestine. I think.
So they they were government employees. So they can kind of scrapped in order to push me to that. So that was the best school in town, which is great. But the problem is you end up with all of the rich kids. So you feel that you're less, you feel you're not like that. So people didn't mind me. They were not mean to me or anything. But I wasn't boyfriend material. I played sports very well, and I was a nerd. So I was like a typical nerd who like glasses and nobody wants to talk to.
Can we get a full reaction to the most recent Gisticle stream? Little commentary as possible, please. Bro. What? Why would you? Okay. You guys are weird.
But I wasn't cool. I was one of the cool kids.
Hippy voting
with
machines.
Experiences and the money. And then when I finished the school, I went to medical school. Now, medical school there are not Arabs, government. So everybody from all over the country comes in. All of the people who go to the free schools, and these people they're like nerds, big time nerds. So I come in. I am from the rich school. Now I am I'm the soft kid from the kids' school.
Yeah. You're now the elite.
Yeah. So now I'm the elite, and then I always felt that I'm out of place. I never felt that I belonged to anybody. And whether or not you're funny or not, well, there's other doctors who are funny. People make fun in the operating room. But the fact that actually you do a show, that was not even there. So it just took me like 3-4 YouTube videos that I produced it, put it online, didn't think about it at all, and it just like blew up.
Wait, but you have to know, like, before you've had glimpses of you make people laugh and get a reaction. No, like, you know how a girl knows she's beautiful. I don't know what it is to be a beautiful girl, but I would assume this girl at 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 years old, she's like, why are grown men checking me out? Why is it that they look at me the way they do? Or a man that all of a sudden you see how a woman looks at you, like, you can read a lot when you see someone's eyes, right? You never had a glimpse of people watching you and saying, this guy's super funny and likable?
I had people think that I'm funny, and people think that I'm not. It's just like I was not
wild.
out of the range. Like
I thought this guy was supposed to be a funny guy, Pat. I'm out of here.
No. For me, what I mean by this is wild is when the camera's on and you're performing, like, you've been doing this your entire life. You know, you've been making people laugh and think, and satire. You've been doing that for a long time. Your show was on for what, 3 years?
3.5 years.
3.5 years, and it was the top show.
Yeah.
Everybody's watching it. Everybody, you're.
But it wasn't because of me. The whole idea.
I'm sorry, just like look at the. I told you about this guy from earlier. What the fuck is that? I don't know anything about this guy. Like, what's his claim? Is he like a journalist or what? Or like just some? Is he just a Twitter user or is he like a Substacker? I don't know. He's like 80K followers almost. It's like Baden Panada, George Angelos Ganita, whatever the fuck, claims he's already secured legal representation to sue me for defamation. George, I secured a King's Counsel barrister, and I say, hit me, come on, hit me, come on. I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Come on, hit me. I will call dozens of character witnesses, everybody you have ever doxed, everybody you've ever sent death threats. I will have you cross-examined under oath about your support for 9/11 and your calls to assassinate the President of the United States. I will subpoena your entire Twitter archive and go through every single one of your fucked posts advocating genocide and mass slaughter. Your reputation is so abysmally fucked already, just through your own actions, that it is impossible to defame you. Come on, hit the fucking joke. I feel like he's found a good internet partner to scrap. I feel like these two deserve each other, you know? This is the kind of like schizo, endless fucking opponent that he's always wanted, so I'm happy for them, you know? Jesus.
He just chose a different direction to make it funny, but also deep. So
He's an activist, is he? Because all I see him do is schizo posting on Twitter and fighting with crazy people. I don't know. It's whatever. But
the people that the crazy jokes, I wouldn't write that. I wouldn't be writing that crazy jokes. It's about the direction and how to utilize these jokes and utilize the direction. So a lot of people come to me like, jokes, haha. I said like,
that's what
and I would tell them
do.
these jokes are not taking us anyway. You're just like, these are circular jokes. My style was, how can we use the jokes in order to advance what we want to say. So me, I was kind of like the older guy. By that time, I was older. I was 37. All of the kids were like 24. So they were all about like the zingers and the punchline. And it's like, yes, we're going to use that, but in what context? So for me, it's more of like, I'm the manager. I'm telling them like, we need to have the comedy. We need to have it because there was other political satire show, but they all failed because they were all about like the cheap laughs, the quick laughs. For
There was
me,
shticks versus storytelling.
yeah. For me, it was like all about like storytelling. It was like a beginning and a middle and an end of what that segment. What will it be like? How the people would leave feeling about that. So that was me.
Interesting.
But as a kind of like haha comedy, hilarious. I was not the best one.
When you were on Pierce, did you write what you were going to say, or you just kind of said it? You didn't know what you were going to say.
No, I'm a nerd. I write everything.
So when you went on Pierce, you were prepared on what you were going to tell Pierce. Got it. Okay,
He
now this makes sense.
chart. Yeah, he had a chart.
No. But the liner. I'm not talking about the chart.
The whole thing
number.
about the Homelander.
That's what I'm saying.
About the narcissistic psychopath. All of that was planned.
All of that was planned. Okay, now this makes sense.
Got
So
it.
you're a preparer, is what you would say. You're an over-preparation type of guy.
Yeah, and the whole thing when I told him like, so how does Israel think that will go on? It's like, well, in order to intimidate the people and make some sort of, well, you just compared Israel to ISIS. So all of these traps, it was prepared.
And what year did you make this transition from the medical field to comedy?
That was 2011.
2011.
2011, I was... at that time, I was an attending doctor. I had my master's, I had my MDs, and I passed my USMLE exams, and I already applied to a fellowship in Cleveland, and I was waiting for it. And as I was waiting, the Arab Spring happened. So I made these videos, and I thought, like, maybe I'll put these videos like online or something, and after 1 year, somebody will discover me and get me as a writer on a television show like that. So in 2 weeks it went viral, and then by 3 weeks I'm just getting television offers.
Who called you? Who called you first?
Everybody, Al Jazeera, Al Hayat, CBC, on TV, all of these like the local channels, and then some of the regional channels starting to call, and then we end up with a smaller television show. They didn't give us the biggest amount of money, but they gave us a little bit of freedom. And then after one episode, we started to wanted to do with live audience. And I did that because I visited the Jon Stewart offices to shadow his team. And I wasn't asking for more, just one selfie with John. But then he came in and said, I know about you. Would you like to come on the show? It's like, yes. So he invited me on the show. And then we made a promise. It's like, do you promise me to come to the show if I made it a live audience show? He said, I promise. A year later, he came to my show.
That is so cool.
What year was that you went to see Jon Stewart?
I went to see him 2011 and 2012.
Okay.
He came to my show.
So 2011, I'm just trying to understand your background.
2012 and then 2013 he came.
So 2011, the Arab Spring's going on in 2005, 2006. It's going on in Egypt.
The Arab Spring started 2011.
Oh, there wasn't. Okay, wasn't there an earlier? Okay.
No, that's
so back to Egypt, you had El Sisi. Now you had Mubarak. You had Morsi. There are all upheavals going on in your country.
Let me give you. So before 2011, Mubarak was there. Mubarak was there for 30 years.
Yeah.
And when I joke about this, I was like, oh my God, you had a president for 30 years, and I say in the Middle East that's a very short.
The first term.
Yeah. And then so Mubarak didn't survive 2011.
Mm-hmm.
He was taken over by the army. And then they did elections. Muslim Brotherhood won the elections. So now it's like an Islamist kind of. It's an Islamist authority. So when someone is on authority, you make fun of them.
Wait, what is
I much prefer Recep Tayyip Erdogan to the American puppet. That's how it works. That's it. It doesn't mean I love Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
He's not allowed to go. Is that true?
What is this? Wait. Is this about the Houthis being declared terrorists? Oh no. Oh, this is a YouTube video. No, this is a clip. Isn't it? Hang on, where did it start? This is a long clip. Wait, what? Is he responding to the
Oh, I just don't know enough about the history of Yemen. The whole video
What is going on here, okay?
General Marks, what do you see in this video that we have taken from the ground in the
this,
distance?
what video
hard
is
to
it?
say,
5 days ago. It's not him talking about the interview. Okay. I thought he was talking about the interview. Oh shit. Is it still 5 days? Yeah, okay. Okay. I thought he was rambling about people responding to his interview.
Muslims who used to like me now said like, oh, you're doing this because you hate Islam. You're an Islamophobe. We have that things too.
You guys have Islamophobe?
Yeah. If you make listen, words like Islamophobe, transphobe, racist, anti-Semite, whatever, all of this is used in order to shut down conversation.
Damn.
So instead of actually trying to have you,
he's a fucking 2016 edgelord. Whoa. He's Dave Rubin.
If I say something about Islam or about Islam, political Islam, you can discuss, discuss the thing or whatever is happening with Israel, what's happening, or you can just shut it down. Oh, you're anti-Semite.
That's
you're
right.
Islamophobe.
Yeah,
and that is like a very simplistic and
conversation killer.
Yeah.
Back to what I was asking. So you meet Jon Stewart. They say that luck is when preparation meets opportunity, right? Like you're studying to be a medical doctor, but obviously you're politically savvy. You know what's going on, socioeconomic. You understand Islam. You meet this Jewish guy, Jon Stewart. We just saw you do the Mark Twain Award, where you sarcastically, poured love out to him. It was a great speech. Describe that relationship. He's a Jewish guy, massive in media. In 2011, 2012, Obama's president. He's still doing the Daily Show. He retires in 2016, right before Trump comes in. Best time for him to probably be there. We all saw what happened on the Daily Show with Trevor Noah. Now he's off. Describe that relationship. What did he do for you? What did you try to mirror with Jon Stewart? The good, the bad, the ugly. He's Jewish. You're Muslim. Just give us a little background.
So I was watching Jon Stewart since 2003, 2004. We at that time we used to watch it on YouTube. And the first time I saw him, I didn't understand what was he saying. So in order to understand, I had to educate myself about Republicans and about Democrats and about. Because it seems to be very funny, but I didn't understand the political context. So for me, Jon Stewart became the source of American politics, and I was fascinated how people can make fun of politics that good. So I had this dream of mine for 8 years that I would have a certain show like this in Egypt. So I would even write certain drafts of television shows and make up But but I kind of like left it. It's like, we're living under a dictatorship. There's no way this is going to happen. And then when 2011 happened and the show exploded, the foreign press started to come and see those people in Egypt, all of those people in the political activists, the revolution, and then, of course, they came and talked to me. And the first English-speaking publication was the Daily Beast.
Mm-hmm.
And on that day, I decided to plug Jon Stewart in every single way possible. So they would say, "What's your inspiration?" Jon Stewart. What do you eat 3 times a day? Jon Stewart. Who do you dream of being? Jon Stewart. So it worked because the headline of that article was Bassem Youssef, the Jon Stewart of the Nile. And since then, it caught up. So my name and Jon Stewart became
synonymous.
That's great.
And that was for me important, so they will know me outside. So by the time that I asked to shadow his team already knows about me. He already knew about me.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went in, all I wanted to have like a selfie with him and just shadow his team. But he saw me. He's like, "Hey, dude, how are you? Let's go to my office." We sat in his office. I thought we sat for 5 days. We sat there talking for an hour and a half.
Bassem, so that relationship's built, and you're looking at his style, you're like, well, I'm going to do the same model here, right? But in America, you can get away making fun of presidents and political powers and all this stuff, and you're the first satire TV show in the Middle East type of thing. This is not a business model in the Middle East. It's not like, hey, I'm going to go be the first this. Yeah, there's a reason why there's not this in the Middle East, right? Because they don't. When was it when you pushed the envelope with a joke or something you guys said where you got a knock and you're like, hey, man, all this stuff is fine, but you're kind of like increasing the temperature, and this joke is not going to fly here.
It was with every single episode.
Every single episode.
Because there was political satire in the Arab world before I did it, but it was a kind of satire that avoids the obvious. We don't talk about the president, we talk about the minister. Don't talk about the prime minister, we talk about like the low-life, employees. Here, like when the president went out, I would just like mock him. And that was something unprecedented. So when the Muslim Brotherhood came to power, they were not very popular by many people. They still have like a huge base. So I started making fun of them. And for a lot of the people, it's like, yeah, like those Islamists, yeah, they may have to be making fun. But the Islamists were very angry. Now, when the Islamists were removed by the army, that was the challenge. Because the army is untouchable. The army is much more sacred than religion.
Oh.
So I started kind of like trading around it, and that was enough for me to get canceled once and twice. I got interrogated and arrested under a Muslim Brotherhood, and I got canceled twice, and I had my signal jammed a couple of times under the army. And I was going to jail under the army, and then last minute I left in November 2014.
Did anybody know you were leaving or no?
What?
Did people know you were leaving?
No, well, they came up with a verdict fining me 150 million pounds, which is about $15 million at the time, for legal issues with my channels. Of course, they will choose other kind of. They're not going to say because of freedom of speech. So my lawyer said, like, you need to leave of the country right now. So the verdict was at 12 noon, 4 o'clock. I was out.
This is November 11, 2014.
Yeah.
And when you left, you're leaving. How are you leaving? Like. Underground leaving, or you just went straight to the airport, booked a flight?
But they didn't have time to put my name on the list.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So from that point, right now, Bassem, like right now, are they?
This guy has that Arab storyteller riz. It's fucking all over him. I'm just so calm listening to him. I think maybe it's also because my meds are wearing off. I just feel chill.
Like if you went back, would you be flagged? Would they be like, "Hey, he's back"?
I don't think so. I have an American passport now, and they're trying to be nice to me, and I don't care.
Good.
They sent a lot of people to kind of it's just, you don't with authoritarian regimes like this, you don't know, because one day somebody from them said, "Hey, it's your country, you need to come back," and the next day I land in Jordan on the way to Paris, and I get detained to be delivered for the Egyptian. and you don't know who you're talking to. Like one day they tell you, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with Bassem. He can come any day," and the next day they send me hecklers in my shows in New York to spoil my show.
This is when?
2014, 2015, 2016.
How long did that last?
It
What's
left.
this? Forcible sterilization. Uyghur women's mindset on procreation has been shifted. Forcible relocation. More urbanization. Children removed from their parents. Better schools. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, well, GigaChat. Fuck it, man. That's how you get around that. $100 donation. Why do these guys?
That like 4 or 5 times, and then and then the New Yorker wrote about.
There's something about podcasting that just attracts the most fucking packing cash cows. Like, what the fuck?
About that, it's actually, you can find it in the New Yorker called "The Heckling of the John Stewart of Egypt."
Red pill money. Yeah.
They have
it's all that fucking Bitcoin money. Because Bitcoin's such a good idea. No, I'm joking. It's not. This is not financial advice.
Cartoon of me on the New Yorker. So it's called "The Heckling of the John Stewart of Egypt," and the reporter there attended it, and he actually described how how the people of the pro-military people were in Washington and New York were heckling me, and they were shouting at me, and even one of them went up and sang the Egyptian national anthem in the middle of my comedy show. So it's crazy. Like one day you're fine. You're our son. He's Egyptian. You can come back to your country, and then the next day you do that.
Wow.
Who wants you to shut up? Who wants to keep you silent? You know, you see what happens with.
Do you ever think these guys fake their donos? It's possible, because once you get one big dono, other people who have the money want to get involved and like show people like, yeah, they do. Yeah, that's a thing.
Salman Rushdie, there's a fatwa on him. I'm not saying that's the case here, but clearly
it wouldn't even be that difficult to set up. You would just have to make a second account, tie a PayPal to it. Yeah.
People that are like, shut your mouth.
Who wants you to keep you silent the most?
In any regime, you will have the doves and the hawks. There's always the people. No, every fine thing is fine. It's like, no, these should die. In every single regime, there's always like that. So I think like the nicer people want me back, and kind of like the vicious ones want me dead.
But the Egyptian regime under El-Sisi specifically.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you'll find that in any regime, not just Sisi. If it was an Islamic regime, you'll find doves and vultures. Same. But yeah, it seems that the doves always try to get me back, and the vultures want to.
But at the end of the day, the hawks, or the vultures, as you call them, they're going to be the resounding voice in these regimes.
Bassem, you come here. You're in the States. You're doing stand-up. You're doing your thing. Are you immediately getting a show signed, working, making money, and
No, it was terrible. I came here in 3-4 years.
Hassan is calling Destiny out for Islamophobia. What now? Is he? Is he doing it? Is he fighting him? Let's go. Is he doing it right now? Are they gonna drama? Is it right now? Please help the time is right now. I'm not wasting my time.
On a kick clip overall.
Is it now? Was this it? You missed it, Cockzilla. Okay, let me go find it on the. Where is the little gnome?
Become ISIS, right? Because we have the Westboro Baptist Church here, but what do? They LARP, and then they turn around and they go to Applebee's and they get $5 jalapeno poppers. That's what our radical, fundamentalist, religious psychos do.
To be fair, that's also what our radical communists do. That's all they do as well. Hey.
Okay. and then sometimes a mass shooting. But for the most part, that's what our
That's a
radical
bit different.
fundamentalist psychos do, because the material conditions are relatively better.
Oh yeah, the material conditions. Don't forget the material
But
conditions.
it's not good enough. The fact that there are still reactionary weirdos out there implies that we have a lot of issues to solve.
Yeah.
Okay?
Facts. That's true.
That is what I want to examine.
Okay.
That is what I want to work on.
This isn't about Islamophobia. You lied to me. All right, bye-bye. Or maybe he did. I just didn't see it. Okay.
Years of darkness.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
I tried to do little gigs.
What issues? Yeah, like the cost of living crisis and people having to spend more on goods because the Houthis have blocked the Red Sea, which is a fucking route that's used but for like 25% of trade. Yeah.
Here
Yeah, I
and
got
there.
you.
And I was
The
not
material
making
conditions.
it. It was terrible. And the problem is when you're trying to do
Radicalizing English urchins who can't get their tea.
something here, you already have the massive following that followed me in the Middle East, and then they come and see me doing little things because I cannot come here and just hit the floor running. And one of it is did like some YouTube sketches. I did some stand up, and I sucked because that I needed to learn something in my second language, and I was not good. Like anybody who's starting anything new. And they would come to my show, and I can see the disappointment in their eyes, and I can very disappointed, and I would go back for very long crying nights, saying I'm done, I'm a has-been, and it took me some while.
Are you married at the time? Like when you came here married?
I'm married.
Why didn't you want to show the genocide remarks? Oh, from Hassan. Oh, it's because I'm incredibly scared that Hassan is going to present the silver bullet for why there's a genocide happening in Gaza that I haven't heard before, and then I'll just change my mind on everything. That's why. I was just so scared. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And while you're going through this, have you made already millions on top of millions of dollars?
What did you make of Destiny's Islamophobia? He says a proud Islamophobia. Yeah, and I fucking argued with him about it, or barely. It was like a pretty quick conversation. Yeah, I brought that up to him. It's weird because I'm like one of the only fucking soy lefties who actually does that as well. or yeah, as far as creators go anyway. So I don't know what the problem is. Let me see. Where I didn't see it. Where was it? Here it is. SJW gets stumped and Learnabots confronts Destiny on Islamophobia take. It's a pretty short conversation. We're not going to watch it now because I'm not going to watch myself. But it's like, I don't know, I just got some clarification, said my piece, and then fucked off. I don't know.
That you've saved so you don't have to make money ever again? Like, because you're living in New York. It's very expensive to live in New York.
No, I live in Los Angeles.
Okay, at the time, you didn't come to New York. You went straight to LA.
No, I went for Dubai for a few months, stayed with people who helped me, and then I went to northern San Francisco, in Oakland. I stayed with people, and then I moved to a very small apartment in Los Angeles.
You don't have money at this time.
I do, but they were like dwindling. They were like because a lot of stuff that I couldn't get out of Egypt. So financially, I wasn't doing very well, and I was just like doing gigs, like speaking in universities or whatever. But I said I cannot go to university, speak to say the same thing all over and over again. So I started to do my own act. So I started doing stand-up comedy, and
it's like two sentences. I can't help it. I just win debates that quickly. All right.
The first 2 years, it was terrible. So the little money I had, I went to hire comedians so they can see me perform. I didn't hire them to write me jokes because I knew what kind of story I would tell, but I want them to kind of punch up my style. It's not also about the writing.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the cadence and the rhythm and the speed and the delivery, which is different from one language to the other. So I had to learn that in a language that's not mine.
Huh.
So you can say it's not like getting like an Arabic joke and you translate it into English. So I had to kind of rewire my brain, and it was terrible as I said in the beginning. And only 2 years ago it became better, and my English stand-up comedy has actually been touring and filling like theaters and comedy clubs. So it's been going well. And so when the Piers Morgan came, it seems that it came in the right time, because if the Piers Morgan thing came like two years ago, I wouldn't have been ready. People who come and see, they will see like a bad show. But now they come to see someone, oh, he's actually like a good comedian, whether in English and in Arabic. So I think it's the timing was perfect.
And there's not that many people, Bassem, that can do like both language stand-up comedy. So you're doing an hour.
Yeah, the Arabic show is a little bit longer, an hour and a half. The English show is an hour.
Yeah.
And
oh god, that fucking Yaakov dipshit is in my. Oh my god.
We've been doing now very new experiences. So just the improv in Irvine, I did a whole weekend in Arabic, and that's the first time ever. Like
that's cool.
A franchise comedy club will actually host something that's not in English. Here in Miami, I'm doing two Arabics and 3 English in the same weekend.
That's awesome.
So the fact that you bring in another language,
the guy who calls it the Nak Bar,
not just that you bring in another
the West
audience
Country dude.
That's right. In Arabic, what they love about the other comedy clubs, they say you bring people that we never see. Because Arabs is not part of their culture to come and stand up comedy.
God,
shows.
he looks so Sigma in this picture.
Cinemas, malls, to come in and get seated and listen to comedy. Someone speaking to them like that.
Yeah,
that's very new.
And I'm pretty sure because we're Middle Eastern. I can only imagine, because that rarely happens. An Arabic guy coming to do stand up comedy. Imagine the audience, but imagine the response of people like, hey, where are all these damn brown people coming from?
Yeah.
People must be shocked. Like, who the hell are all these?
But there's an element to that happened in golf, right? Tiger started playing golf. Exactly. Everybody's like, hey, I'm interested. I thought it was only a white man's sport. Exactly. No, I want to play the game.
Yep.
And you bring, some of that happens a little. Like when I went to
that white dude is Middle Eastern. Believe it or not, the Middle East is a very it's a multicultural area. Got all kinds of different looking people in there. Kicking around, vibing.
The show, Moss had a bunch of Persians, even Tehran. Tehran is an interesting character, right? The black Persian guy getting up there and funny as hell. Yeah. First time I saw Tehran perform was probably over a decade ago. Mm-hmm. And he says, "Let me guess, you look like an Iranian finance guy that drives a 750 BMW." Yeah. I'm sitting next to Jen. I'm like, oh shit, I came with the BMW 750.
Bingo.
Yeah. So it's great to see that. It's great to see what's happening now. The fact that the timing of it, of when it took off, where you actually are able to also deliver on the performance side. Let's talk about
actually me and Mazen Tahran are going together to Dubai May 24th.
Oh, fantastic!
A big double bill.
Fantastic.
And Dubai is the one of the few countries in the Middle East where you can just say what you want to say without the fear of getting your head chopped off.
No, you can. You have Dubai, you have Bahrain, you have Kuwait, you have
the Gulf states,
Lebanon. You have
Lebanon too.
Lebanon, Jordan. I played on all of these,
but not Egypt.
Not me. It's actually like Russell Peters was just in Egypt. So
was he?
Oh, Ryan Beard caught onto it. He figured it out. The dude that all the leftists are currently defending Hassan for uncritically promoting as a blatant anti-Semite is the online left now at the point where they're just turning a blind eye to anti-Semitism to support Palestine. I feel like I'm going insane. Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Yeah, he caught it. He caught it. Wait, I wonder if he's been watching the stream. Whoa, he saw my investigating. Ooh, he gave your homeland a shout out. My homeland is Scotland, but I guess my other one's Lebanon, sure. Semite, that's how British people say Semite. Fuck off.
Are there any Middle Eastern countries you just would not feel safe going, or just completely uncomfortable going there telling jokes? What countries?
For now, for me, Egypt.
Straight up. Like, would you go to Afghanistan? Would you go to Iraq? Would you go to Syria?
Afghanistan, no.
Yeah.
Syria, no. Iraq, no.
Would you ever perform in Israel?
No.
You would not.
No.
Why? They would accept you.
I don't accept them.
You don't accept Israel, the state of Israel?
No, I don't accept them taking care of me getting in. That's no problem. The problem is when you go in Israel, it's not about going in Israel or not. It's that the fact that they really show you a terrible time. You go in the security, they treat you like shit.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I've been invited by Palestinians a lot to go to there. And so, like, I would go to you, but, like, I don't want to deal with the border control of Israel. It's just because they humiliate you. They treat
And that's
you
because you're Arab, or that's
Yeah.
because
I'm
but they have 20% of their population is Arab. They're not leaving.
Yeah,
but it's fucking people who are flying in, dipshit. Yeah, I think the entire security, like, even in America, like depending on what's going on in the news, I always tell this people if I fly with people, I do because I got Middle Eastern name, and also because I looked a bit like a terrorist in my passport photo. Is like because I was in a bad mood, but like yeah, if I fly with people, I will tell them, like, depending on what country we're going to, I'll be like, go look at how the security guy is going to look at my passport. He's gonna give me a look. And they're like, nah, come on. In this country, Netherlands? I'm like, nah, never happened. And then they're like, oh, that was weird. It's like every fucking time. Yeah. It's subtle, but you notice. Yeah. New York Customs was probably the worst. They sent me to the back of the queue, like for no fucking, like arbitrarily. I was like, what the fuck is happening here? Usually it's just like a second look, and and they know, and you know that they know, and they know that you know that they know. Yeah. So in Israel, yeah, yeah,
treating them like shit.
That's also why I don't think Israel has ever had a wait. Has Israel ever had an airline attack, like a flight being hijacked? Or an attack on the airport? Has Israel ever had that? I'm trying to think of any. Has an Israeli plane been hijacked or what? Okay. Why is Sheer saying no? I feel like wait, hang on. Israeli plane hijacked. Entebbe, yeah, it's 76. Okay. Okay. Operated by Air France between Tel Aviv and Paris. Okay. Yeah.
According to them, I've seen them. I've met them.
I met them too. I mean, they don't have like you talking about the 20%.
Someone told me something about Israel's airport like never being attacked. I don't know what that's referring to. Is it the airport's never been attacked, or like? But I guess they've had hijackings. Yeah. I don't know. Lord Airport Massacre. Yeah. I don't know. Someone told me something, but yeah, well, long story short, they are pretty fucking sketch about Arabs in Israeli airports, I would imagine, coming in from different countries. Yeah.
Percent of Palestinians?
I'm talking about the
Arab
20% of Israelis are Muslims or Arabs.
Yeah.
If given a choice to move to any other Middle Eastern country,
most of them say
given
no.
the state of circumstances of the Middle East, they would choose 100 times out of 100 to stay in the democracy of Israel.
It's not 100 out of 100, but most of them, I think so. Yeah.
Why don't they leave?
Have you talked to them about their healthcare and their schools? Because they're about like 25 Arab cities that they don't have hospitals or schools. They have to take
in Gaza and the West Bank.
No, I'm talking about inside Israel. I'm talking about Arabs with Israel.
And they also, I don't know about the hospitals. That's probably true. They, I think they have affirmative action for education, but I don't know how effective it is. I don't know.
Israeli passports, fully fledged Israeli citizens. They don't have a single cinema. They don't have a single hospital. They don't have a single school in their cities, and they have to go to the Jewish states in order to go there. There are many, 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 many daily microaggressions against the Arabs who live in Israel having the Israeli passport. Mm-hmm. Even within the Israeli community, you have slurs. like Arabi Malukhlakh, which actually that's their N-word. They're, I mean, I can go on and on and on
But
about
slurs are going to be everywhere in America, where we're all equal. There's slurs.
Yeah.
Every day I get called a dirty Jew. You think I'm crying?
No, but like every day here, if you find someone's like nigger, that would be
Basically 200 years of America.
Exactly. But like when you have like one part of them.
That was that was 4 of them, bro. Holy shit. An N-word enjoyer and in 2024. What the fuck? That came out. Whoa. Jesus Christ. Can we get this guy on the Voices stream? Bro. I guess he's African. Shut the fuck up. No, you asshole. No. He is an Arab, okay? Just because there are some Arabs in Africa. The N-word was not coined for Arabs, okay? Actually, Arabs had a slave trade as well. Guess who their slaves were? Fuck me. I love it. It's all the people who are like, oh no. I would normally, I'd normally write someone off to the ends of the earth for this, but I like this guy, pro-Palestinian. Yeah, that's what's happening right now in people's brains. Oh no. I tried to get 3 people banned for this, but what do I do now? God damn it.
Much more stronger and actually control the other one, and all they do is like slurs, because the Arabs cannot do slurs against the Jews.
So why don't they leave?
Well, some of them actually, because it is between the like a shock.
Why did he spam it? I don't know.
In a hard place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the whole idea about like Arabs living a wonderful life, they're living good life compared to other Arabic countries, which is a really low bar. And the fact that like can use like a low bar to sell, and at least they're happy now. It's like, I'm living here because I don't know where else to go.
I appreciate you saying that, because the bar in many Middle Eastern countries is very low.
I'm not coming here to defend any countries.
I know you're not. I'm asking what countries you would go on tour.
I'm just saying that the security and the equality that Israel wants you to think that they have it between all of their Arabs, it is not true. They have something called zoning committees, where you as an Arab coming in to get an auction, to get a house in a Jewish town, you will not be allowed to take it. And it happened more and more before. It happened in Nazarit Elite. It happened in many cities that I actually talked about. There was like an auction where they found that most of the people who are getting the houses were Arabs, and the city canceled the auctions. And they canceled the auctions saying that we want to preserve the city of Tarshiha as a Jewish, Zionist, secular country. So I don't know how Zionist and secular and Zionist come in the same city. So
it's interesting.
How does he? I mean, Zionism is mostly secular, but whatever. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm still just the N-word is looping in my head in his voice now.
Interesting to what question you're asking, right? Because like I'll sit there and if you want to read this real quick, I'll sit there and I'll talk to my friends in California, and I'll say, hey, California, this, I hate California. I hate this. I hate that. I hate this. And he was like, why don't you leave? I can't leave California. Why can't you leave California? Well, because my family's
donation sound. Shut the fuck up. Zionists don't believe in God, but they believe God gave them. I mean, that's a good meme, but they don't generally believe. That's not like a universal belief. They believe that they're reclaiming it. They're reclaiming land that they was taken away from them like 2,000 years ago. That's what they think. Like it's a like the argument for Zionism is secular. It's that, well, it can be. I feel like the most common use is the common advocacy for Zionism is secular, because most people who are Zionists are secular. That's changing a little bit now, but yeah, they call it land back. Yeah.
Here, my units here.
The ones who think God gave them Israel are religious. They do believe in God, obviously. Yeah.
My kids are here, my uncle, my aunt, my grandma, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, got it. But I hate it here. I wish I was living in Texas or I was living in Florida, whatever, okay. Some people here, I can't believe, da-da-da. Okay, why don't you leave? Well, I can't, this, that. We lived in Iran. We left, lived in Tehran for 10 years. And, I went to school there till 5th grade. I read, write, Farsi, everything till I left. And I went to Germany, right? I lived in Germany for...
What the fuck? Hassan talking to pirates on Twitch, very normal and cool. Damn, he's concluding. 2K likes. Good on him. It would be bad if he were instead to talk, for example, to a wife-beater police officer. Go delete the child porn off your hard drive, retard. Oh, Hassan liked it. What? Is there any evidence that Connor beats his wife? Okay. Fight fire with fire, eh? You're gonna preemptively call this guy a pirate? Well, I'll see your preemptive conclusion with a wife beater allegation. Get fucked. All right, nice one. That was good. That was good memes.
Year and a half, and then we finally
Oh,
get
look,
here. Like,
there's
holy
another
shit.
$100 donation. What a fucking...
We make it to America, right? It's like a dream. But the people that it's not the people that can't leave that give the argument of why don't they leave. It's the people that can leave that choose to stay. Why do you choose to stay? Like, I'd love to have a room full of 50 people who are
He said he argued with his wife on Twitter. Although that's basically the same thing.
Arabs who can choose to leave Israel. Why are you not leaving? Make sense? Just to kind of get an idea. What would you say? Why are you not leaving? Right? If you have the ability to leave, you can go to a different place. Why don't you?
Why do 2 million people in Gaza being bombed every single day for 100 days? Why don't they leave? Because that's their land, right? So you can be living in a very shitty situation, but you will not leave because you know that you're not going to get back again. There's those people living in Gaza, 2.2 million people. They're living under subhuman conditions. They could leave. As a matter of fact, everybody pushing them to leave through Sinai or whatever, and said, oh no, we will not leave because this is our land. Sometimes you get connected to the land and it doesn't matter how bad. So to answer your question, why don't you leave? Because that's their land.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Arabs in Israel. But
yeah, because they consider that still their land.
Yeah, but there's so many different ways we can have this conversation. But everything for me comes down to socioeconomics, okay? To me, I'm always wondering, why is the Palestinian plight at the forefront of the news? Right now, we're starting to see Yemen in the news. People don't realize for 10 years there's been a civil war with the Houthi rebels, Saudis, Sunnis, Shiites, Iranian-backed militants killing each other. Never in the news. Syria, tens and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people murdered. We know what's going on in Iraq, what's going on in Afghanistan. This is not an anomaly in the Middle East. But in my opinion, humbly, with all due respect, what's going on in Gaza is the equivalent of BLM in the States. What do I mean? So, black on black crime. Every single weekend in Baltimore, in DC, in Chicago, you name the city, there's black on black crime. Let one cop kill a black guy, George Floyd.
What the fuck?
National, international news. In the Middle East, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, you name it, Iraq, every day, Muslims are killing other Muslims. A lot of it is Islamists, fundamentalists. There's no marches, there's no protests, but Israel defends itself after October 7th, and I've seen you condemn Hamas for October 7th. But
I'm sorry, where are 25,000 Muslims getting killed by other Muslims in the space of what? 3 months? Where's that happening? It's been 100 days. I guess if he wanted to be really debate bro-ish about it, he could talk about, I guess, like Pakistan saying they want to send 1 million Afghans back to Afghanistan into the hands of the Taliban, like refugees. I guess they could talk about that. There hasn't been that much fighting between Saudi and the Houthis in a while. Uzbekistan have been sterilizing people. I think that's an old story. What? Okay. The fuck?
But you also sympathize.
What is this? Stream chat. Arab-Jewish relationships, the backdrop of the war. Is this in Israel? Oh. Is this just about the Arab public, like... not being in Israel? I mean, in other words, more Jews feared attack. Oh, is this in Israel? Okay. It appears that the mutual fears of violence have declined, even if discernible on the ground, mainly among Jews. In the Accord survey, 2 weeks after the Hamas attack, some 90% of the Jewish public and some 70% of the Arab public estimated there would be severe violence between Jews and Arabs within days. This fear proved false. The INSS surveys, November and December, found that 71% of the Arabs were not afraid of being attacked by Jews, compared to 51% and 54% respectively of the Jews who said they feared harassment by Arabs. In other words, more Jews feared attacks by Arabs than the reverse. So the Arab public were just not worried about being attacked by Jews after the October 7th. More Jews were worried about being attacked by Arabs, and then I guess not much has happened in there hasn't really been that much like Palestinians and Israelis fighting in Israel, has there? I haven't really heard much about that though. I've heard one person say that there's like harassment and shit, but yeah. I'm guessing obviously Hamas probably would always have liked like an uprising to have happened, but people were like, no. No, our material conditions are satisfactory to that point that we don't need to. Yeah, that's probably what they said. They probably said, no, our material conditions are too good. Are not bad enough, you'd say.
Palestinians, as you should. But all of a sudden, that's the biggest story in the news. Why the distinguishment? Why can't Muslims
There's a difference between comparing conflicts, civil war, and then allowing another country to bomb you from the sky every single day for 100 days. You cannot compare the both. And actually your tone of voice, when you say, oh, there is like black and black, Arabs killing each other, in your undertone is saying, yeah, they don't deserve to live, so let's Israel kill them.
0%.
This is exactly what you're saying. No, this is what you're saying.
That's not what I said.
No, this is what I'm saying.
I asked a question, you're reading into my tone.
You have absolutely no sympathy for the Palestinian killing.
That's not true at all. Don't put words in my mouth.
No, seriously.
I 100% have sympathy.
Your entrance into this conversation is extremely racist, because you say, well, Arabs have been killing.
I thought this guy said racism, calling someone racist was a thought terminator that shut down conversation. Oh. Uh-oh. This guy's got everything. First of all, he said that calling other people racist shuts down the conversation. It's a thought-terminating cliche or whatever. And then he said the N-word 4 times, hard R, in quick succession, and now he's calling the guy racist. This guy's a fucking scattershot of arguments.
First of all, the Arabs have been killing each other.
This guy's every different debate strategist all in one. He's got all of them.
Called either proxy wars or civil wars. But this is different, because the America is not standing behind Saudi Arabia voting every single UN resolution like Israel. Israel is killing Palestinians, and nobody can do anything for them in the UN or the Security Council. Right? You can talk about how Saudis are killing the Houthis or the Yemenis or how Iran. But when they go to the Security Council, America doesn't use the veto. You know how many vetoes did America use since the inception of the Security Council? How many?
Tell me.
Billions.
88. How many of those were they used in order to protect Israel from a veto?
88.
56.
Oh.
The superpower of the word.
It's actually true, isn't it? Like the way he's talking, the way he has practiced his cadence is like, yeah, he's definitely like handled that like English speaking cadence with the way he delivers his arguments. And the fact that he taught himself that as well, like he learned that for years. That's crazy. That's a really impressive skill.
For 50 years, used more than 65% of its veto power to protect one country. You cannot compare both.
So why do you think that is? Why is Israel so aligned with Israel? I'm sorry, why is U.S. so aligned with Israel over Gaza?
I don't know. I mean, there's like a million.
Ask yourself.
There's a million. Why? So why?
I want to know.
Tell me, because they're white like them. Are they allowed to?
Who's white?
Well, I mean, a lot of Americans consider Israel is the white.
But you know for a fact.
I know.
Most Israelis are Sephardic and they're brown.
It's the perception.
So it's bullshit.
It's the perception.
Exactly.
It's a perception. You know. So this is how Israel.
Because their leaders are always white and and even Ben Gvir, who's non-white, looks white. How unfortunate is that?
Promote.
Does he mean Mizrahi? Sephardic, I think. I don't know. I thought Sephardic was to do with North Africa, or Spain, like specifically Spain, actually, because obviously Muslims were in Spain for a while. But I think Sephardic actually just combines all of them. I think it doesn't the way people use the word Sephardic, they mean North African and Middle Eastern. When I hear people say Sephardic, they use it they refer, like even I've heard Benny Morris do that as well. When he says Sephardic, he's referring to all of them, but I don't get that. People are saying no in chat, but I can show you people saying Sephardic when they're clearly referring to all the non-white Jews, but fake Ashkenazis. Okay, what? Mizrahi is like Middle Eastern Jew, right? That's what that means. I know what that means. Or Arab Jew, as some people like to call them. Or maybe it's just in the context of this particular discussion rather than just saying Middle Eastern, North African, or Mizrahi Sephardic. I don't know.
Itself. We are a secular, we are a democratic country.
If anyone actually knows, and maybe if anyone actually knows, you can come in my VC and tell me exactly. You can come in the waiting room and let me know exactly what the fuck, but you have to know. If you don't know, I'll ban you, okay?
I have never seen a secular or democratic country that would actually give contraception shots to its own citizens, to their Ethiopian Jews, and make them not to reproduce. And until 2013...
What's the question? What exactly does Mizrahi and Sephardic mean? Like, which Jews are Sephardic and which ones are Mizrahi? And why do people say the majority of Israelis are Sephardic when some people say Sephardic doesn't actually mean all the non-white Jews? Like,
they have confessed doing that.
Those are what I want to know, Shir. Are you up to the task?
Have been doing this for 10 years. That is not a democratic country. I have never heard a secular country, a democratic country, that would kidnap little kids from Yemeni Jews in 1950 and then take them away and then tell their parents that they die. And they did that in order to instill...
They kidnapped them? Is he talking about Magic Carpet? Also, unfortunately, democratic states and plenty of non-democratic states give contraception to people in refugee transit centers all the time, unfortunately. It's a very big problem in the world. It's a very... America did that. He didn't say sterilization, though. He was actually being honest there, because that wasn't what they were doing. But yeah. Kidnapped. Hello? Hello?
Hello. I can't stay for long, but you had asked for someone to come on to talk about Mizrahi versus Sephardi. Sephardi is generally understood to be Spanish and some parts of North Africa, but the like cultural aspects are very heavily like Spain, Morocco, Tunisia, like that area. Mizrahi technically is supposed to be like the Middle East. It's like technically supposed to be the Jews that remained in the Levant after the diaspora started, or like stayed in relatively close area. But the two kind of get used interchangeably. Mizrahi is only really like you'll find it being used a lot for like Yemeni Jews, because they're obviously not going to be grouped in with the Sephardic culture. So it doesn't really matter a bunch, but that is a difference.
Okay, and I've just looked it up now. This apparently saying they kidnapped Yemeni Jews as part of Operation Magic Carpet. What seems to be the case is that there were transit centers where an unsettling number of kids had died because of the poor conditions, and they didn't do autopsies or some shit like that. So a bunch of kids went missing. But there's never been any evidence anywhere that there was kidnapping. Is that kind of that's kind of where I'm at.
From what I know, which is also admittedly little, it is that a lot of Yemeni immigrants were being housed in like tent cities, so conditions were awful, and there was lots of disease, and a lot of children died. And then for some reason, they were just buried without telling their families, and they never got answers. And because there was this, I don't know, lack of information for a long time, conspiracy theories popped up. There's been a few official investigations into it, and from what I know, it's like the overwhelming majority are accounted for by dying of a disease and being buried, and then just not telling the family. But yeah, the guy you're watching is going to claim that that Israel kidnapped them to increase Semitic DNA. Is I think what he claimed. Just absolutely wild, but yeah.
But there's never been, it seems like there's never been any evidence in the files for that, which again, Israeli atrocities are basically always documented somewhere. It seems to be the case. Those guys have no fucking issue writing things down when bad things happen. Yeah.
Yeah, they. I'm also of that inclination. I think that if that happened, it would have been written down.
Well. These, I feel like whenever this guy he's done it before as well. Whenever these guys talk about Jews, somehow it's always you only talk about suffering of Jews if it's a way of shitting on Israel. Like, I don't know. It's really weird.
Well, welcome to my entire life. Welcome to being Jewish.
Okay. Sorry
that was it, man. I don't want to keep you. So yeah, have a good rest of your stream.
All right, well, take care.
Semitic DNA in their population. That's why DNA testing is not allowed in Israel.
So, are you pro?
In February 2019, New York Times published an article in which some of the missing children were found by DNA testing by their living relatives. Jesus. Bro, this N-word enjoyer, his stocks are having a bit of a turn for the worse today. I like this guy. I still like him, but he's a bit mental. I guess just like the partisanship, like it's the same as, I guess he's like the equivalent of the traveling Israel guy. Like he's got a couple of facts on his side, like a few, but then there's also a lot of fucking nasty shit going on as well there. Yeah. So DNA testing is allowed in Israel. Okay, interesting. I love this. It's just I feel like I'm just going to hate every fucking point that's made on this entire show, but
Islam? Are you anti-Israel or both?
I'm not pro anything. Or I'm pro humanity, man.
So am I.
It doesn't matter my religion is. I don't care actually, and I can give you 100 things I can tell you about Islamic countries that they do wrong.
So
but what happens is right now is that the people who are bombing people only every single day, they are not Yemenis, they're not Houthis, they're not Saudis, they're Israelis. For 100 days, they have dropped almost 3 nuclear weapons on an open air prison, and all because of Hamas. Dude, if ISIS was already there, you have no excuse to kill 30,000 people.
You can't say words like nuclear weapons when it's not true, Bassem, and you know that.
The equivalent of 3. No, I can't.
So now they're dropping nuclear weapons? That's what you're trying to sell me on this one now?
I said like they're dropping the equivalent of 3 nuclear weapons.
So how many people have died in Gaza?
30,000.
It's like when bodybuilders say, "Oh yeah, I lift like 12 metric tons every session." I was like, "That's because you just do loads of reps of like 100 It's not quite the way people use that word. I don't know what the word for it is, but it's some kind of like fallacy or something. Yeah, that's not how you equivalate bombs. Yes, that's the word. Equivalate. Let's go. Equivalate. Equivocate. It's not equivocation. Stop. It's like when I squat 100 kilos for 10 reps. I'm actually squatting a metric ton. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, according to Hamas, obviously UN gets their number from Hamas.
So
but
do you have a number that you trust?
No, I don't have any number that I trust, but I'll take your word for it. I don't think that sounds...
So how many? How many?
Hundreds of thousands of Muslims have died in the Middle East.
How many people in Israel died in October 7th?
According to the numbers, 1,200. But
according to who?
But the numbers are still being counted.
According to whom?
According to the IDF.
Oh, but I don't trust the IDF.
It's not the IDF saying that. Okay.
Whether you do or you don't, those are the numbers that we're working with.
Well, I'm giving you 30,000 people died, and you said you don't trust them. So who do we trust?
That's not what I said. I said according to Hamas.
Yeah, but
so
like
whether I believe the numbers,
when you say according to Hamas, it's like it's the undertone that you don't believe the numbers.
With all due respect, you're missing my point. 30,000, other than the Hamas fighters, because I will stand to kill these people. I hope 0 civilians die, but we know what happens.
But they die.
Of course,
every day.
But let's go back to my initial question.
This guy's a bit slow. He's not very skilled.
Let me ask this question, and then you can stick.
This is why he shouts. He's like struggling to get his words out. This guy hasn't thought like that far in his argument. Yeah.
How do you think how many?
But what about the 100? 0.
Should we stop?
0.
But they're killing it.
Okay, but that's not my point, Bassem. My point is this: 30.
How many?
Can I ask the question?
Their limbs?
Can I ask the question, and then you can have the full response? Why is this issue at the forefront of the news when
N-word lover means something else? Oh, it should be N-word enjoyer, shouldn't it? Sorry, whoops. Guy who likes saying the N-word.
Hundreds of thousands since 9/11, 5 million plus people in the Middle East have died. 5 million.
That's a lot.
5 million versus 30,000. Where are the marches? Where are the protests?
You haven't been around.
People protested against all these wars. What the fuck is he talking about? If you want to argue that people have a disproportionate special interest in Israel-Palestine, because I don't know, because it's the Holy Land, or because it's just a very interesting topic as far as history goes, because it's very unique. It's like it's the first and only of its kind. Really, there's not really a one-to-one analogy or even close to one for Israel-Palestine, or because they're our ally and we want to be harder or more hold our allies to a higher standard. You could say that. Like, yeah, there's a lot of things. Yeah, you can say that it's disproportionate, but still, I don't know why you would just be like. I don't know. Is what it is. I don't know why you would complain about it. Like, if you want to talk about something else, talk about something else. If you want to talk about Sudan, go talk about Sudan.
No,
you just haven't been around.
No, but I also read the newspapers. I see what's going on.
Because there has been marches against what's happening in Yemen. There have been massive marches against what happened in Iraq.
Are the protests today proportional? Yeah, they're actually the perfect number of protests you need per human death. That's actually the case. And every other atrocity or every other crisis or tragedy that's happening in the world didn't have enough protests. What are people doing with it? Watching Netflix? Now, fuck off. Change the world. God.
If you ask the average person, they couldn't tell you that there's a war in Yemen.
There is a difference.
But if you ask the average American, they know what is exactly going on in Israel.
Here's the thing. These mental gymnastics where you want to divert people to other conflicts, these conflicts are proxy wars. These conflicts are civil war. Terrible, horrible. Civil war. There's been civil war happening in all kind of Asian and African country. The only difference is that that is a foreign country invading another country, like exactly Russia invaded Ukraine, and then everybody is sitting there. All they ask is ceasefire, because one of the people in that conflict is a country that has been financed, given money by the U.S. It is considered as part of the free world because they are secular, because they are democratic, and they are committing war crimes every single day under the eyes of the United States, of the UN, and the Security Council. And that is why it is different.
Fair enough. So civil wars are totally okay. If it's a civil war, don't look at those are people just doing their.
He's saying Ukraine are committing war crimes? I didn't understand where he was going with that.
Say that civil war is okay.
But you basically equivalized. Let's have a civil war, 5 million people die across the Middle East.
Yeah, it is terrible.
It's no big deal.
Usually the civil war is really supported by like two proxy people, and they're like killing each other, and it's terrible, and they're trying to do it. And at the same time, those people are not just like killing them. They're killing them, wanted to push them out, openly saying that we are going to push Palestinians into the Sinai. Basically, that is my country. All right?
The only people shouting for the river to the sea are the Gazans.
Well,
Palestine will be free.
So
what does
not true? Lots of this guy hasn't met my white leftists. Ooh,
Palestine look like.
You know what's the difference between regular people in the street shouting from the river and the sea? These are regular people that are carrying flags in the street. You know what's happened on the other side? You have government official like Bitzail, like the Minister of Finance. You have bin Ghafir, who is the Minister of National Security. Both of them, by the way, were arrested many times for acts of terrorism against their own country.
These are Israeli prime ministers?
These
the minister.
Not the prime ministers.
Dissing white leftists so courageous. It's really not. It's white leftists are probably the least intimidating force in the entire fucking planet. So no, I'm actually with you on that one. It's not courageous. I'm like a wrestler in the 80s when they put like a big chunky 6'5" steroid beaster up against like 30 dwarves and he's just throwing them over the top.
There's ministers of certain.
Yeah.
So do you mean to tell me that Yahya Sinwar, who's the head of Hamas, or Mahmoud Abbas, who's the head of the PLO, they're not politically saying from the river to the sea? So if we're going to use that equivalence.
So you didn't even finish.
Okay, go ahead.
So first of all, you are comparing a militant group, a terrorist group, with a secular democratic country. This secular democratic country that I'm telling you about, they have ministers coming up with the map of Greater Israel behind of them, and they openly talk about them, which is, by the way, if you don't know, the Greater Israel map is from the river to the Euphrates, including part of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria, and of course Palestine. So that is the official talk of the official ministers. So you want to kind of ignore this, and you go after random people in the streets with flags saying from the river to the sea.
The way he uses the word official there is very dubious. It's very manipulative, I think, because obviously that's not Israel's policy. Maybe there's a couple of ministers who would like it to be, but it's not.
Don't you see the comparisons a little bit?
Well, it's not just random people. It is Hamas, who is the governing body of Gaza.
Hamas?
But the point of a democracy, what do you mean?
Hamas, at the end of the day, they're a militant group. They're a militant group. They're ISIS. You don't take them seriously. Militant group.
Don't take them seriously. They're the leaders of Gaza, Bassem. They were elected in 2006, and as your joke said, a 30-year...
2006, when nobody actually was alive by then. Like now, like people there, how many people were alive?
50% of Gaza was not alive in 2006.
So if you did an election right now, they're not going to be the rulers of Gaza.
Yeah, but you didn't do an election. That's the point.
Why is that?
That probably would have been true. Would Hamas have won in Gaza before October 7th? Maybe not. They would win in the West Bank for sure. Uh-oh. I think the you guys are on the onslaught. This posturing clown already threatened Lord of lead action. He's all talk. LARPing over a slap fight with a Twitter twink. Bro. Look at my revolutionary advocate. God damn.
Why is that?
Because basically they kicked out Fatah.
Yeah, he's actually going for another. He's going for another fucking defamation suit. He'll probably pay for another warning as well. Show us your passport image. No, I don't look anything like that. If that's what you're wondering, I wasn't like a facial hair thing. I was just my expression.
The PLO, and they're running the West Bank.
And Israel didn't put them under blockade and kick the shit out of them.
There is an argument to be made there. You think that I'm saying that Israel is completely innocent? Do you think I would say that the U.S. is completely innocent?
No, I don't think you said that.
We had a debacle in Iraq. We had a debacle in Afghanistan. There's no perfect country. There's no innocent country.
Listen, this is what you do. And when I say what you do is what America and Israel and all of this, like let's kill them all.
No. You've already put words in my mouth. You've called me racist. You're saying that I want to kill everybody. I've said none of those words.
You kill people and then you ask questions later. You kill people, you ask questions later.
Isn't that what Hamas does?
America did. Hamas is a terrorist group.
Hamas doesn't ask any questions.
You are comparing Hamas. Every time you compare Hamas, I'm bringing you Israel and America, which are supposedly democratic countries. Hamas and ISIS and whatever, these people are not like good examples, right?
I agree.
Good example. So when you tell me Hamas, all right, fine, Hamas, horrible people. Let's talk about the leaders of the free world. America, they kill first, they ask questions later, and the result, Afghanistan and Iraq.
Disasters.
They killed.
I'm not going to argue with on that one. Disaster.
Israel kill later, and then the result, what's happening in Gaza and what's been happening to Gaza.
You know, I think that in a way that might be true. I don't think Israel has any fucking idea what they want to do with Gaza after they get rid of Hamas, if they even do, if they take control over Gaza. Yeah. That's probably, in a roundabout way, kind of true. Yeah. And that's quite troubling. Because do you know what I think the most likely thing is? I think the most likely thing is that that Hamas loses control over Gaza. Israel's there. They don't want to leave until a willing party comes in and takes over. But there's not going to be a willing party, and then Israel's just kind of stuck there. I think that might be the most likely outcome. That Israel will just end up occupying Gaza without even necessarily wanting to. And Gaza will just be like Area C. Is that not possible? I think that's probably the most likely outcome if they get rid of Hamas. Because they're not going to want to hand it over to the Palestinians for elections. No way. They're going to be dubious about handing it over to like an Egyptian or a Qatari authority that the Palestinians are okay with. And it's also more likely that the Egyptians or the Qataris or the Emiratis or the Saudis just won't want to do it. The UN won't want to do it. And Israel will just be like, well, we're not leaving, because then they'll elect Hamas too. We don't want that again. They might just fucking stay there and be like, limbo. We're back to the 1967 borders, stay at like post 60s, just after the day after 67 war ended. Settlements or no, I mean, if they're there, settlers will go in and the government won't stop them. That's my prediction. It'll just be like the 6-Day War again. They'll just be in Gaza and like, what do we do? What do we do now? Just kind of.
There's no justification.
Do you think the UN doesn't want to intervene? The UN doesn't want to govern Gaza. This is the hot take, all right? No one wants to govern Gaza, like outside of the Palestinians. That's the whole point of like end the occupation, right? One of the points. Yeah, no one wants to govern Gaza, and but I think since Israel's there and they're the ones who are gonna like secure the area, and like Hamas are gonna lose control, they're not gonna. Will they give it to the PLO? Would they? No, they wouldn't let them hold elections. Like, PLO technocrats. Yeah, they don't trust the PLO. Yeah. Yeah.
For Israel to kill 30,000 people right now, and all the thing about October 7th, many of them. Can you tell me where?
Also, it's not just that they don't want like a unified Palestinian polity. It's also that the PLO has no fucking legitimacy, especially not in Gaza. They have barely any in the West Bank. Bad Bunny, maybe. You know what? Maybe someone could write an ending where Bad Bunny takes over Gaza just as soon as she's finally finished practicing how to say it properly the Arabic way. Once she gets a hold of the Gaza. I even said it wrong there because my Z was too short. Anyway, yeah. Fuck me. Maybe once we get a good Gaza out of Bad Bunny.
Are the decapitated babies? What are their names? Can you get me the names?
You want me to go over every dead, decapitated Israeli baby's name?
I think that story was refuted, wasn't it?
It was refuted many times.
It wasn't real.
And it was the biggest story.
What's your point? That Hamas didn't kill babies?
No, the idea that it was a story was kind of refuted as well. No Israeli journalist said that 40 babies were beheaded. No one of the Israeli government said it either. It was a French journalist who either fucked up a translation or heard it from one soldier, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just. And then it went on Twitter and went fucking ballistic. Yeah, went all over the shop.
Babies that didn't kill women.
I say if you have
there's hundreds of people kidnapped by Hamas. What's your point?
No, they're kidnapped. Yes, in fact,
Biden. Wait, did Biden say 40 decapitated babies? I think he might have. Biden said he saw children beheaded, but didn't say how many. I think that's right? He didn't say 40. Because there's that one picture of a baby with blood in this area, and the head is blurred. He didn't say a number, though.
You're saying that 1,200 people weren't murdered?
If a terrorist group would decapitate people, if terrorist group would burn people, you know what terrorist groups does? They terrorize. They will show them off. Like ISIS, they were burning people in cages. All right? We will not find about the atrocities of rape or about decapitating from other sources because the terrorist group, by design, terrorizes. They will go in with their GoPro. They will show you the babies that they decapitated. They will not gonna hide others like, oh my, we didn't do it, because terrorist groups does that, right? Remember ISIS when they were burning people in cages? Yeah. They like to promote their terror because the terrorist group wanted to terrorize the public. We have not seen anything of that.
That's one of the most naive comments I've ever heard. We've seen videos, countless videos, of them gang raping women and then blowing their head off while they chop off one of their breasts.
That's not on video. That is a witness statement. Again, I believe it, because why the fuck? Like, plenty of people have said that. And I don't think all Israeli civilians are liars. That would be a bit weird. Countless videos of what? Like, there were multiple camera angles of this one event. These people are insane. Everyone in this. Jesus.
We've seen these videos.
No, you haven't seen it.
Well, are you fucking crazy? Of course we've seen these videos.
You haven't seen it.
We've seen dead bodies littered all over kibbutzes.
You have read about it.
Okay.
And I can
go watch the videos.
And I can,
You're choosing. This is selective ignorance. This is selective ignorance.
This guy's sweating and everything. He's like, I don't like a lot of Bassem's arguments. They're very Twitter brain. They're very partisan propaganda, whatever. Yeah, whatever. But this other guy, fuck me, this guy is like. Not only is he full of shit, but he's also just not. He's freaking out. At least Mr. GigaChad here is just keeping his voice low and still and like handling him. God.
That's like me saying, if that's like me saying, of course Israel's not bombing indiscriminately. No, they have. And I'm at least willing to own that. And I'm not Israeli, I'm American.
By the way, I'm not defending Hamas. They did
But you are equivalent.
But what I'm saying is all of these like decapitating babies, that is wrong. That never happened.
Okay, it was only a few.
A few? How many?
What?
Dude, I'm not there on the
what
ground.
are they?
So what's your argument?
We have pictures of
let's be clear here.
We have
what's your
pictures of every
argument?
single-
That they didn't decapitate one baby's head?
No.
So what are you saying?
Read the Lawfare article on the ICJ. Okay, tomorrow I've got 2 articles I want to read about the ICJ thing. Okay, leave me alone. Spam me all you want with it tomorrow. Okay, I'll click all the links. I'll do it.
I said that what Hamas did was terrible, but it was inflated by things to make it emotional to think that it's okay to kill all of those people.
It was inflated. So it wasn't 1,200. Well, how much was it?
I don't know.
Okay. So Israelis' numbers are inflated.
I wonder, like, for example, if I wanted to just have like a, I think the most interesting conversation I could have with Bassem Youssef, apart from like how do we pursue peace and all that shit, like just to challenge him as a person, is I would ask him if he would say the same about Deir Yassin, because Deir Yassin was horrible. It was a brutal like massacre, but it was exaggerated by the Arabs. It was exaggerated by the Ergun as well, but yeah, it was exaggerated by the Arabs, like massively. They said they were fucking tanks and like mass raves and all, like fucking 500 dead and shit. Yeah, they went mental with it. Would he ever say that though? Would he ever admit that? Or yeah, I don't know. Because I would just be more interested in poking the biases that this guy has, or like how easily he'll accept horror stories about Israel, and how difficult it is for him to accept. And how skeptical he is about horror stories about groups that he doesn't even like Hamas. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'd be interested in having that discussion with him. He's an Arab boomer. He would never admit to being wrong ever. Oh, I know. Mate, I know. You haven't met my dad. I know. They will never. Oh, God. Or if they do it in the funniest way as well. Yeah. It is kind of boomers in general as well. But I think for like Arab dads, there's something about like the whole like the patriarch thing. Like that just makes it like extra protected. I don't know. So I think Arab and Jewish, it's probably, like any kind of traditionalist culture would be like that, yeah.
Inflated 1,200, but the 30,000 from Hamas is not inflated? You're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
As a matter of fact, according to Israeli survivors, they said that many of these casualties happened because Israeli...
because of friendly fire. Many survivors, like 2. Okay.
Troops came in and indiscriminately killed everybody, including the hostages.
That's the first time I've heard that story. I've been
first time because you were not covering, because you have not listening to the survivors from the Israelis. On
every morning.
Oh God, that's so like the rape story was from the survivors, and now he's saying you're not listening to the survivors because he thinks survivors said that like a bunch of people were killed in friendly fire. Oh God, that's like it happens so quickly together as well. To be fair, this guy didn't say it was a survivor story. He said it was a video, which it wasn't. But yeah, that thing about the gang rape and the shooting her after coming inside her and fucking cutting her breast out, that was a witness who said she saw that happen. Yeah. But he's probably not happy to accept that. But now it's like, if he thinks he's got one story of a bunch of survivors saying that there was friendly fire, like, which again, I think friendly fire might have accounted for like 14 deaths, it seems. Apparently there's a sexual assault survivor. Apparently there's more than one. They're in care, and the psychologists who are dealing with them are saying that they are in no position to talk to the public, which makes sense. That's like, like that selective empathy with Israeli survivors. Ooh, that's so weird, man. Oh God. The thing is I would just like to present that to him and just show him what you just did. Oh, how did they survive? I don't actually know, because I feel like if once you're in their hands, maybe just like the IDF came, or maybe they were like brutally injured but not killed. Like, yeah, I don't know. High rate of suicide. I've heard of that as well. Yeah. Did Lord of Watch Live ever go to Lebanon? Yeah, twice, and quite a while ago.
I read credible sources: Wall Street Journal, Fox News, Bloomberg. Okay, so what are you reading? Hamas.com? Like, where are you getting your sources?
I don't think they would deny Sabra Shatila. No, the thing with Sabra Shatila though is that there were UN people on the ground, like very close to the event happening. So that's not a good analogy. A better analogy would be like some of the events of the Nakba, because for some of the events of the Nakba, like for example, the rapes happened at Tantura. Our evidence for that is one woman, I think it might have been one or a couple of women, who went to the West Bank and told people there, and then was broadcasted on radio. That's the evidence we have for rapes at Tantura. It was like refugee women who left, went to the West Bank, said it happened, the radio broadcast it. But we generally accept that because witnesses at the time are reliable sources, usually are like reasonably reliable. Yeah. Did IDF soldiers attend to? Oh, I think they might have. They didn't admit it at Deir Yassin, though. I think Deir Yassin was just the survivors who said it.
Haaretz.
Okay, Haaretz. Yeah, the Israeli newspaper.
The Time of Israel.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
I read those too.
They have actually brought
I've never heard them say one time that 1,200 people were not murdered.
I didn't
not in one paper.
No. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said many of those numbers that were killed, they were killed because of the indiscriminating interference by the Israeli troops. And
was that from Haaretz or the Times of Israel? I don't think that was. Haaretz. Friendly Fire. I thought it was like the Electronic Intifada that had that guy. I don't think that's true. Let's see. Well, this is Pakistan Today. That's not right. That's not the one I was looking for. Haaretz mentioned it? What did they say about it? Did they say that, how many did they say were killing friendly fire? Because I thought at the festival it was like 2. Is the Hannibal thing true? It's true for soldiers. But not for civilians, no. Fuck, where was the Haaretz? The hostages one was the bigger number, like 14 of them in that kibbutz. Friendly fire. This was it, wasn't it? Oh, here. Oh, that's Gaza. Oh, the tank fire? Yeah, this is it. In kibbutz Be'eri, right? Yeah, I see it. The IDF must investigate the kibbutz Be'eri tank fire incident right now. It must disclose whether the Hannibal Directive, which states the hostage taking should be prevented at the price of harm to our own forces, was used against Israelis held hostage in that house. Yeah. 14 Israelis held hostage. This is the one that is like the most likely to be the biggest number for friendly fire. I don't think there's any report that like any substantial portion of the 250 people killed at the festival were by friendly fire. Yeah, it was 14 hostages. Yeah, in Kibbutz Be'eri. That's what he's talking about when he's saying many people.
Of them died because of
4 people were killed that way when they tried to rescue the hostages.
No,
the fact that you're trying.
This guy's so wrong. Why is this guy so bad?
You equivocate 1,200 people.
You're late in the game.
Basser.
You're late in the game. There was a woman that whose name is Dalia. She came out on an Israeli podcast and she said that everybody in the kibbutz were died. And then we went out and we said that the Israeli tank, the one that fired on the whole kibbutz.
This is bullshit stories.
All right.
You think the IDF?
He's actually right about that. That is what was said, doesn't it? They said that a tank fired at the building, right, where there were hostages, and then they want an investigation. The public has a right to know, did they act in accordance with the IDF's rules and ethos are contrary to them? Yeah. Okay. No, they didn't fire the whole kibbutz. No, I don't think that's it at all. In a house when a tank fired 2 shells at it. This is the story. There was one house. Was it a house with hostages in it? But I just wonder, when people like Bassem say that, when they hear a story about one house that got hit by an Israeli tank, and then like, is he really misremembering when he says they fired at the whole kibbutz or multiple houses? Yeah, fucking.
Is just coming in and then just spraying down kibbutzes. That's like saying American troops are just coming into a conflict here and just spraying down fellow Americans.
It's called the Hannibal.
Bullshit.
It's called the Hannibal Protocol. Look it up.
Yeah, we'll look it up. But I think that's bullshit.
Bassem, I want to ask you a question. So going to that day, all the stuff that we found out since that day, we found out, Rob, that they knew. Apparently, they had information intelligence for a year that it was going to happen. The day that it happened, apparently all the defenses were down. Hamas got to run rampant for 6 hours. Mayhem. They asked, John Kirby went up, and one of the reporters from Fox asked, how did you guys not see this with all the intelligence? And he said, and I quote, now is not the time. Since October, it's not, 3 months, October, November, December. We're in January right now.
Is he suggesting everyone in the kibbutz died? Because I think he just wants the number to be higher than 14. That's probably what he wants, right? Yeah. That would just make him feel better. Okay. This guy's mental. This guy is always got his fucking vein popping. He's always red. He's always freaking. These PBD hosts are just mental. They're just deranged, like flailing dipshit men. I don't understand it. Twan, thanks for the $4.99. I really appreciate that. Wow. I haven't had a dono in a while, guys. Would you rather fight one 15-year-old or 10 5-year-olds? Probably 10 5-year-olds. I feel like if I'm fighting, you want to cause the most damage possible. I feel like we want to make the biggest impact, you know?
Loner box.
And that's more
smarmy,
distressed family members. More glory, you know? 1v10. More glory in a 1v10 than there is in a 1v1. Maybe that kibbutz was only one house. Welcome to our kibbutz. Just a little field with one house in the middle and a fence around it. Giga Chad. Anxiety happened to me when my dose was too high. Yeah, but on the different... There's Concerta and there's another Ritalin. There's 2 kinds of Ritalin, I think. At least in the pharmacy that I went to. The other one I had in the same dosage, but it was fine. So it's this particular one. But yeah. Yeah, this podcast is so funny. But I am very hungry. Concerta and Ritalin. Oh, I thought... Oh, it's controlled really. Okay. Used to take 108 milligrams of Concerta. That's insane. Jesus. Listen, you guys, I need to give this another day because that's a long debate. Long debate. 54 milligrams of Keytruda for 22 years. That's a long time. So I think I'm going to send you guys off, okay? Think about it. Oh. Where to, though? Where do you guys want to go? Where can you go? Reader. Vosh upcoming. Stardust upcoming. Erudite upcoming. Sunday live. IRI. Okay. Okay, guys, I send you to IRI. All right, no bother. President Sunday is live. No, I'm not going to rate him. One day. Send us to H3. What a funny day. Houthis. Houthi pirate. Okay. Never would have expected to be covering something like that, you guys. That's mental. Send us outside to touch grass. No one in this stream is going outside, mate. They are chilling. All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.